in a world overrun by 10,000 races where everyone is thirsty for power. Then there's this guy, Tabak. He is a transmigrator fail who has been a nobody for 17 years. When his school offers one last chance via a makeup exam, he makes a fateful choice to become a Beast Tamer. It was not for some noble cause, he was just broke. But life is no fairy tale. These combat pets cost more than a human life. Just as hope fades, fate decides to play a prank. Back at home, that legendary cheat system finally wakes up. Its very first target, the tiny pet turtle his sister keeps in a glass tank. Ding. The strongest Beast Tamer system is active. Target turtle detected. Analyzing bloodline. 50%, 100%. Congratulations, host. This turtle has the blood of the divine black tortoise. It has the potential to reach God level. And just like that, his journey to become a legend officially begins in the city of Jiangzhou. On a clear day, the 20th day of the year, 2024, a surge of purple energy suddenly rips through the sky, signaling a bad omen. Just as expected, a panicked voice screams out from the air, a brand new spatial crack has just appeared in the Jiangzhou sky. Orders go out immediately. A commander yells, Team 3 charge. The whole squad dives into the chaotic battle inside the rift. But things are not looking good at all. From the view of a massive beast with jagged teeth, it growls with pure contempt while staring down at a badly wounded soldier. These pathetic humans just keep on resisting for no reason. The monster is identified as a gold rank, six-eared wolf king. It stomps on a fallen female warrior and declares killing you is only a matter of time. Oos. A flash of light erupts as purple energy claws rip right through space. Other soldiers fight like crazy against 7 demon wolves. A blue-haired female warrior, sweat dripping down her face, shouts out in fear. Gold rank. Could this be a higher-level portal? Sharp claws from a demon wolf slam into the ground, splattering fresh blood everywhere. The Wolf King stands tall and imposing before a silver-haired female warrior. His voice is full of smug arrogance. It is too late to realize it now. The giant wolf swings its claws, unleashing violent waves of purple energy. The warrior barely raises her arms to block. In that life-or-death moment, a massive figure drops down, blocking the monster. He confidently tells his teammate, I will handle this one. You go clear out the rest. The survivors are thrilled. The blue-haired woman cheers. It is Master Van Yuan. This is amazing. A split second later, a massive explosion occurs. Blinding light covers the battlefield. After the brutal fight, the blue-haired woman stands in an office reporting. Report. Thanks to the help from Master Van Yuan, we have successfully defeated them. The invading 6-eared wolf pack. The man across from her replies, good job. A high-ranking commander holding the report speaks thoughtfully. Another new rift? And it is C rank. That is the 6th one in the past decade, isn't it? He sighs. At this rate, Jiangzhou will not be able to defend itself for long. He stands up, walks toward the girl, and decides, that is something our own academy simply cannot solve. Starting this year, superhumans at the martial arts university are exempt from cultural exams. Admission scores for warriors will be cut in half. The girl replies, seriously understood. The scene quickly shifts to a completely different place. The final bell rings loudly at a local high school. A voice calls out that class is over. Inside, a student turns to scold the guy next to him. Why are you not focusing on your studies again? It would be a real shame if you cannot get into martial arts college just because of low test scores. The brown-haired boy gnaws on his pen and absent-mindedly replies, like you are any better? Are you not just sneaking a peek yourself? Then he starts daydreaming. If only I could sit next to the beautiful Nghien Nhien. I seriously do not get why Tabak gets all the good luck. The camera pans to a girl named Nghien Nhien. She's holding a book titled Basic Knowledge of Exotic Beasts. That girl is none other than Lam Nghien Nhien, a gorgeous teenager with flaming red hair. Lam Nghien Nhien turns to her desk, mate smiles and asks, graduation is coming up. Tabak, are you aiming for the academy or martial arts college? Tabak does not even look up from his book as he gives a blunt reply. I do not know. She is surprised. You have no plan at all. Finally, Tabak looks up, revealing a handsome face that is clouded with worry. He explains. The academy. My grades are just average. In these chaotic times, what is the point of studying foreign languages or advanced math anyway? He continues. As for the martial arts university, my family is not exactly wealthy. We cannot afford those supplement pills, plus I do not have any special powers anyway. His eyes grow distant as a single question echoes in his head. Where should I go? Turns out he has a secret. Tabak thinks to himself. I traveled to another world, so do I really have no god-tier talent or abilities? No cheat system awakening or anything? He gazes outside and concludes, I'm seriously starting to wonder if I actually transmigrated at all. Out of nowhere, Lam Nghien Nhien leans in, whispers his name and says, come to the academy with me. She stares deep into his eyes, looking all mysterious. I can get you in no questions asked. Tabak yelps in shock. Wait, what? As she swipes a high-tech hologram into existence right in front of him, she presses a finger to her lips, telling him to hush. Frozen in shock, Tabak watches a system screen flicker to life right before his eyes loaded with detailed personal information. User Tabak. Level 18-year-old basic mortal. Physique 4. Agility 5. Spirit 5. It includes a Beast Tamer trait for contracting any life form and an evolution talent that pushes pets way past god level to feed power back to the master. Between the global invasion and tears from mortal to god, he's left wondering if this system is actually his. He's totally zoned out. Tabak, you okay? She asks, worried. You're sweating like crazy. He realizes nobody else can even see this thing. Panicking, Tabak accidentally grabs her hand and blabs, "Yeah, no, I'm totally fine." That single move immediately sets the guys off. The goddess's legion of fanboys is officially about to explode with rage. One guy screams, "Don't touch her!" while the biggest dude roars, "Get your filthy claws off my goddess." Was sitting next to her just not enough for you? The big guy winds up a heavy punch and snarls about teaching him a lesson, but this hero act isn't going to end well for him. A gorgeous but powerful teacher walks into the room, drops a hand on the big guy's shoulder, and simply says, "Everyone quiet down." She has news. Zhangzhou Martial Arts University just dropped a massive online update. She announces to the whole class that from now on, all superhumans are exempt from cultural exams and get direct admission to Zhangzhou University. For students with a martial artist physique, the academic requirements are getting slashed in half. The room erupts. Half credit for exams. That is insane. "I'm totally getting into martial arts college," one kid yells. Another just wishes he had powers. A realist scoffs, "Half points is great, but superhuman strength, dream on." Teacher smiles. "If you've awakened or have a martial background, come see me in my office to sign up." This is the break he needed. Tabak thinks to himself, "Wait, I just awakened. Can I really just walk into the university without a single test?" In the meantime, Lam Nghien Nhien wonders if he is serious. Tabak's memories start drifting back to the beginning of the story. "I'm Tubak. I've been here 17 years. Then disaster struck the world. May 18, 1906. The sky ripped open with massive space rifts. Monsters swarmed out of those cracks. Vicious beasts began tearing everything apart, and humanity's brutal war for survival officially began. Military forces from every country on Earth fought back, finally clearing the monsters from the rifts after 3 long, bloody months. But as long as rifts exist, new waves of monsters keep appearing. Facing total desperation, humanity decided to send suicide squads into the rifts to investigate. They found something terrifying, an endless mass of land on the other side. They made a bold plan to stop them. Global armies united to build bases inside those space rifts. Fighting at the source, a new era for humanity began. Crisis brought power. Spiritual energy returned and humans started awakening martial abilities. As the battles grew more intense, guns and bombs failed, but superhumans just kept getting stronger. Superhumans replaced firepower. Reality check. Tabak snaps back. The war between humans and the myriad races is still raging today. Judging by the reforms at the university, things in Zhangzhou are getting pretty dangerous. But our boy Tabak is different now. He stands up, eyes sharp. "Systems live, I'm protecting my family now." Fastest way to get strong military martial arts colleges, no doubt. To get that exam waiver, he needs a pet. Luckily, he has those beast taming skills now. He just needs one contracted beast to walk right into college without any exams. Standing outside a pet shop, he declares his first step toward the martial arts university. He acted all big and bad until reality slapped him across the face. Staring at his beat-up phone, sweat dripping, he knew he had to get into martial arts college somehow. He just hoped his 2,000 saved yuan would be enough. He stepped inside the shop, thinking to himself, okay, remember the system said it would automatically sniff out a beast that actually fits. Why is the system so quiet? Suddenly, a charming shop girl greeted him with a big smile. "Welcome to our shop. How can I help you today?" Subai tried to look like a total pro. "I am a beast tamer. What kind of pets are you guys stocking here?" The girl smiled and pointed toward the back. "Take a look over there." But the first thing he saw was a price tag that looked absolutely insane. "That black cat is pretty pricey for a regular beast," she said, "but it has ghost cat blood, so reaching silver rank is a breeze." Subai saw the 36,000 yuan tag and just screamed inside. That's way too expensive. Obviously, getting rich was never going to be easy, especially when you only have 2,000 measly yuan in your pocket. She kept going, pointing out a 4-eared dog that was not bad either. It has 6-eared wolf blood priced at 33,000 yuan. Subai scanned the other cages as the prices started dancing before his eyes. 56,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan. This was madness. Seeing him frozen there, she smiled and asked, "So which one caught your eye?" But when she turned around, Subai had already vanished into thin air. She stood there confused, wondering where he went. Meanwhile, on a lonely side street, Subai was stomping along and muttering to himself in total bitterness. "Are you kidding me? This is straight up robbery? Just for a little bit of demon blood, they charge those insane prices?" He let out a long sigh. And what is wrong with my system? Why did not a single beast in there count as a match? After a depressing day, Subai trudged home and muttered, "I am back." Then a miracle happened right when he least expected it. A ding sounded and the system screen suddenly flashed open. Subai jumped. Whoa, is the system finally deciding to speak up now? The notification was clear. Suitable pet detected in the newbie starter pack, a tiny turtle. He just stared at it. A tiny turtle. Really? Subai looked where the system was pointing and finally saw the target. He could not believe his eyes. Was the system actually talking about my dad's pet turtle? Our poor guy slumped against the glass tank and groaned. What kind of trash newbie starter pack is this? My very first pet beast is seriously just a turtle. The little turtle just stared back blankly while Subai kept whining. It is so tiny. What can it even do? But after a moment of self-pity, he finally had to face facts. He tried to calm down. Whatever, it is not like I can just head to the battlefield and tame a wild monster right now anyway. I will just use this for now and upgrade later. He hit the tame button, a golden light wrapped around the little turtle, and boom, the pet stats appeared glowing way brighter than his own future ever could. Tamed pet is a tiny turtle. Level is mortal beginner. It carries the black tortoise god beast bloodline with god-slaying potential. Physical stats are at 1. Physical. Defense is 3, spirit is 1, and speed is 1. It has the shell defense ability. The evolution method is super simple. Just keep eating. After reading those insane stats, Subai's brain completely short-circuited. The words black tortoise, bloodline, infinite growth, and godslayer kept looping over and over in his head. He stammered, "Wait, what?" Then his confusion instantly flipped into pure high-octane excitement. Subai hoisted the turtle into the air and started laughing. "Ha ha, now we are talking. How much is a black tortoise bloodline even worth? I am not trading it. No way." But his joy was short-lived when a sharp voice rang out from behind him. "What do you think you're doing to Xiaoba?" It was his sister Su Xiaomei looking suspicious. She pointed right at his face and growled, "That is Dad's favorite pet?" Subai jumped quickly, trying to explain himself. "I am not doing anything." Meanwhile, the turtle, now officially named Xiaoba, was struggling to get out of its sack, while screaming in a mental voice only Subai could hear, "Food, I am starving to death." Xiaomei looked at him with narrow eyes. "Hey, why is this turtle eating so much all of a sudden? Dad literally just fed it this morning." But to Subai, this was actually a really good sign. He smirked. "Looks like its appetite is leveling up. Is it about to evolve already?" He told his sister, "I'm going to grab some more food for it." Xiaomei could not believe it. It is still eating, cut to 30 minutes later when his parents finally got home. Mom and Dad stepped inside with looks of pure horror on their faces. His dad asked, "Did we get robbed?" The whole house was a total disaster zone. Xiaomei was running around screaming, clutching the very last bag of chips to her chest. "This is my last snack. Save me." Xiaoba the turtle was chasing her at insane speeds, still yelling for food. His parents were in shock. Dad gasped, "Is that Xiaoba? Since when do turtles run that fast?" Subai could only give an awkward laugh. "Let me explain." The kitchen looked like it had been hit by a literal hurricane. That night, after finally cleaning everything up, Subai sat on the sofa, scratching his head in frustration. Sigh. Whatever. My parents already work hard enough. It is better if I do not tell them Xiaoba is a bottomless pit. I will handle this myself. Just then, Xiaoba, who was looking a bit bigger, now sat down next to him and let out a massive burp. Su Xiaomei is over there throwing a total tantrum, stomping like crazy. Then out of nowhere, a massive green light explodes from Xiaoba, forming a fierce dragon. Subai and Su Xiaomei just froze in their tracks. Subai thinks, is this little glutton finally full? Is that legendary Xuanwu bloodline about to awaken? Honestly, though, the truth was way more disappointing than that. That glowing shadow vanished in a heartbeat. No power-up, no bloodline awakening. Just a turtle that wanted to eat even more than before. Subai's internal monologue kicks in. "This is why I ended up here standing right outside the pet shop. The clerk definitely recognized me. Welcome back. Ready to pick something out today?" Subai kept it short and sweet, not buying anything this time around. He leaned in close to whisper, "I have some rare monster blood. You interested?" That little comment caught the ear of a middle-aged guy sitting nearby. He looked shocked and asked, "You seriously have actual monster blood?" He turned to the clerk, and it turns out he is the boss. He just told her, "You can head out now." "Yes, sir," she replied. The boss gave Subai a warm welcome. "Hey, kid, come on over here. Let us sit down and talk. I heard you have some monster blood. Mind if I check out the quality first?" Subai shrugged. "Yeah, sure, why not?" The boss grabbed the vial, popped the cap, and took a sniff. His face changed instantly. He gasped in total shock. "This is top-tier monster blood." Then he got straight to it. "How much you want?" Time for Subai to show off his haggling skills. He thought about how hard it was to milk this stuff from Xiaoba. It has to be worth at least $100, right? He held up one finger and timidly asked $1,000. The boss's eyes widened as he pointed at him. Subai panicked, thinking he'd asked for too much. What? 1,000. At least you know high quality. The boss just burst out laughing and waved him off. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Quality like this is easily worth 10,000. Subai's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. He shouted, what? 10,000? The boss thought he was being stingy and blurted out still too low. How about 15,000? I really cannot go any higher. Subai quickly covered his mouth, trying his best not to laugh. Inside, he was screaming. He had no idea Xiaoba's blood was worth that kind of cash. Subai tried to keep a straight face. He turned around and held up one finger. Fine, it is a deal. Then he added some attitude. If I was not short on cash, there's no way I would sell this to you. Subai walked out with his head high and 15,000 in cash in his pocket. The boss and the clerk stood there waving him goodbye. Stay safe, kid. If you ever get more of that high-grade stuff, you know where to find me. Walking away, he checked his phone and whispered, I can't believe how much this stuff is worth. I just made 15,000. Looks like Xiaoba is finally going to pay for his own meals from now on. Suddenly his phone started ringing. Subai picked up, and a very familiar voice came through. Hello there, am I speaking to Subai? It is Teacher Lee. Your grades are in, and I have some huge news for you. This was happening right as he was celebrating his massive payday. Teacher Lee's voice suddenly started cutting out. Come to the school this afternoon to fill out the forms. Do not be late. Static then, he hung up. Subai yelled into the phone, annoyed. Hello, Teacher Lee. What was that important news? Hello. Hello. How did this piece of junk lose the signal again? Before he could even get mad. A blue notification window popped up right in front of him. Warning, warning, 3 individuals with hostile intent detected nearby. They are within a 10-meter radius of the host. Please be careful. Feng Yi, level 1 junior warrior. Cao Feng, level 2 civilian. Lin Feng, level 3 civilian. Subai was stunned. But while he was still standing there, dazed, a tattooed hand holding a spiked mace suddenly blocked his path. Subai thought that was fast. They already have eyes on me. The leader let out a nasty, disgusting laugh. 3 thugs stepped out from the dark corners. The big leader wearing a flashy gold chain smirked. Just looking at that pet shop owner's face, it was obvious you have something very valuable on you, kid. Hand it over, kid. Subai threw his hands up, acting totally helpless. Look, big brothers, I only went to that shop to sell stuff, not to buy anything. Man, why do I have such terrible luck? He groaned to himself. But suddenly his eyes turned sharp and focused. He scanned the 3 thugs doing the math in his head. If only one of them's a junior warrior, I can take him. The leader laughed out loud. Look at your pathetic, cowardly face. Hand over the cash. Subai faked a terrified look, pulling Xiaoba out and making the turtle curl up. Yeah, sure, I'm giving it to you right now. Then he snapped. Take this. Subai used all his strength to launch Xiaoba at the leader's face like a cannonball. The leader flinched and instinctively swung his spiked mace to block it. The mace slammed into the shell with a deafening crack. His eyes went wide with shock as his hand started going completely numb from the impact. Before he could even process what happened, he let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Taking the golden opportunity, Subai landed a massive kick right in the leader's vitals. There was a sound that made it clear something just shattered. The 2 lackeys just stood there frozen in horror. They screamed, "Boss, you punk! How dare you lay a finger on our boss!" The other 2 thugs growl and charge toward Tobak. You want to die? But Tobak catches Little Ba as he bounces back, giving his turtle a silent nod of approval. Shrug off a spiked club like that. Little Ba's shell defense is legit. The turtle in his hand barely felt a tickle. Gotcha now. Both punks lunged together, one swinging a pipe, while the other reached out to grab him. Tobak stays cool and raises his hand using Little Ba like a spiked iron gauntlet clamped onto his fist. He slams his foot down, bracing himself for a massive bone-shaking counterattack. He uses the turtle to knock a thug's club away and lands a heavy left hook on the other guy, sending him sprawling. That combo sends both lackeys flying into the wall before they slump over. Their leader scrambles to his feet, eyes wide with pure, unhinged rage. I am going to kill you. Seeing him up, Tobak calls out coldly, Little Ba, get back here. The turtle instantly leaps back into his palm. He pivots, winds up for a perfect throw, and launches that turtle grenade one last time. Little Ba smacks right into the boss's screaming mouth. With the trash cleared out, Tobak stands there, huffing and looking down at the 3 thugs passed out on the concrete. He dusts off his hands and mutters, You brought this on yourselves. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. He turns to leave, but stops dead. Wait, what? He spots Little Ba hovering over one of the unconscious thugs, busy nibbling on something he found in their pockets. Tobak rushes over. Hey, what are you eating? You find a snack or something? Little Ba is clutching a glowing red glass vial that looks expensive. Before Tabak can even blink, the turtle chugs the whole glowing liquid in one shot. Tabak gets a closer look at that empty bottle and panics. Is that a blood essence potion? Damn it, that thing is worth tens of thousands of yuan. He grabs Little Ba, who is now glowing bright green, and yells, "It takes a warrior a full month to digest that stuff. You just downed it all. You're gonna explode." Suddenly, Tabak freezes. A rush of power hits him. A blue aura wraps around Tubak. As his system screen pops up with a ton of new notifications. Host Tubak. Class Beast Tamer. Level mid-tier mortal. Host level is currently increasing. Based on pet level stats for strength, agility, and spirit are skyrocketing. A new ability has been unlocked. Turtle Shell Defense. Consumes stamina to activate. Once active, the host's skin is protected by a turtle hide layer with incredible defensive capabilities. Our guy clenches his fists, feeling the raw power surging through him. That blood potion was no joke. My stats jumped a ton, and I even got a brand new skill. Still in shock, Tabak stares at Little Ba's new info panel. Small turtle pet. Mid-tier mortal. Black tortoise bloodline not yet activated. Once he hits bronze and wakes up that bloodline, his stats will go through the roof. Strength 32. Defense is a crazy 38 agility, 10 in spirit 10. He gasps in total disbelief. Strength 32. 38 defense. He looks down at the turtle glowing with a majestic green light. He whispers, "Whoa," he even got bigger. Rubbing his chin, Tabak tries to remember what he learned in school. He starts doing the math. I remember the teacher saying that even top-tier mortal strength beasts usually max out at 30. This is totally nuts. Watching Little Ba puff out his chest, he feels a surge of excitement. This is just his base power without even using skills. So how tanky will he be with the defense mode on no time to waste? Tabak pats Little Ba's head and stuffs his little partner back into his bag. He whispers, "All right, you have had your fill. Let us get the hell out of here before more trouble shows up." Next morning at high school number 1, the intercom blares with an announcement. Final grades have been posted. Students need to submit their college applications today. Plus, there is a major announcement. In the noisy classroom, the homeroom teacher stands up and speaks clearly. Tomorrow, recruiters from Martial Arts University will be here to conduct special entrance exams for all our interested candidates. She scans the room, making it clear that, like always, things are competitive. Our school only gets 2 direct admissions this year. Hearing this, the gorgeous redhead Lam Nghien Nhien turns to Tabak. "Tabak, did you decide yet? Are you going for liberal arts or martial arts university?" Tabak crosses his arms and says firmly, "No doubt about it. I am making it into martial arts university." Lam Nghien Nhien's eyes go wide with worry. "Seriously, didn't I tell you that you should just apply for liberal arts with me instead?" She frowns and snaps. "Martial arts university sends students straight to the front lines. Do you have any idea how dangerous the battlefield actually is?" Ignoring her warnings, Tabak stays calm and replies, "Look, the front lines always need people who are willing to step up. It is a good thing to do." He gives a heroic little smile and continues, "I want to go to the front lines to protect someone very important to me." Lam Nghien Nhien's heart skips a beat. She's sweating from embarrassment, screaming internally, did he just say a very important person? Could I be the one? Right in the middle of her daydream, the teacher snaps her back to reality. "Yen Nhien, what martial arts school are you planning to apply to?" Yen Nhien hesitates. Meanwhile, the guys in the back of the class start whispering and throwing shade. No way she awakened any powers yet. I have never even seen her train. She's probably just going for some liberal arts degree, right? With everyone watching, Yen Nhien closes her eyes and lets out a long sigh. "I have not actually decided yet, sir. I just need a little more time to think." The teacher turns back to the board to settle the noise, sounding dead serious. "This choice is incredibly huge. Take these transcripts home and go over them with your parents. This is not something you want to mess up. Everyone must turn in their applications by tomorrow at the latest." The bell rings, some guy shouts, "School is out," and the whole class roars in unison. "We hear you, teacher." Cut to that evening at the massive mansion where the Lam family lives. Yen Nhien slips out of her clothes, showing off those long legs and steps, into a warm bath filled with romantic rose petals. She is giving off total main character vibes. While soaking, she grabs her phone and dials Tabak. "Hey, Tabak." "It is me." At the same time, a maid stands by and pours a huge bottle of expensive blood essence powder right into her warm bath water. Tabak treats this stuff like a holy relic, but she is using it for her bath water. Blushing from the steam, she finally tells him about her decision to apply to university. She giggles and starts flirting a little bit. "Plus, I have got a major surprise waiting for you." While the beauty is flirting in her flower bath, our hero, Tabak is busy sweating it out in a back alley, shoveling turtle poop with a clothespin on his nose to block the smell. "Are you serious? You're not joking, right? You're actually signing up for martial arts university." On the other end, she sounds totally dead set on it. Before she can finish her sentence, Tabak cuts her off. Look, I cannot talk right now. I have got something incredibly important that needs my immediate attention right this second. He covers the phone eyes burning as he glares at Tuba, who is busy munching on a sack of food. He hangs up and a roar of pure rage echoes through the entire apartment complex. Tuba, you little brat, stop eating so much. Why do you poop so much? This turtle smell is going to be the absolute death of me. Next morning at the stadium, thousands of students have gathered together. A teacher grabs the mic and yells with a loud voice, "Please give a warm welcome to Coach Truong Kai from Martial Arts University. He has traveled a very long way to be here today and share some important words of wisdom with all of you." The teacher smiles with pride and steps back to give him the stage. He is actually one of our own, a warrior who graduated from high school number 1. Truong Kai gives a quick wave to the crowd as they cheer for their hero. Truong Kai steps up looking cold as ice and immediately kills the vibe for all the excited students sitting in the crowd. Last year, 126 students from this school made it in. Today, only 65 of them are actually still alive. He keeps dropping those terrifying numbers. 2 years ago, 98 got in. Only 32 of them are still breathing. The entire stadium goes dead silent. Kids are actually starting to sweat. Truong Kai drops the hammer. 3 years ago, 86 got in. Today, only 11 of them are still alive. He scans the crowd as the terrified students start huddling together for safety. Look, students, I am not telling you this to scare you. I just want you to realize that getting into Martial Arts University is not some simple game or just something to brag about to your friends. Amidst the chaos and fear, Tabak keeps his head held high, his eyes burning with pure determination. Truong Kai speaks up again. This is what is waiting for you. His words are as sharp as a blade. We are talking high-stakes missions, heavy responsibilities, constant danger, and the sacred duty to protect this great country of ours. This epic speech truly sets their hearts on fire. Martial Arts University is the birthplace of the strong. Do you want to be powerful? The whole school is buzzing. Hundreds of hands fly into the air as they all shout, "Yes, we do." Very well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can actually do during the exams. But as soon as the event ends, Truong Kai walks straight into. The crowd looks around and shouts for Tabak. Our hero freezes in shock. Is he really calling me? The teacher rushes over, worried. Coach Truong, is something wrong? Did he do something? Truong Kai ignores her and stares at the boy. You are Tabak. Tabak stands stiff and answers. Yes, sir. Truong Kai drops a bombshell. You have been fast-tracked into Martial Arts University. Get there now and prepare for your entrance test right away. Before he can even process the news, Tabak stands there, with his mouth wide open, pointing at his own chest. What, I got fast-tracked? No way. Truong Kai just gives a calm nod. That is right, Tabak. There's already a bus waiting for you at the school gate right now. As the news breaks, the whole student body goes totally insane. The pretty girls and popular guys nearby stare at Tabak with pure jealousy, their eyes practically popping out as they whisper in shock. What the heck is going on with him? Tabak got fast-tracked. One guy starts crying. He must have some insane family connections. I'm so jealous right now. The bus, hauling the next generation of martial arts prodigies, finally grinds to a halt. The guide grabs her megaphone. All right, students, we have officially arrived at the Combat Arts University. Please exit the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Stepping off the sheer scale of the place hits them like a freight train. Tabak drags his suitcase, staring up at the massive glass gates. So this is the legendary Martial Arts University. The guide barks again. Listen up, everyone, follow me. They walk a bit before the whole group stops dead in their tracks. Standing tall in the courtyard is a massive ruby stone pillar. Tabak gasps. What is this giant slab of rock? The guide explains with a smirk. This is the motto of our elite martial arts academy. Reading the majestic words carved deep into the stone, Tabak thinks to himself. A martial arts school slogan. Sounds pretty intense. Before he can stare longer, the teacher waves them over. Stick together, everyone. I will get you your training uniforms, then we are heading straight to the dorms to get settled. Moments later, they stop in front of a huge building. The teacher points. This is the male dormitory right here. Head to your rooms, rest up, and change into those new uniforms. Someone will be by soon to announce the entrance exam times. Tabak nods respectfully. Thank you, ma'am. He wheels his bag down the hall, pondering some deep philosophy about this whole fighter lifestyle. The path of a true warrior always starts with understanding the value of resources. He stops in front of door 303 and gives a little nod. Finally here. This is the spot. But the second he swings the door open, he finds 3 guys already inside talking a mile a minute. A redhead is holding a quart showing off a tiny vial. My old man just scored 3 drops of ultra-rare beast blood at Jade Mountain. He had a master alchemist turn them into top-tier pills for body tempering. This stuff is crazy rare. The guy with the ponytail is losing it. Whoa, is that actually the color of beast blood? I have never seen it before. The bald kid chimes in. My family bought me some blood powder once, but I have never laid eyes on the real deal like this. Watching the glowing vial sparkle in the redhead's hand, Tabak walks in with a friendly grin to introduce himself. Hey everyone, I am Tabak. Guess I am your new roommate for room 303. The redhead looks up and beams. Tabak. Awesome. Looks like the squad is finally all here. I am Hanjia Kwong. The room fills with energy. Hanjia Kwong starts introducing everyone. Ponytail guy speaks. I am Daojia Tuan. Bald kid flashes a peace sign. I am Fan Seo An. Tabak nods. Nice to meet you guys. Looking forward to it? Breaking the ice. Hanjia Kwong waves a hand. No need for formalities, we are roommates now. Basically brothers under one roof. Tabak, check this out. My dad just got me some rare beast blood. He brags looking proud. He had to pull a lot of strings. Putting his bag away, Tabak listens closely. He finally managed to snag this stuff at Jade Mountain. Too bad there were only 3 drops. Tabak freezes. His eyes narrow with suspicion. Jade Mountain. 3 drops. No way it is a coincidence. Is that the blood I just sold? He turns and asks, trying to act casual. Stuff like that must be insanely expensive, right? The redhead shrugs, trying to act like a humble big shot. Not really. Each drop was a little over 30,000 credits. So 3 drops cost less than 100,000. No big deal. Hearing the phrase no big deal makes Tabak's face go dark. Veins start popping out on his forehead. His eyes turn red as he screams internally with pure, unadulterated rage. That lying old scammer. I sold it for 30,000 total, and he flips it for 10 times that absolute bottom feeder trash. But his anger is cut short. Dao Jiatuan suddenly shrieks, waving everyone over to the window. Look. There's a total 10 out of 10 standing in the lobby down there. Fan Seo An leans out, practically drooling. For this year's campus beauty pageant, she is definitely getting all my votes. The 3 of them are glued to the glass. Hanjia Kwong sighs. Look at that physique. Those legs go on for days. She is my absolute goddess. Down in the courtyard, a grumpy, overweight dorm manager stops the girl. Hey kid, this is the guys' dorm. Who are you looking for? Up on the 3rd floor, the boys are entranced. Dao Jiatuan sighs. Stunning. This university really has the best quality. She is the campus queen for sure. Fan Seo An stammers. Man, she is drop-dead gorgeous. Hanjia Kwong scratches his chin. Wonder what lucky guy this goddess is here to see. Under the bright sun, Lam Nghien Nhien stands out in her tight workout gear, showing off every curve. She smiles politely and replies, I am looking for Tabak. Behind her, 2 guys walking by literally have hearts in their eyes. Hearing the name, the manager threw her hands on her hips and screamed at the building with everything she had. Tabak. Which one of you is Tabak? Get your butt down here now. There's a gorgeous girl waiting for you. Up in room 3033, heads snapped around in total shock. What the heck, Tabak? Meanwhile, our main man calmly opened the door, waved, and tossed out a casual remark. I am heading down for a little bit. As the door shut, the 3 guys just stared at each other like total idiots. Hanjia Kwong started whimpering. She came for Tabak, Fan Seo An muttered in despair. No way. This makes 0 sense. Daojia Tuan was sweating bullets. Tabak, my brother, you have been hiding some serious moves from us. Back in the dorm lobby, Tabak stepped out looking sharp in his gold and black uniform. Lam Nghien Nhien flashed a huge grin and tilted her head. Tabak, you look pretty handsome in that uniform. Tabak just rubbed his hair like a dork. Seriously? Without a word, she stepped in close and reached up to fix his collar, saying softly, Yeah, it actually makes you look even more handsome. Tabak turned bright red, his heart thumping in his chest from the awkwardness. Man, this romantic scene hit the guys upstairs like a nuclear blast. Tao Jiatuan practically climbed out the window, grit his teeth, and screamed. Oh my god, the school bell is actually fixing Tabak's collar right now? Hanjia Kwong was losing it, pulling at his hair. What is even happening? Who the heck is Tabak? Please stay away from my goddess. Fan Seo An bit his shirt, sobbing. I think their hands just touched. Ignoring the death stares from the windows, Lam Nghien Nhien stepped back, sounding a bit hesitant. By the way, Tabak, about your automatic admission. You aren't mad at me, are you? Tabak shook his head slightly. Oh, not at all. Even though I planned on taking the entrance exam myself. He flashed a warm smile and reached out to gently pat her fluffy red hair. I know you were just looking out for me. Either way, thank you. Caught off guard by the head pat, she looked down shyly. Why are you thanking me? I was worried your pride would be hurt. Tabak just laughed. How could that ever happen? Suddenly, she shoved a paper bag into his hands and spoke quickly. Anyway, the exam is the day after tomorrow. I got some cultivation pills ready for you. Tabak awkwardly tried to push it back. You already got me the admission spot. You should keep this stuff for yourself. But the stubborn girl wasn't taking it back. Lam Nghien Nhien turned and ran off, waving back at him with a bright, radiant smile. Tabak, I gotta go see you tomorrow. Watching her run off, he smiled and whispered, What a goof. While he was feeling the romance, the entire guy's dorm was literally exploding with rage. Dark shadows poked their heads out of the windows, screaming in fury. Who the heck does that kid think he is? Did he seriously just touch her hair? Someone find out who he is right now. You think you can just steal my goddess? You got a death wish. Tabak walked into room 303 and jumped when he saw his 3 roommates waiting with creepy fake smiles. Tao Gia started rubbing his hands together. Brother Tao, about that girl earlier. Han Jia Kwang quickly pulled out a chair. Tabak, come sit down, buddy. Tabak started sweating. This vibe shift was weird. Now they were calling him Brother Tao. Forced into the chair, Tao Gia started massaging his shoulders, while Fan Xiao An knelt down to rub his legs. Tao Gia grilled him. A goddess? Which one? Han Jia Kwang stood there with a goofy grin. Man, you're being way too humble. That total babe came all this way just to find you. Tabak broke a sweat trying to explain. Look, it is a misunderstanding. We were just classmates in high school. Hearing the word classmate, Han Jia Kwang's eyes lit up like Christmas. He threw an arm around Tabak's shoulder and gave him a heavy wink. Tabak, we are roommates now. We are practically family. Since you and the goddess are so close, it should be easy for her to introduce us to some of her cute friends, right? Tabak scratched his head, feeling awkward. Well, before he could even say no, Han Jia Kwang beat his chest and made a loud announcement. All right, Brother Tabak. Since today is our first day together, we're going out tonight for one massive, epic feast. We can talk business while we eat. All 3 cheered and rushed for the door. It is a plan. Let's get dressed. Tao Gia turned back with a final word. Big bro Tabak, you just relax. We'll head out and grab a table first. Before Tabak could even open his mouth, the 3 of them had bolted into the hallway. He shook his head and laughed. These guys are actually pretty entertaining. He turned his focus to the little paper bag to see what kind of magical pills Nghien Nhien had actually given him. From inside his bag, the little turtle Xiaoba poked his head out, acting all curious. Tabak lifted him onto his shoulder. Right, you should probably get some fresh air, too. Opening the bag, Tabak's eyes widened at the sight of a glass bottle filled with red liquid. Whoa, it is blood energy powder, Xiaoba. Looks like you are eating like a king today. Holding the bottle, a totally villainous smirk spread across Tabak's face. He leaned in close to the turtle, his voice dripping with schemes. Hey, little ba. You know what to do once you have finished this blood energy powder, right? Little Ba jumped dripping sweat, but his eyes sparkled with pure greed. The scene shifts to evening right outside the most expensive restaurant in town. Staring at the flashy, futuristic building, Subai hesitated for a second. Is coming to a place this fancy a bit too much for a bodyguard? Han Jishuang waved him off like a boss. Subai, eat whatever you want tonight. I have got the tab. Inside the crystal-lit VIP room, Han Jia Kwang raised his glass. He spoke loudly. Getting into martial arts university and meeting guys like you, especially a genius like Subai, is a total win for me. I'm so lucky, let me finish this glass first. The crew cheered and slammed their drinks back too. Subai gestured for everyone to sit back down. We are roommates now, so no need for all that formal stuff. After a few rounds of drinks, Subai got straight to the point with Jia Kwang. I went to high school with Lin Yan Ran, so asking her to hook you guys up with her friends shouldn't be a problem. We can talk about that later. Subai lowered his voice, looking dead serious. Jia Kwang, I actually need a favor from you. Han Jiakong pounded his chest. Brother Subai, just say it. I am on it. Subai casually placed a glowing red jar on the table. It is nothing too crazy. I just have some rare beast blood and need your help finding a buyer. Dao Jiatuan and Fan Chao An froze mid-chew, their eyes popping out of their heads. Their cheeks were stuffed like hamsters as they nearly choked. Han Jia Kwang grabbed the jar, inspecting it closely while breaking into a cold sweat. Subai, this monster blood is on a whole different level than the stuff I brought home earlier. Dao Jiatuan swallowed hard and stuttered in agreement. I have never seen quality like this before. He was buzzing, realizing they were sitting on a literal gold mine. Han Jia Kwang scrambled for his phone. Brother Subai, this is too rare. I'm not even qualified to put a price on this. Let me call my dad to check this out right now. Subai leaned back, casually eating his food. Sure, no rush. Make the call. Let us just finish eating first. As soon as the line picked up, a booming, angry voice shouted from the other end. Little Kyong, did you blow through your allowance again? I sent you to martial arts school to become a legendary warrior, not to hang out and drink with your buddies all day. Han Jia Kwang stuttered. Dad, just listen for a second. I am not asking for money. I have got a serious business deal here. Hearing the word business, his father narrowed his eyes and took a long drag of his cigar. Jia Kwang talked fast. My roommate has 7 drops of rare monster blood for sale. The quality is way better than the 3 drops you just bought me, and I cannot price it. His father's mood flipped 180 degrees as he screamed into the phone. Wait, what? Better quality, and you said there are 7 drops. Are you absolutely sure about that? Jia Kwang puffed out his chest. If you do not believe me, come see for yourself, his father snapped. Send the address. I'm bringing Master Tao right now. You got it. An hour later, the VIP room was dead silent until a shocked gasp broke the quiet atmosphere. This is top tier, pure excellence. Master Tao, a wise old guy in glasses, held a light to the blood. His hands were shaking with pure excitement. The energy inside these drops is easily the most concentrated and pure I have ever witnessed in standard monster blood. He turned to the father and nodded. With these 7 drops, I can definitely craft at least one top-tier body-tempering pill. The father still could not believe it. Master Tao, are you sure? Is that not a bit of an exaggeration? Master Tao laughed confidently and waved him off. Not a chance. Even with the most advanced testing equipment, the essence of this blood might be worth even more than my highest estimate. While the old men were obsessing over the treasure, Subai just relaxed, swirling his red wine like a total boss. Han Jiaquang wiped sweat from his forehead. Holy crap, Subai. I had no idea your monster blood was this insane. Getting back into his professional dealer mindset, the father stepped closer and asked in a low voice, Young man, how much are you looking to get for this monster blood? Subai smiled, ready to haggle. Uncle Han, Master Tao, a friend, told me this rare blood cannot be sold for cash, only for an equal value of blood energy powder. The father rubbed his chin and nodded. Oh, I see. He thought for a second before making a generous offer. Since you and my son are classmates, I will make sure you get a fair deal as your elder. He held up his hand for the final price. I will take all 7 drops and give you 14 jars of powder. Sound good? Subai was thrilled but kept a poker face. Deal. Thanks, Uncle Han. The deal was inked, and a greedy smirk stretched across Papa Han's face. He drawled out his words while Mr. Jiang spread his arms wide, basically rolling out the red carpet. Tabak, my boy, how would you feel about joining the Han family? In the future, we can provide every resource you need for your cultivation and more. But remember, free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. Tabak quickly waved his hands, declining politely. I really appreciate the offer, Mr. Han, but I'm just not interested in joining a clan right now. Papa Han stepped closer, trying to salvage the situation. Tabak, think about it. Our family is. Suddenly a voice cut him off. Tabak already spoke. Everyone in the VIP room jumped heads, spinning toward the door in total shock. A clear, powerful female voice echoed. He said he does not want to join the Han family. The doors burst open as a long-legged beauty walked in like a queen. Yanran, in a skin-tight outfit that turned heads, scanned the room with icy eyes. She declared firmly that no one has the right to force him into joining any family. The air in the room got heavy under her overwhelming presence. She tilted her chin, her voice cold and sharp. Didn't you hear him seeing a familiar face? Tabak started breaking into a cold sweat. Yanran, what are you doing here? His 3 roommates huddled in a corner whispering. Is that actually the goddess Yanran? How did she get here? Yanran winked and answered softly. I was just passing by on some business. Didn't expect to run into you guys. Getting lectured by the little brat made Papa Han's blood boil. He looked visibly annoyed. Where did this little girl come from? But Master Tao, standing behind him, broke into a cold sweat. He whispered into Han's ear. Boss, this girl is hearing her true identity. Han's face went white as a ghost. Wait, she is actually who Papa Han's attitude flipped faster than a pancake. He immediately laughed it off, putting a friendly arm around Tubak to save face. Haha, it was all a big misunderstanding. Tubak and my son are classmates. They are practically best brothers. Ignoring his awkward acting, Yanran turned to Tubak and gave him a warm, genuine smile. Tubak, you heading back to campus? Let's go together. Tabak nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. Sure thing, I just wrapped up my business deal anyway. Walking out arm in arm with the beauty, Tabak gave a polite wave back. Later, Mr. Han? Jia Kwang. I'll catch you back at the dorm. Jia Kwang just stood there waving like a zombie. All right, Tabak, get back safe. Seeing his dream girl leaving with his roommate Jia Kwang, scrambled to catch up with them. Goddess, wait for me, I have to get back to school too. Whack. Papa Han grabbed his son's collar and yanked him back, yelling, Get your head in the game and get back here. The dad's face turned serious like he was passing down a sacred decree. Listen, from now on, you stay on Tabak's good side. The entire future of the Han family might just depend on you. Jia Kwang was clueless. His dad gritted his teeth and added, and most importantly, keep a very safe distance. He hissed every word. Keep a polite distance from that Yanran girl. Do you hear me? Outside the window, night began to fall over the city. Jia Kwang stared at the glowing neon sign, still in shock. Dad, do Bak and Yanran really have such a crazy background? How did I miss that? 2 days later at the Martial Arts University training grounds. Under a clear blue sky, thousands of new freshmen lined up in perfect neat rows. The speakers blared announcing that over the next few days, you will all participate in a special freshman training camp. And the location for this session is the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. As soon as the words dropped, the rookies went pale and started whispering. Are we really going to that battlefield for training? Isn't that just a death sentence? The head coach folded his hands behind his back, calmly reassuring them. That is right, surviving the training is easy, but losing your life out there. Now that is the real challenge. However, don't panic. Our side has already cleared the training zone. He emphasized his next point. And we will be responsible for your safety. To wrap up the meeting, the head coach laid down the law. From here on, every 50 students will form one class. Each class will have a bronze-level teacher in charge. They will be the ones assigning your training missions. He hit his chest and shouted out a blessing. On behalf of the school, I wish you all a safe return. Back on the field, Yanran looked around and gasped. Tabak, we're in the same class. Behind them, his three roommates were practically howling with joy at the news. Jia Kwang clenched his fists. It is the goddess. It is actually Yanran. Man being in her class makes me want to cry happy tears. Tabak sweated, thinking, is this really a coincidence? Or did someone set this up on purpose? Just then, a loud, sultry female voice cut through the noise. Class 8, fall in. Striding toward them from a distance is a smoking hot coach with fiery red hair and a killer attitude. She plants her hands on her hips and confidently says, I am Liu Yuxin, your special instructor. The boys immediately get massive nosebleeds as their eyes turn into literal hearts. Fan Xiao-an covers his face and swoons, saying, oh my god, she is absolutely gorgeous. Liu Yuxin keeps that mysterious, wicked smile on her face while speaking softly. I will be the one personally assigning every single mission during this training. And your first task is everyone holds their breath for something epic, but Liu Yuxin's smile suddenly turns dangerous as she drops a major bomb. Write your wills. Hearing the word will, the whole group drops their jaws, faces turning pale as ghosts. Fan Xiao-an stutters with a shaking voice. What a will beside him, Dao Jiatuan is also breaking out in a cold, soaking sweat, ignoring the utter panic of these wet behind-the-ears students. Liu Yuxin casually walks away, waving her hand as she gives the order. You have exactly 1 day to write your wills. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone gather at the teleportation square. The trip to the battlefield of 10,000 races starts on time, so do not be late. The rookies grab their heads and start sobbing. Is this really a life or death situation, man? I have not even carried on the family line yet. I need to go write my will right now. There are still so many things I have not said. While everyone rushes off to prepare for the end, Lin Yanran walks up to Subai and asks Subai, what are your plans? He shrugs and gives a chill reply. I do not have much to prepare, so I'm just heading straight back to the dorm. They both wave goodbye as Yanran flashes a smile. All right then, I will see you tomorrow. Subai nods and watches her leave, while the students around him are still running around screaming their heads off. Going to the battlefield tomorrow. Man, there are way too many things to worry about. That evening at the men's dorm, the three roommates are hanging out and getting ready to go out and blow off some steam. Dao Jiatuan turns to invite him. Hey Su, we are heading to the battlefield tomorrow anyway. Let's go out tonight and have a real blast while we still can. You coming with us? Subai politely declines, staying parked in his swivel chair right in front of the computer desk. I have some important stuff to take care of, so you guys go have fun and relax. He smiles and adds, if you need me to pick up anything, just call me and I will go grab it. All right, it is a deal then. Before leaving, Han Jiakong stops and squats down to tease the little turtle munching on some food. Hey Su, this turtle of yours is actually pretty cool. Its shell feels super solid. He taps on Xiaoba's back and gives it a compliment. You really are a cute little glutton? Subai spins his chair around and smiles with pride. Yeah, this is my pet, Xiaoba. He definitely has the soul of a foodie. The three roommates head out together, leaving Subai alone in the room. Dao Jiatuan waves as they leave. We're heading out, Subai waves back, telling them to have a good time. With only him and the turtle left, Subai locks the door, and that sneaky smile returns to his face. He pulls out several bottles of glowing red blood powder and shoves them in front of the gluttonous Xiaoba. You're always thinking about eating. But today, I'm going to let you eat until you explode. When we finally get to that battlefield, you better show me what you are really made of. Xiaoba happily opens his mouth wide and chugs down the glowing red energy liquid. And just like that, the expensive investment pays off as the system lets out a loud ringing chime. Congratulations, your pet turtle has evolved into a high-level mortal. The host level has also been increased. The little turtle has gained a new talent, 1,000-pound strike. Xiaoba's stat board lights up, making the whole room glow. Physique 64? Defense 78? Agility 20 and Spirit 20? Talent 1. Shell defense. Increases his defense by 300% when hiding, but he cannot move. Talent 2. Skin defense. Spend stamina to increase your defense by 50 to 100%. Talent 3,000-pound strike. Triggered by spending stamina to boost attack power by 100 to 200%. The more stamina used, the more devastating the hit. Xiaoba now looks significantly bigger and more muscular, radiating a powerful and majestic green light. Following that, Subai's stats also skyrocket based on the inheritance from his pet. Host Subai, Class Beast Master, level. High-level mortal age, 18 physique, 28. Base, 15 plus 13 inherited from pet agility, 19. Base 15 plus 4 from pet spirit, 34 base 30 plus 4 inherited. Tamed beast, mortal level little turtle. Current attribute inheritance rate is 20% and will increase to 30% at the next bronze level. Possesses talent 1 infinite evolution of the pet. The host benefits from a portion of the pet's attributes and talents. Talent 2, shell defense consumes stamina to increase defense by 50 to 100%. And talent 3, heavy strike, is activated by spending stamina to enhance attack power by 100 to 200%. Feeling the raw power surging through his body, Subai clenches his fists, feeling absolutely electrified. That blood powder is seriously a miracle drug. Xiaoba leveled up again, and this stat boost is absolutely insane. He leans down to look at the pumped-up turtle and gives its shell a firm slap. Great job, Xiaoba. Tomorrow at the battlefield of 10,000 races, we're going all in. You ready? Xiaoba lets out a powerful roar in response. Next morning at the transport plaza, a legendary spectacle unfolds before thousands of wide-eyed freshmen. 3 massive teleportation gates with glowing blue cores are spinning wildly in the center of the stadium. Trainers salute the commanders and head instructor, reporting that every single student is now fully assembled and geared up for battle. The commander nods, giving the order to fire up portal number 1. Man, those kids are standing there with jaws dropping at that beast of a machine. Han Jiaquang gulps. And only a place like Martial Arts University has tech this insane. Before heading into the fray, Lam Nghien Nhien grabs Tobak's shoulder with a look of pure worry. Tobak, listen. Once we hit the battlefield, you better watch your back. The guy just grins, looking as confident as the sun. Relax, we are coming back in one piece. She nods. Right, good luck out there. Everyone takes a deep breath and steps into the blue light. Brace yourselves, jumping now. Go. The light flashes and the whole world starts spinning like crazy. The students open their eyes and gasp. Whoa, we actually made it here. Everything is gray now. The air stinks like smoke and gunpowder. A massive fortress sits right on the front lines, packed with steel walls and warships flying overhead. The rookies start cheering like they are on vacation. This base is straight up fire. Ha ha! While the newbies are buzzing, Lao Wuhan steps up and snaps at them. Shut it now. She looks at the officer in uniform next to her and lowers her voice, apologizing to Vice Commander Lai Dao and asking him to please excuse their behavior. They're just kids, fresh meat, who have not seen anything. The guy walks over, radiating pure intimidation that silences the crowd. A nasty scar runs right across his forehead and his eyes are sharp as razors as he announces, I am the Vice Commander of Base F-269. You kids can just call me Vice Commander, or just call me Boss. He spits the words out, letting his overwhelming aura crush the students. Down here, I do not care if you're a student or a damn instructor. On my turf, you follow my orders. Is that clear? Everyone shouts their agreement, not a soul daring to speak up. Standing in line, Han Jiaquang rolls his eyes and whispers to Tobak, asking, what is so special about just being a vice commander since the guy acts like a king? Tobak spots the scar and tells his buddy to pipe down immediately. Look at that scar, man. He is a stone-cold killer. Do not mess with him. Lai Dao scans the fresh faces and lets out a cold smirk. Lucky for you, my squad just finished a sweep. He points at the ruins. Your first job is to clean up this mess. While cleaning, you will have to hunt down any shadow cats hiding in the rubble. It is a perfect mission for a bunch of green rookies like you who have never tasted a real battlefield before. Seeing them turn pale, Li Dao starts explaining how the game works. Kill a cat earn merit points. He taps the screen to show them. You can take those points to logistics and trade them for blood powder or other pills to strengthen your bodies and boost your power. Once they hear about the rewards, the fear from the 3 roommates vanishes instantly. Dao Jiatuan pumps his fist. Now that is what I'm talking about. Let us go. Han Jiaquang laughs along with them. Man, merit points can be traded for pills. No wonder so many people risk their necks coming to this myriad race battlefield. Seeing their fear turn into greed, Lai Dao just smiles. You lot look hungry enough. Move out. Stay on my heels. The freshmen cheer, throwing fists up, totally hyped for battle. Tabak smirks, thinking about all those points. Time to stock up on pills. Xiaoba's going to have a serious feast today. But that hype does not even last 10 minutes before a haunting scene appears right in front of them. They walk past the plaza and see rows of soldiers covered in blood. One guy collapses, swearing. A girl is screaming her arm a bloody mess. Ah, it hurts. The gore hits the rookies hard. One guy can barely speak. Wait, they got wrecked just cleaning up some shadow cats. How in the hell are those things that dangerous? Panic is spreading like a damn virus. One girl is already tearing up. Are these low-level shadow cats really this lethal? Am I even going to make it home alive? Leah Yuxin spins around and snaps at us. Everyone shut up and stay quiet. She glares at the crowd and growls. What do you think the myriad races battlefield is a joke? Since you signed up for martial arts college, you better be ready for death. Snapped back into reality by that harsh, scolding Lin Yanran gives a small, shaky shudder. She leans in close to Subai and whispers nervously. Subai, make sure you stick right by my side out there. I do not want anything bad happening to you. Subai scans the area, his gaze turning sharp and cold. Looks like we got to keep our eyes peeled on this battlefield. Got it. You better watch your own back out there, too. The group stops in front of a massive watchtower as a soldier on guard shouts down a formal report. Reporting, Deputy Commander, we are currently holding the north gate of the camp. Today we successfully took out 35 savage beasts that tried to raid the base. While waiting for the next order, Li Tao nods with a satisfied smirk. Good. Open the gates. Let these rookies finally see what a real battlefield actually looks like. The soldier snaps his boots together. Yes, Deputy Commander. Over the roar of heavy machinery, the soldier bellows for the gates to open. The massive steel doors of Zhangzhou base slowly swing wide, sending clouds of dust billowing out. Before they step out, Liao Yuxin glances at the students and reminds them that being led by Deputy Commander Li Tao himself is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You kids better show off your best stuff. Li Tao turns around his sharp gaze, pinning the rookies right where they stand. You little brats, you all left your last wills and testaments back at the post office right. From this moment on, you're dancing with death every single second. As the gates fly open, they are met with a blazing war zone and the deafening roar of machine guns. Bang, bang. Bullets fill the sky, slamming straight into the pack of shadow cats, charging at them like lunatics. One guy panics and grabs his head. Is this really the battlefield? Dao Jiajun screams out in pure terror. This is brutal. Through the thick smoke, armored tanks spit fire, tearing the monsters' bodies into literal shreds. Two soldiers manning the machine guns glance back at the rookies standing there with their mouths hanging wide open. Seeing Li Tao step out, an officer rushes over and asks in surprise, Deputy Battalion Commander, why are you out here personally? Li Tao waves him off and snaps his orders. Enough talk. Get a squad together and follow me to protect these interns. The officer salutes and confirms. Standing in the temporarily cleared zone, Liao Yuxin holds up her electronic tablet. Listen up and pay attention, everyone. Next, we are heading into Military Zone F-269. It's a forest area where all the beasts have already been wiped out. She tilts her head up. Your mission is to dissect the Shadow Cat corpses and collect their beast cores from the battlefield. Li Tao stands tall in the center of the squad, shouting to the rookies, clumsily clutching their shields. Rookies, are you ready for this? The whole group swallows hard. They gather their courage and shout back in unison, we are ready. Hearing their answer, Li Tao raises a fist high and gives the order. Move out, strike team. Stay close and provide cover as the army marches into the gray wasteland. As they walk, Li Tao chats with Liao Yuxin. Teacher Liao, do not worry. Cleaning up the battlefield is not dangerous at all. If we threw these rookies into a real fight, we would just be hand-feeding them to the enemy like snacks. We definitely do not want that. Ha ha ha. One officer asks curiously, why are you personally leading the security detail anyway? Deputy Battalion Commander Li Tao glares at him. You are talking way too much. Do not ask things you should not be asking. The officer quickly apologizes. Yes, sir. Sorry for bothering you, Deputy Battalion Commander Li Tao. Li Tao softens his voice, but still sounds incredibly proud. It is no trouble. These rookies from Military University are the future elite warriors of this battlefield. Protecting them is my duty. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, at the Supreme Military Command Center of the Long Country, among the cold, snowy skyscrapers, an intelligence officer rushes into the operations room to report to the Chief of Staff. We have an emergency. The Chief of Staff turns around and speaks with a cold voice. The officer keeps his eyes glued to the tactical map covered in glowing red dots. Urgent report. According to the latest intel from the Myriad Races battlefield, a massive wave of beasts just breached our lines. 12 powerful gold-level Shadow Cats have joined the attack. Their targets are 12 military bases in the southwest border, including D-128 and D-140. The Chief of Staff frowns, veins popping from the sheer stress. Track their movement immediately and order all frontline military bases to bolster their defenses right now. He slams the table and growls. Right now, freshmen from the martial arts colleges are out there for their training. They are the future of our nation. We absolutely cannot afford to lose any of them. The officer salutes. Yes, sir. Back at Military Zone F-269, the forest is choked with monster corpses. Li Tao waves them on. Clear the battlefield, move it. Staying here for even one more minute is way too dangerous. Another wave of students heads out for their missions. Tabak expertly carves up a Shadow Cat. Lam Nghien Nhien chimes in, reminding him that Shadow Cat fur meat and claws are all prime materials for making better weapons and potions. Tabak smirks to himself. No wonder people are desperate enough to risk their lives in this hellhole. Rare loot is everywhere. Looks like Tuba is going to have a feast tonight. Behind him, Dao Jiatuan cheers, shouting about finding another beast core. We are going to be rich. Tabak just swipes his system screen, stashing everything away. He grins. He just needs to trade these cores for blood powder so Tuba can finally level up again. But the smile fades fast. A bright red warning pops up in his head, the system alarm screaming. Warning, extreme danger incoming. 164 Shadow Cats are closing in fast. A threat was detected 3 kilometers southwest in the woods. Hosts stay alert. The danger level is extreme. The danger, 5 stars. Total lethality. Now it is 4 stars. He gasps, completely panicked by the danger warning. Cold sweat drips down his neck. The last warning for that junior soldier was only at the basic level. Now it is a 5-star death threat. Lam Nghien Nhien walks over looking worried. Tabak, you okay? Without saying a word, Tabak turns tail and sprints toward the group of teachers nearby. Pointing at the misty woods, he screams that there is an emergency. Lu Wuhan, who is leaning against a tree smoking, jumps down instantly. Tabak gasps, looking southwest. I can feel a huge pack of beasts charging right at us. Lu Wuhan frowns. She quickly scales the tallest tree, shielding her eyes as she scans the southwest horizon for danger. But all she sees is a silent forest. No movement, not a single sound from the trees. Everything is eerily quiet. Jumping back down to the ground, Lu Wuhan shoots Tabak an angry glare. Tabak, this is a battlefield, not a playground. This is no place for your stupid jokes. She points to the murmuring students. Do you realize how bad it is to start a panic like this? Tabak clenches his fists, his eyes steady. Teacher Lu, I'm not joking. There's a massive pack coming. Li Dao steps forward, crossing his arms with an overwhelming, intimidating presence. You are. Tabak. Right, you say, you feel an attack, but I can personally guarantee there is nothing within 2 kilometers. Tabak begs him to listen. Deputy, I am serious. There are hundreds of shadow cats 3 kilometers out, and they are heading straight for us. Li Dao smirks, his eyes full of contempt. Oh, so you think your senses are better than mine? Lu Wuhan steps in to keep the peace. Deputy Tabak is probably just stressed out and imagining things since it is his first time on the battlefield. Do not be too hard on him. Lam Nghien Nhien bravely steps up to block for Tabak. She stares at Liet Dao, saying no one should judge him until we know the truth. I believe Tabak. Liet Dao stays silent, but he scowls with clear annoyance. Time is running out. Tabak thumps his chest to prove his point. They're getting closer. Please believe me. Truth is, I am a Beast Tamer with a special ability to sense danger. Lu Wuhan's eyes widen. What? You have a special ability? Then why in the world was it not registered in your official school records? Tabak tries to explain. I was scouted for Martial Arts University, so the school did not have time to register it. The students start buzzing with rumors. Wait, Tabak is a special ability user? Dao Jiatuan whispers to himself. Tabak is really a Beast Tamer. How come I have never seen him with a pet before? But just then, a bloodthirsty roar rips right through the thick fog. The rookies start screaming in a total panic. It is the Shadow Cats. Tabak was right. Liet Dao draws his weapon, spinning around with a loud shout. Everyone listen up. Get over here and set up a defensive formation now. The students drop their gear and scramble back. Move it, move it! Liet Dao barks into his radio. Comms get the base on the line and request backup immediately. A moment later, the comms officer reports back, sounding totally hopeless. Deputy, we just got word from the base. They have signals for a massive beast wave surrounding them, too. They cannot send us any reinforcements. Lu Wuhan's face goes pale with absolute terror. Let Dao, are there really hundreds of them? Without backup, these students are sitting ducks. Liet Dao pulls his heavy greatsword from its sheath. He grits his teeth. Tabak's intuition was dead on. Right now, even I can feel a massive pack of monsters rushing toward us at high speed, with death knocking at the door. Liet Dao snaps at his deputy with urgent orders. The commander sends 4 soldiers to move right now and shield these 2 college students with absolutely everything they have got. The deputy salutes loud and clear, but Tabak grips his dagger tight, standing in front of Yin Yin. I can fight. I do not need your protection, he snarls. Right after he finishes, a bone-chilling screech rips through the trees above them. Sounding absolutely terrifying, a fierce beast dives down like a lethal green arrow from the canopy. The system window flashes Shadowcat Bronze Level 1. The bloodbath is officially on. As the first Shadowcat lands, Liet Dao roars his orders. Counterattack, counterattack! The guards immediately raise their guns, spraying bright muzzle flashes into the swarm of beasts. Lu Wuhan screams, keep those students safe, but the pack is too large and aggressive. One cat rips a soldier's throat out instantly, while another shreds someone else into nothing. Liet Dao fights back, growling that these are not just kittens. They're way more vicious than tigers or leopards. He fires his laser gun, wiping out a row of shadow cats. He grits his teeth and yells to hold the line. If we can just hold off this first wave of shadow cats, we will definitely find a way to take them down. Standing in front of the trembling kids, Liet Dao turns back with fire in his eyes. Martial Arts University students, do you remember your oath? He bellows a warning. Watch out. His heroic words act like a massive shot of adrenaline for everyone's spirit. The students shout their oath in unison as their bodies begin to glow with a brilliant gold energy. With our own hearts and bodies, we will build an unbreakable wall for the great dragon nation. A surge of brilliant blue energy blasts from the formation, creating a solid shield that stops the monster's first charge. The students' entire defensive line glows bright as they stand ready to meet the enemy head-on and fight. Not wanting to be outdone, the 2 top elite students rush the front line. Trungman Ni a bronze. Level 1 archer screams for them to hold the line so she can pierce them. Meanwhile, Lok Dongkung, also bronze level 1. A big guy with insane natural strength roars. They're just little kittens. Why be afraid? I'm going to crush this whole pack. Seeing her best students perform, Lu Vu Hun draws her blades and smirks with pride at her archer, Man Ni, and the powerhouse Dung Kung, who has that insane natural strength. The freshmen this year are seriously no joke. In the crowd, Tobak glances at the two stars. Their power is cool, but his weapon is just, well, this. Han Kung stands nearby with starstruck eyes. Is that my goddess Man Ni? Her power is insane. Dao Jiatuan is also impressed, saying that Big Guy's strength is seriously respectable. Big Brother To, their power is unbelievable, right? It feels like they are several levels ahead of the rest of us. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoes through the forest, making everyone cover their ears. What the hell is that sound? Cover your ears now! From the dark shadows of the woods, a massive silhouette emerges surrounded by dancing flickers of green lightning. A pure white beast steps out, its fur standing up like sharp needles. Its eyes glow with a cold, murderous blue light. The system panel pops up. Shadow Cat King mid-silver rank. Stamina 45, Agility 88, Spirit 43. Li Dao chokes a small cat, his face pale with terror. How the hell did a silver rank Cat King show up here? He screams at the comms officer to call the base and demand immediate backup right now. But the two elites are way too cocky. Lok Dung Kung charges with his heavy sword. A Shadow Cat King. Take a taste of this. Trung Ni draws her bow, saying she will distract it with cover fire. Seeing the reckless move, Lu Vu Hun panics and yells, "Careful, get back. This is a silver rank beast, do not underestimate it." But it's too late. The Cat King just lazily swipes a claw. It creates a razor-sharp gust of wind, and Trung Ni is sent flying away like a broken kite hitting the ground hard. She is totally out cold. Liet Dao and Lu Vu Hun both scream out in pure horror. "Oh no, back up," Liet Dao barks out a desperate order. "We are out of time, machine gunners open fire now." But the monster is too fast. It looms over Lok Dung Kung, who is kneeling and shaking. He can only stammer, "Save me." In the middle of the crisis, a beam of light slams into the cat, blasting it away. Boom! A giant shadow drops from the sky, causing a small explosion right next to the monster. What on earth is that? Lu Vu Hun squints through the smoke and dust, stuttering. "I think it is a turtle." Han Kung's jaw drops. What isn't that big bully, Tobak's pet? After a messy landing, Tobak brushes some dust off his shoes and mumbles, "Just as I thought." This entrance was still a little awkward. He stands up straight. He puts his sword and shield on his shoulder, declaring with total confidence, "I am Tobak the Beast Tamer, and Little Boss is my pet. You guys handle the small fries. This Cat King, he is all mine." His sudden arrival with that turtle leaves the entire battlefield in a state of absolute shocked silence. Fan Xiaoan asked, totally stunned. Seriously, this turtle is that legit? Han Jiaquang couldn't believe his eyes. "No way the Cat King got tossed by a turtle," Lam Nghien Nhien whispered in total shock. "Is that beast really Tabak's pet?" Up on the front lines, Tabak pointed at the Cat King and barked out, "Xiaoba, show this stray who's boss." The turtle took off like a literal bolt of lightning, leaving nothing but a neon green streak behind. The students behind him just stood there, jaws on the floor. God, how is Tubok's turtle that fast? Is that thing even a turtle? From the back, Liet Dao and Lu Vu Han watched the fight. Liet Dao muttered, "Incredible. Tabak actually has that kind of power." Lu Vu Han couldn't hide her shock either. "Yeah, I didn't see that coming. Tabak's monster is definitely on another level." Once their heavy hitter joined the fray, Lu Vu Han turned back and yelled to the frozen students, "Everyone, Tabak has the Cat King's attention. Now move in and wipe out the rest of these spirit cats." Midst the smoke and fire, soldiers kept firing, yelling they would tear those monsters apart. The crew swung their blades while the team unloaded their mags. Just then, a massive white beast with glowing blue stripes emerged. Its claws flared with blue energy, terrifying everyone nearby. A wind-cutting slash ripped through the air toward them. The sound of metal slamming against claws rang out over and over. In that split second, the beast went for a lethal strike. But Xiaoba intercepted it, hiding behind his shell. The monster's roar echoed through the entire area. Watching this impossible scene, a soldier's eyes went wide as sweat poured down his face. A mortal rank beast blocked a killing blow from a silver rank Cat King. What kind of insane defense is that? Li Dao barked, "This isn't the time to stand around with your mouths open." While Xiaoba kept the king busy, Liet Dao screamed to the team to back him up so he could finish it. Tabak realized the weakness was in its belly. Right then, the captain flew forward, ready to deliver the final blow. Liet Dao swung his flaming sword, shouting, "Get ready to die, monster." He brought the blade straight down on the giant's body. But the beast was way too fast. It whipped its long tail around, knocking Liet Dao's strike completely off course. "Missed by a hair, damn it. Not backing down," Liet Dao roared, pouring everything into his sword for one last do-or-die attempt. Then Tabak started yelling, "Xiaoba, use your ultimate." The turtle immediately tucked inside and started glowing with a brilliant green light. The squad looked on, confused. An ultimate move. Why is that turtle spinning like a top? Tabak jumped ready for a kick. Its belly is the weak spot. The kick landed perfectly. Xiaoba shot forward like a cannonball, slamming right into the Cat King's stomach. A massive blast of green energy exploded, tearing right through the monster's armor. Blood sprayed everywhere as the Cat King shrieked in agony. Tabak shouted, "Got the weak spot! Let's see you survive that!" Red blood geysered out as the beast let out one final soul-crushing roar. Its life force faded fast and the massive body collapsed onto the dirt. Xiaoba stood tall on the battlefield, the Cat King's body lying motionless. As things calmed down, Liet Dao stared at the corpse, still in shock. We actually won. Suddenly, Lam Nghien Nhien ran up and hugged Tabak, her eyes welling with tears. Tabak, you were incredible. You actually took down a silver-ranked Cat King. Tabak just scratched his head, looking totally clueless. Oh, is the fight over? The whole squad swarmed him with praise while the little turtle crawled over the dead monster. One guy gasped, "You're the man? Where did you get such a tanky turtle? I need one of those in my life." But in the middle of the hero moment, Xiaoba was low-key trying to swallow a gold crystal before Tabak caught him. "Xiaoba, what are you trying to snack on now? Get your butt back over here right now." Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in and ghostly shadows filled the sky, making everyone's faces turn pale. What is that in the air? This is bad. The Cat King's final roar was actually a signal to summon its pack. Is something even scarier coming over at base command? The radar system started flashing red and beeping like crazy, based on the energy wave analysis from the front lines. Base F-269 just detected a massive swarm of high-threat, unknown monsters. The commander sounded totally panicked. What? Are you saying Hulin's daughter is with that group of interns? A powerful, rugged man marched into the command room. That's right, I need the center to send backup immediately. The officer replied, "Fine, I'll send a scout company to escort you to the battlefield right now. You'll Mr. on Uyin." But he just brushed them off coldly. "Forget it, I cannot wait, I'm going myself." He threw back a sharp glare and issued a command. "I want your reinforcements on that battlefield in exactly 20 minutes. The commander was sweating buckets as he heard the order. 20 minutes? How is that even possible? I will call it in now." The aide grabbed the phone hand, shaking with pure terror. "We are in deep trouble now. If Holan loses his mind, not a single soul in Jiangchao will survive his terrifying wrath." Back on the front lines, from a darkness thick with pure evil, a massive shadow with the glowing red eyes descended, mocking them. "Stupid humans, you low-life species." The entire squad was paralyzed with fear. How is this happening? Can that thing actually speak our language? This just cannot be real. A beast that understands speech must be at least gold rank, and they never show up in this area. Form a defensive line now, get the wounded to the center. Get the wounded to the... Out of the dense woods, a massive wall of darkness rose like giant tentacles, blotting out the entire sky. Those red eyes glared down at the White Cat King's corpse, making a soldier scream in terror. "Look, what is that thing?" Then an evil voice chilled them to the bone. "You inferior pests, how dare you slaughter my own kind?" Pure horror unfolded as the shadow monster unhinged its jaw and swallowed the Cat King's corpse whole. Blood sprayed everywhere, sending the soldiers scrambling back in total terror. Damn it, it is actually eating the Cat King. No way this is impossible. How could a creature like that even show up in this sector? Tabak broke into a cold sweat, his pupils shrinking as the system screen turned blood red, flashing a deadly warning. "Warning, extreme danger, gold rank beast detected nearby. Please evacuate immediately. Threat level is currently set to fatal." 5 stars, extremely dangerous. The shadow beast finally revealed its massive form. With giant bat wings, sharp horns, and rippling muscles, it stepped forward, making everyone's heart stop. It really is a gold rank beast. The scan confirms mutated Shadow Cat King, physical 272, agility 345, spirit 275. Once it takes heavy damage, it enters a state of bloodthirsty berserker rage. Boosts speed and attack by 100%, but cuts defense in half. Combat rating is extreme. Watch out. The formation descended into total chaos. One female soldier collapsed, sobbing in despair. Everyone else lost the will to keep fighting. Wait, what? A gold rank beast? Even our teachers probably haven't faced one of these before. I want to go home. I do not want to die. Still no reinforcements. Ignoring the panic around him, the scarred captain gritted his teeth, gripped his heavy sword, and charged straight forward to meet his fate. "Everyone escort the wounded and fall back. Now I will cover the rear against this monster. I will fight you to the death." But the power gap between them was just too massive. With a lazy swipe of its glowing red claws, the Shadow Cat King sent the captain flying into the air, mocking him. "Is it just you?" Seeing the vice commander get tossed backward like a rag doll, Tabak suddenly hurled his little turtle forward like a professional baseball player. "Tuba, go protect the vice commander." Tuba tore through the air, arriving just as the beast's massive black claws came crashing down. The little turtle bravely used its own rock-hard shell to block the monster's lethal attack. The gold-rank beast froze for a second, its red eyes showing a mix of shock and annoyance at the tiny thing in its way. That turtle has a tough shell, doesn't it? But you cannot underestimate the raw power of a gold rank. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Tuba's bright blue shell began to splinter and fracture. Blood sprayed out, making the captain scream in panic. "Tuba, are you okay? Hang in there." As the shell shattered, Tabak winced from across the field and coughed up a mouthful of blood, terrifying the red-haired warrior beside him. "Tabak, you are hurt." The teacher was visibly shaken. How could he be bleeding? Is this some kind of Beast Master talent? Is that the shared origin skill? No way. Let me check on him. Meanwhile, Tabak's system was flashing red warnings nonstop. Warning, your spirit beast is currently in critical condition. Beastmaster talent activated shared origin. The host and spirit beast now share energy and split all incoming damage. The female warrior helped Tabak sit down, while another soldier noted something strange. Wait, there are 0 external wounds here. Did Tabak actually master that legendary Beastmaster skill, shared origin? "Hey Tabak, how are you holding up?" He gasped for air and forced a smile. "I am fine. I could not just watch my savior die for me." The red-haired warrior drew her gleaming blade, shouting out to rally the entire squad. Tabak is currently tanking the gold-rank cat's hits for his own spirit beast right now. We have to go support him. She is right, we cannot just let him fight this battle all alone. Across the battlefield, the Shadow Cat King just gave them a wicked, condescending smirk. Its ghostly eyes watched the charging crowd like they were just annoying flies. Total ants. With one sudden dash, it became a black shadow tearing through the air. This rabid beast charges straight at the team. A blade of dark energy slices through the air, threatening lives and leaving Wuhan staring in absolute terror with her eyes wide open. Oh no. But that blast just grazes her and heads straight for Tubok instead. Yen Yin quickly shoves Tabak down and screams, "Tabak, get down and be careful." The girl blinks in total shock at what she sees. Tabak slowly looks up, his eyes flashing with a sharp and kingly power while he wears a winning smug smirk on his face. That silver tier Shadow Cat King crystal is finally and completely absorbed now. The system screen is blowing up with notifications about a divine and legendary level up. Xiaoba evolved to a bronze tier spirit turtle, unlocking 10% of his god bloodline and buffing every single stat and talent. Physical 218, defense 362. Talent 1. Turtle Shield creates a barrier and boosts defense by 300%. Talent 2, Soul Possession. This energy cloak boosts attack by 100% and defense by 200%. Talent 3, Gravity. This skill locks onto a target and drags them in using heavy force. A blinding pillar of light explodes suddenly. Little Xiaoba transforms in an instant into a massive golden beast, looking like a divine armored turtle, with wicked spikes, so powerful he makes the dark beast look completely pathetic. This epic evolution leaves every soldier on the scene with their jaws dropped, completely unable to find the words to speak. Wait, did Tabak's spirit beast just evolve right now? Look at that golden light. Is this actually an epic tier spirit beast? Yen Yin grabs his hand, totally thrilled to see the color coming back to his face. Is it true? Have all of your injuries actually healed up already? Tabak wipes his mouth with his hand, his eyes burning with intense fire. Yeah, I'm good now. Bring on the next one. He stands tall and points his finger right at the Shadow Cat King, giving orders with the cool and powerful vibe of a true emperor. Crush this freak for me. Obeying his master, the giant golden beast roars and delivers an earth-shattering strike, slamming that gold-tier monster face-first into the ground and completely destroying the road underneath its incredible weight now. The power is absolutely insane. His friends have to shield their faces from the wind, whispering in total awe of his strength. How can Tabak's spirit beast be only bronze tier, but still give off this much terrifying pressure? That bloodline level must be through the roof. A bronze tier beast belonging to Tobak actually just smacked the Cat King away. That hit was so brutal that the arrogant monster went flying and tumbling 10 meters away, looking like a total and pathetic mess. It digs its sharp claws into the dirt to stop itself. He hisses, "Damn it, I will not be shamed by humans." The Shadow Cat King totally snaps and screams at the sky while strange bolts of lightning begin to swarm all around his body. "I want every single one of you dead." The soldiers begin to scream in total panic. Everyone watch out. The Cat King has entered a berserker rage mode. Everyone scatter and run for your lives right now. Shadows instantly spread out and split its body into a mob of demonic clones that surround them from all sides while its voice echoes a curse that none of you will ever escape. Surrounded by certain death, Xiaoba immediately spins his massive shell like an unstoppable armored tank, slamming into the pack of shadow cats that were about to hurt the soldiers and shouting for them all to stop right now. With power at its peak, he stomps his foot, creating a glowing Tai Chi seal. He releases a massive golden energy vortex that sweeps across the entire battlefield to clear the area. In the middle of the chaos, a shadow leopard lunges at a young soldier who is desperately holding up his shield with his eyes squeezed shut. But before it can strike the prey, the bright energy wave from Xiaoba's barrier hits like a massive storm, sucking all those creepy dark shadows back away from their target. The turtle beast rules the field. Its roar shakes the entire area. That golden light sucks in every single dark monster like he is some kind of god on earth. With a sharp gaze, he stands tall and majestic, looking just like a solid mountain. Xiaoba is covered in blinding energy armor and feeling the endless surge of power from his spirit beast. Tabak roars out his final command as he gets ready for the kill. Get ready for a bloodbath. Do not hold back. Release everything. The golden beast opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it prepares to obey its master and end this. An energy ball forms, pulsing with destruction. A massive pillar of golden energy erupts like a destructive laser, tearing through the dark night and shredding the forest as it surges toward the stunned Shadow Cat King, who just stands there helpless. The power of that attack creates a massive shockwave that throws debris everywhere as the soldiers struggle to shield their eyes while screaming out loud in total terror. How can this energy wave be so incredibly and terrifyingly powerful? The shadow of that gold-tier Cat King only manages to raise its hands in total despair before the pillar of light swallows it whole, erasing it from existence without leaving a single trace behind as the fight ends. A shadowy figure blurs through the trees, sticking a landing on a massive trunk without making a single sound. This mysterious dude with major main character energy scans the wrecked battlefield, his eyebrows shooting up in shock. Is this whole mess already over? Peering down, he sees the carnage, massive craters, and monster carcasses littered everywhere like some twisted graveyard. What kind of hell did they survive down there? Below, the captain barks out orders. Move it, people. Clean this up. The guy drops down next to an orange-haired girl getting patched up, looking genuinely worried for once. Miss, glad to see you're still in one piece. She smiles and waves him off. I'm good, sir. Why are you here? The vice commander steps up all serious and reports, I run things at military base F-269. My squad teamed up with some college kids and instructors. We ended up smashing headfirst into a massive pack of shadow cats. We wiped out over 800 of them, mostly bronze, a silver, and even one gold-ranked beast. Right now we're tallying up the losses and patching up the guys who got hit the hardest. The man's floored. A gold-ranked monster actually showed up. The commander points to the massive crater little Ba left behind. You actually took down a gold-ranked monster, unbelievable. Right then, another soldier jumps into the conversation. Sir Wen Yuan, it was all Subai and his beast. The old man's interest is officially piqued. Oh, Wen Yuan. Eyes the kid standing there looking all humble. You're Subai, you killed the Cat King. He just scratches his head. It was a team effort, sir. The commander and teachers did the heavy lifting too. Wasn't just me. Wen Yuan ODS looking impressed. Not bad, kid. Then he drops a total bombshell of an offer. Subai, after you graduate, how about coming to Zhangzhou Fortress? Beast Tamers are rare now, but I'll personally mentor you. Subai's caught off guard. Whoa, thanks for the offer, sir, but I'm still weighing my options. A soldier rushes up to report. Sir Wen Yuan, the site is finally cleared. What are your orders, sir? Wen Yuan waves him off. All right, everyone, back to base. The troops shout back aloud. Yes, sir. Back at base, standing before 3 massive teleportation gates, the commander does a final head count and gives a farewell speech. The recruits file into the portals in perfect order. Head home, kids. Keep training hard. Don't get lazy. You kids are the toughest group I've ever seen. They all shout their thanks in unison. Once they're gone, the female instructor beside him sighs in total amazement. Those kids are something else, especially that Subai kid. Total wild card. Kid's got insane potential. I mean, pulling off that kind of power as a freshman crazy. His future ceiling is sky high. Catch you later, Liao. I definitely owe Subai my life. You're exaggerating, Commander. Later. Subai and Yanran step through the portal. He gives a massive stretch. Man, it's good to be back. She grabs his arm, totally hyped. Seriously, that was the most insane road trip ever. But they're greeted by a stadium packed with people and massive banners. Welcome home, heroes. The whole university is out to cheer. Welcome home, legends. Our heroes are back. Let's go. In the sea of screaming fans, the survivors are feeling pretty awkward. Welcome home. Oh yeah, thanks. Subai's the real hero here. We were basically just cannon fodder the whole time. Just meat shields, man. Screw it, I'm just glad to be alive. If we hadn't lost so many friends, I'd think this was all a dream. A professor walks up and gives them a supportive pat on the back. I heard what happened out there. You're all legends. Your grades for this session are going to be the highest in history. But the kid's just grown. Evaluation results, seriously, who cares? All I want is a hot shower and a bed. Same dude. That night, the guy's dorm was full of happy groans as they finally collapsed. Yo, is it just me, or does this mattress feel like a literal cloud tonight? I'm literally glued to this bed. So do you think we actually scored some major points on this mission? They're totally going to give us military credit for this, right? They better. Military credits? How many training resources can that even buy? Now, Sue here. He bagged a gold rank monster. I bet he gets a mountain of training supplies for that. One friend asks, looking curious. Yo, Sue, what kind of turtle is that? Maybe I need one just to vibe with. Nothing beats the chill vibes of a pet turtle. Subai just smiles awkwardly. Meanwhile, the culprit little Ba is sound asleep, dreaming of some cute pink turtle. Suddenly, a loud knock, knock, knock shattered the silence, echoing through the quiet room. The redhead roommate sat up, rubbing his eyes and grumbling. Seriously, stop knocking. Who is it? Who would be at the door this early? He lazily cracked it open but froze, eyes popping as he saw the crowd outside. A literal squad of gorgeous girls from the student union stood there with breakfast boxes beaming and saying, "Hey, Jiangwoo boys. You're all heroes fresh off the front lines today. We brought breakfast for everyone. We made it ourselves, so don't even think about complaining, okay? By the way, which one of you is Tabak?" The redhead instantly smoothed his hair, acting cool. "Wow, thanks for the compliment. We definitely appreciate the love." But the girls just pushed right past him. "Tabak. Where is he?" The girls swarmed the room, scanning every corner. "Where is he? Can I get a selfie?" Another sleepy guy pointed outside. "Bach went for a run. Do you ladies actually know him?" The girls looked totally bummed. "He is not here. Why didn't you say so sooner? Seriously. Is there anyone who doesn't know?" "Tabak, too bad he doesn't know me yet." One girl sighed. "Wait, is Bach really that famous?" The girl with purple hair waved him off. "Check the TV. Actually, since Tabak is out, I am taking this breakfast back with me." Fast forward to the next day. During his morning jog, a voice boomed from the campus big screen, stopping everyone. "Attention, this is a breaking report from the National Military Channel. Everyone, please look at the screen." All eyes turned upward. Just yesterday, massive waves of monster beasts launched coordinated attacks on human military bases across several provinces. The news cut to brutal footage from the front lines. Warriors are currently clashing with vicious monsters. Reports confirm that some of these beasts possess gold-tier combat strength. Countless students from various provinces have been brutally slaughtered by these monster tribes. The footage cut back to the anchor sounding incredibly proud. In this fierce battle, the staff and students of Zhengzhou Martial Arts University fought heroically. They wiped out a gold-tier beast, a silver tier, and dozens of others. Tabak's heroic face flashed across the screen for everyone to see. The standout student Tabak actually held back a gold-tier monster all by himself. Supported by university instructors and a bronze-tier specialist from the military, he achieved the impossible, slaying a superior enemy. While other lines collapsed, Zhengzhou Martial Arts University stood tall and claimed victory. The report continued with a massive announcement, leaving two Baks standing there, mouth hanging open in pure disbelief. The national military has awarded a collective second-class merit to the brave fighters of Zhengzhou Martial Arts University. They will receive silver Great Wall medals. However, for student 2 Bak specifically, for his legendary performance, he is awarded first-class merit and a gold Great Wall medal. He stood there stunned. As the news ended, the stadium erupted in absolute chaos. "Tabak, is that guy really just a freshman? Incredible I couldn't earn a gold Great Wall medal in 2 lifetimes, but this freshman did it. Humanity is winning this war. Man, I really need to meet this guy." Amidst the cheering, a girl with massive muscles screamed, "Does anyone know? Tabak, I want to date him." Hearing that, Tabak broke into a cold sweat. He started looking for an exit. Time to disappear, fast! After ducking into a corner, his phone started ringing like crazy. His sister's voice screamed through the speaker in pure excitement. "You are on TV," Tabak groaned. "I saw it. Mom and Dad want me home for a massive feast tonight." He hesitated. "Really, is that necessary?" On the other end, his whole family huddled together. "Son, you brought us such honor. The entire neighborhood is buzzing about you right now. Your aunt just called too. She says she has a great girl she wants to set you up with. Seriously, big brother, you better come home or these people are going to break down our front door." Tabak finally gave in. "Fine. Exams are over and I have 2 days off anyway. I will pack my bags and head back to see everyone." He thought to himself, "I am actually famous now. Dad is probably going to wake up smiling for a week. All right, I am hanging up now." As he reached his street, the residential loudspeakers were already blasting his name. "It is unbelievable. Our local hero has returned. Everyone get out there and give him a warm welcome." Tabak broke out in a cold sweat, flashing an awkward, cringy smile. "Is everyone seriously waiting for me?" Suddenly, he was mobbed by a literal sea of nosy neighbors. Cheers erupted loud enough to wake the dead. "Hey, Tabak is back. Our big hero returns. Remember me, kid? I used to hold you in my arms when you were just a baby." Bak just chuckled awkwardly. Everyone is being way too intense, right? Through the chaos, his family pushed their way out beaming. His little sister Zhang Rong practically tackled him with a hug. "Tabak, my brother, you finally made it home." The crowd kept barking invitations. "You come to my house for dinner, kid. I made seafood dumplings." Bak quickly waved them off. "Thanks, but I'm super allergic to seafood. Hey, bring the boy to my house right now. I have got turtle stew simmering on the stove." "Let us grab a few drinks." Bak's dad finally stepped in to save the day. "Thanks, everyone, but dinner is already waiting at home. Once the kids have rested, I will have them come visit you all later." Bak bowed to the crowd. "For sure, I will definitely stop by later, uncles and aunts," but the neighbors still would not let him go. One lady grabbed his dad's arm and whispered, "Make sure you bring Tabak over later, okay? My granddaughter is studying in the city, so they totally should meet." Someone else cut in. "Please, your granddaughter is not good enough for him. She just graduated this year. Introduce him to this girl instead." Bak just stayed quiet. Finally, inside the house, he let out a massive sigh. "If I knew it would be like this, I would have snuck in after dark." His sister just whispered back, feeling totally helpless. "No point, bro." The neighbor lady installed security cameras right by our door. She was just waiting for you to show up for her granddaughter. In the kitchen, his mom chirped, "Your dad is actually doing the cooking today. Son, go rest first. We are starting on dinner now." "Sweetie, come help me in here." Bach nodded. "Yeah, I am on it." He dropped his backpack and flopped onto the sofa, totally relieved. Finally, he could actually catch his breath for a second. Suddenly, a glowing blue system screen popped up right in front of him. "What is this, detecting a creature available for a contract?" "A kitten." "Do you want to tame this kitten tame? Or skip?" He muttered. "Wait, is this my Beast Tamer intuition kicking in?" Bach looked confused and asked his sister as she walked in, "Hey, did we get a new cat or something?" His sister pointed toward the corner where a pure white cat was munching away. "You mean Bach?" "She is right over there. See, she is eating." Bach frowned. "Seriously, can't we get a pet that is, I don't know, a little more high level?" His sister sat down and petted the cat affectionately. "What is wrong with her? Bach is literally the cutest thing ever. I found her on the street a few days ago and brought her home." Bach looked at her doting on the cat and laughed. "Fine, if you say she is cute, then she is cute." But then he thought, does she love it that much? Or a detailed analysis popped up and Bach's jaw nearly hit the floor. Spirit beast, kitten level. Mortal rank but carries the actual blood of the sacred white tiger. Infinite growth potential, capable of eventually slaying literal gods. Physique 1 defense, 1 agility, 3, spirit 1. Talent, sharp claws. Increases attack speed and power by 100%. Evolution method eating. System alert. Do you want to tame the kitten? Bach was absolutely floored. What there is no way this stray cat actually has white tiger blood in her right. Seeing the cat rub against him, his sister chirped. "Looks like she likes you." Bach made his choice and tapped the screen. "Whatever, I will just tame her first and worry later." Once the contract finished, he gave his sister a sweet fake smile. "Hey sis, I kind of want to talk to you about something. Look, your brother is a legit beast tamer. Now, so can I keep Bach?" She immediately bristled, puffing out her cheeks in a total pout. Absolutely no way. She clutched the kitten like a treasure, backing away defensively. Her voice was full of pure attitude. "You are not taking my Bach anywhere. Period." Bach waved his hands, trying to look as non-threatening as possible. "Come on, sis. Everything is up for negotiation. I really think we can work something out here, you know." He started the bribes. "Don't you want a brand new laptop?" But she just shook her head and squeezed the cat. "That is totally not happening. I am never ever giving her up to you no matter what." Denied, but Bach didn't quit. He moved to bribe number 2 while she took off, leading him on a chase through the room. "Hey sis, weren't you totally eyeing that one dress?" "No way. Not happening. No deal. No negotiations." Their mom just stood there shaking her head at the mess. 2 days later, Bach was back at the university gates with a stuffed backpack. He let out a long, heavy sigh. 2 girls walked by whispering, "Is that actually Bach?" "Pretty sure. Why on earth does he have a cat in his bag? Is he some kind of cat lover inside the bag?" Turtle was bragging to the new recruit, "This is my school, so I will be protecting you." Meanwhile, Little White Cat just shot him a nasty, sharp glare and snapped at him. "Stop crowding me." As soon as Bach hit the campus, every single eye was on him and the gossip started flying. That is Bach. He is the guy who bagged the gold medal. No wonder all those girls keep hitting up his dorm, even though he looks so basic. Bach just smirked, thinking he might need to wear a mask from now on. Suddenly, the school speaker started blasting a message across the entire campus. "Attention, Bach. Please report to the principal office immediately. I repeat, Bach to the office." Bach stopped dead, looking up at the speaker with a confused face. Why would Principal Ha want to see me? Inside the office, the silver-haired principal smiled with pride. "Great work. Bach, you are a true credit to the nation of Huaxia. Because of your heroics at military base F-269, the school is rewarding you. So what is your heart's desire?" Bach gave a polite nod, but his brain was already working overtime. "I am truly grateful to the school and you, sir. I have always heard our principal is a total cheapskate. Getting even a little snack for little 8 might be like pulling teeth." He looked up and rubbed his chin, acting all thoughtful. "Look, I really do not want the school to go broke over me. Hey, principal, how about 100 gold tier beast cores?" Hearing that, the principal nearly flipped his chair, turning as white as a sheet of paper. "What, 100 gold cores? Even if you grind my bones into dust, I would not have that many for you. Why don't you just ask for my job too, you little brat?" Bach immediately dialed it back. "Fine. I will settle for 100 silver tier beast cores then." The principal instantly waved him off, shutting down the idea with total finality. "Silver, keep dreaming. With the merits you have got, you are lucky if you even get a single scrap." Bach shifted to his sob story, folding his hands with a pathetic look. "Principal, look, I do not even care about that gold medal. How about just 50 silver cores, please?" Come on, principal. You know I literally shed my own blood for this school. The principal started a lecture on ethics. My dear, Tabak humans are special because the strong among us have a duty and an obligation to protect the weak. When you saved those students, you were just fulfilling your duty as one of the strong ones. You see? Got it? Tabak just stood there. Seeing the old man would not budge, he lost patience and waved him off. Principal quit the yapping already. 50 silver beast cores. Final offer. The principal cleared his throat and said, look, the army and the school would never leave a genius like you hanging. He acted like he was thinking, then dropped the most pathetic number ever. Fine. This is the absolute most I can do. I will give you 10 bronze tier beast cores. Tabak's eyes nearly popped out. Would only 10 bronze ones? They started haggling like they were at a flea market. No way, give me 20. 15, and that is my final offer. They finally reached an agreement, but both had their own secret thoughts. Deal done. You really had the nerve to haggle with me, kid. This old guy is seriously cheap. As he was just about to leave, the principal suddenly called him back. Right besides the reward, there's one more thing. Tabak was curious. What is it? Then the principal dropped a bombshell that left him frozen on the spot. Our school has officially chosen you to represent the entire freshman class in the massive 100-school tournament happening this year. What, the 100-school tournament? He stuttered, feeling like he just got played big time. So the reward thing was just a total bribe. That is a pretty low blow, principal. The old man just put his hands behind his back, looking all serious and stoic. Now don't say that. As a proud student of Zhangzhou Martial Arts University, bringing glory to our school is your duty. Besides, do not you want resources? Simple, this tournament actually has some seriously fat rewards for the winners. Tabak was still skeptical. There are definitely going to be some insane masters in that 100-school tournament. It is going to be brutal just trying to get a decent rank right. It will be a total grind. Principal? The principal patted his shoulder. Since when are kids so scared of a challenge? Go get ready. Training room tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Tabak reluctantly gave in to the pressure. Fine, whatever. As he turned his back to leave, both of them were already locked in their own private schemes. Man, the youth these days are getting harder and harder to trick into anything. I had heard that the principal was a total sly fox, and the rumors were definitely spot on. The next day he addressed the tournament team at the gym. Even though the Ministry of Education gave our school way fewer resources than elite institutions like Beijing or Shanghai Martial Arts University, I'm still sending you guys out there with the hope that you'll bring home some killer results. An instructor started the roll call. Okay, I am starting the roll call now. Number 53, Ho Then Thu. A nerdy-looking guy answered him. Junior year mid-bronze tier. He is an awakener of the wood element. The professor keeps calling names. Bak Nin Bang here. Hung Thien Tuong present. Feng Ku here. Two students whisper in the back about how the whole system is totally rigged. Zhangzhou Martial Arts University is the new kid on the block, so these students get way less funding than those elite prestigious schools. Yeah, we're basically bottom of the barrel. Then the teacher calls out, Freshman Tabak, and he answers with a very loud, confident voice. Trungman N. Present. After finishing the entire roll call, the instructor finally wraps it up. Laving Kwang Good, that is everyone on the list. The principal steps up to the mic holding a card with the names of the 10 students representing our school in the tournament. Listen up, you lot are the top students in your year. Now I have a major announcement that you need to hear. He clears his throat and drops a total bombshell on the crowd. This year, the captain of the school team will be Tabak. The upperclassmen start death staring the kid while Tabak looks like he has seen a ghost. Wait, Principal Me, are you actually for real? Is there some kind of mistake? The principal just sighs. The board of directors made this call after a very long debate, kid. But one student immediately yells out, Hold on just a second, Principal. Then Thu is the strongest guy here with the most experience. Why is a rookie freshman taking the captain spot instead of him? Another guy backs him up, putting an arm around Than Thu. Exactly. Tabak is only bronze tier. He is way beneath Than Thu's level. How is he supposed to lead us? The principal shuts them down instantly with a cold, hard fact they simply cannot argue with. You guys haven't seen the news lately. Tabak is the one who took down a gold tier monster single-handedly. If any of you want to be captain, go kill a gold beast right now and I will change the roster immediately. Any takers? One student isn't buying it. He rolls up his sleeves looking for a fight. Who even knows how he actually did it? Probably just dumb luck. I don't believe it either. Come on. Tabak. I'm challenging you to a fight right now. The whole hall turns into a total riot. Everyone is itching to test the new captain. I want a piece of you too, kid. Tabak throws his hands up looking pale. Guys, please. I literally had no idea about this captain stuff. Give me a break. He curses under his breath. That old man is setting me up. He basically just put a massive target on my back. Seeing the drama peaking, the principal decides it is time to bail. Anyway, that is all for today. Go get ready for the match. The tournament starts in less than 20 days. I am expecting some big plays from you guys. Don't let the school down. He vanishes before Tabak can scream. Damn, that old geezer is fast. He basically threw me to the wolves and bolted. An upperclassman blocks his path out. Where do you think you're going, freshman? Tabak starts sweating and looks for an out. Look, I just remembered I have a super urgent thing to handle back at the dorms, bye. As Tabak scurries away, the seniors glare at his retreating back. What a total loser. There is no way that coward actually killed a gold-tier monster. I don't believe it for a second. Another guy crosses his arms, playing it cool. Relax. Once the tournament kicks off, I will show that kid who the real boss is. Back at the dorms, Tabak is busy prepping a massive feast for his little squad of hungry spirit beasts. Little 8, time for the good stuff? He opens a heavy bag full of monster cores, grinning. At least the principal paid up. 15 bronze cores right here. This should finally be enough for you to level up right. Eat up, buddy. He hands a glowing core to the turtle, while Little White the cat tries to swipe it with her sharp, tiny claws. Take it, Little 8, and chill out, you greedy cat. I've got something special for you, too. Don't worry. Tabak pulls out a vial of bright red blood essence and drips it into the cat's bowl while the turtle keeps inhaling cores. Your level is still low, Little White, so stick to this stuff. He watches the turtle eat like a vacuum and sighs. Man, you have got a serious appetite, Little 8. Slow down a bit. After devouring 15 cores, the turtle just stares at him, asking for more. Tabak's wallet is already screaming in pain. Each bite costs 100,000 bucks. Seriously, you're still hungry. How many more do you need to evolve anyway? He dumps the last few cores out, sounding a bit threatening. This is it, pal. If you don't evolve now, the cat gets everything. Scared by the threat, the turtle immediately goes for the kill. Little 8 swallows the whole pile in one gulp. Suddenly, its body starts shaking and glowing with an insane, blinding intensity. 40. A massive burst of golden light explodes from the turtle, filling the entire room and blinding poor Tabak on the spot. A blinding golden light exploded from Little 8, filling the room and forcing Subai to shield his eyes. The light is so bright it shoots through the windows, shaking the entire dorm building and sending students into a total panic. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Suddenly, the system screen pops up. Congratulations to the host's success. The Divine Turtle reached mid-bronze tier. The host's level has also increased alongside his spirit beast. Promotion time. Divine Turtle status? Mid-bronze? 30% of the Black Tortoise bloodline is active. Physical power? 568 defense? 862. Spirit 90. New talent. God Shield creates a defensive barrier using the power of the Black Tortoise. Defense increased by 500%. Turtle's Soul Fusion buffs. Attack by 200% and defense by 300. Gravity? Well talent locks on enemies, dragging them in and crushing their speed. Tabai crosses his arms with a cocky, satisfied smirk. This is massive. Hell yeah. Little 8 finally leveled up. No new skills yet, but his base stats and talent levels just hit a massive power spike. This is exactly what I needed. Double the flex when another notification pops up. No way. Little Bai just leveled up too. We're absolutely winning right now. Congrats, host. The kitten reached high-tier mortal rank and awakened a new spirit beast talent. Shadow Step is now active. High-tier mortal kitten with traces of the white tiger bloodline. Vitality, 39. Defense, 38. Charlotte Agility, 79. And Spirit, 25. And Spirit, Talent 1, Claw Strike. Talent 2, Bloodlust. Talent 3, Shadow Step, boosting movement speed by 200%. Total Beast Mode. As the glow fades, both beasts radiate this insane new energy. Tabai looks on feeling like a total boss. Not bad at all. Little base agility is off the charts now. This power surge is straight fire. Both my beasts are officially leveled up and ready to wreck. He checks his status. Host Tabai mid-tier bronze Beast Tamer. Stat bonuses 30% from the Divine Turtle and 20% from the kitten. Looking solid. Vitality 115, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Talent 1, Infinite Evolution, Talent 2, 10,000 Beasts Origin. Talent 3, Shared Origin. Tabai clenches his fist, feeling pure raw power surging through his entire body. His eyes burn with hype. It is time to unleash this strength and dominate the stage at the 100 Schools tournament. The giant screen flashes the roster for the Zhangzhou Martial Arts University team. The crowd is buzzing. That last name stands out. Freshman Awakener Beast Tamer. Tabai. To get ready for the games. Tabai heads straight to the library. He is stunned by how massive this place is. Who knew the Zhangzhou library would be such a flex? It is huge. The pretty librarian smiles. Of course it is. This library was standing here long before this university was even a thing. This place is the backbone of Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. She checks his ID and gasps. A freshman with 180 credits. That is wild. She points toward the back. The Beast Tamer books you want are right over there. Feel free to dig through whatever you need. Tabai nods politely. Thanks, ma'am. He walks into the towering shelves, whispering to himself. Man, there are a ton of books on taming here. Reading all this is going to take forever. He happens to pull out an old autobiography. Little fun. The memoir of the strongest beast tamer in history. Why does that name ring a bell? I have definitely heard it before. He flips the pages, reading the intense lines, where heaven and earth converge. Eternal souls. Divine weapons. Sacred beast armor, the roots of nature, and shared origin. Tabai rubs his chin. Shared origin, I have already mastered that one. But what do eternal souls and sacred beast armor actually mean? Meanwhile, a group of seniors walks by. Hu Qing-shu is with them, and he spots the kid immediately. Is that the freshman? Another guy snickers. A beast tamer has zero future, no matter how much he reads. Hu Qing-shu waves them off. Forget him, let us go. Bah. Tabai ignores the noise, totally glued to the book. Man, this Luo fan guy was a straight-up legend. He created 3 divine skills, shared origin, sacred beast armor, and the eternal soul. Pure greatness. He even fought off an entire invasion of tribal clans all by himself. The deeper Tabai reads, the more he gets sucked into this epic tale. Such a bummer that he got outnumbered in the end and went down fighting on the battlefield. I really need to study this thing closely. Suddenly, a flash of light shoots out from the pages, blinding him. He jumps back in shock. The book suddenly floats right out of his hands, glowing with a bright golden aura. What is going on? Is this book actually hovering? I can feel this weird surge of power flowing straight into my veins. Once the light dies down, he bolts to the front desk. Hey there, what is the rush, kid? Can I check this book out, please? The librarian takes it, pushes up her glasses, and starts flipping through it with a totally confused look. Wait, this has no barcode or label. I do not think this even belongs to our library. Tabai is lost. No way. I literally just pulled it off that shelf right over there. She tries to pry the cover open with both hands, but it is like it is super glued shut. It will not budge a single millimeter. She starts straining, gritting her teeth, and breaking a sweat while wrestling with the book, but nothing. Why wouldn't this thing just open? Tabai steps up, scratching his head. That is so weird. I was just reading it a second ago. Let me try. The second he touches it, the book just glides open perfectly. They both just stare at it in total shock. See, it opens just fine. The librarian blinks, clearly embarrassed, and just waves her hand to play it off. Whatever must be a glitch. Just take it home and bring it back when you're done. Tabai stuffs it in his bag, grinning. So I can borrow this as long as I want? The girl smiles and gives a nod. Yep, exactly. Tabak waves, looking pretty stoked. That is awesome. Thanks, Professor. Catch you later. But the second Tabak clears the door, the librarian's whole vibe flips on a dime. She pulls out her phone, eyes looking sharp and mysterious. Hey, principal, that book you left on the shelf, he just walked off with it. On the other end of the line, the principal slams his desk and yells, totally caught off guard. That kid actually cracked that thing open. The librarian nods. Saw it with my own eyes. It was that freshman student, Tabak. Tabak. The principal strokes his beard with a smug grin. Good, very good. He stands up, staring out the window, his voice dropping into a nostalgic and serious tone. Like fam, the one you have been waiting for, finally showed up after 100 years. If you can see this from the afterlife, you're probably pretty happy right now. Time flies. 2 weeks later, the Jiangchao Martial Arts University gate is packed with buses and banners for the 100-school league. The scoreboard breaks down the rules. This tournament is split into 5 massive main combat zones. East, Southwest, North, and Central. Only 2 teams from each zone make the cut. Amidst all the hype, a beautiful reporter grabs the mic and starts her play-by-play for the cameras. A huge welcome to all the martial arts universities. 8 schools from across the whole province are gathering right here at Jiangchao University to battle it out. Right next to her, some streamer is flashing peace signs and screaming into his phone. You'll listen up. Tickets for this year's league tournament are almost impossible to get. I'm streaming this whole event live for you guys, and we'll be giving away some sweet gifts along the way. As the teams roll in, you can practically smell the tension. This guy in a blue jersey sneers and gives the red team a massive thumbs down. Long On University actually showed up. You guys are just here to get trashed. The red team's captain snaps right back. We will see who gets wrecked soon enough. Just watch you trash. Inside the massive stadium, tens of thousands of fans are screaming their heads off, making a deafening noise. The energy in here is absolutely insane. In the Jiangchao waiting area, Professor Liu frowns while scanning all the team members. Is everyone here yet? Ho Thenthu reports with a frustrated look. Tabak hasn't arrived, but everyone else is present and ready. Another senior sighs, looking totally exhausted. He is supposed to be our captain. No way he is flaking out at the last second, right? While the team is panicking, a heavy, steady footstep thuds against the floor. That familiar cocky voice rings out, no way I am backing out now. Tabak shows up in his uniform, hands on his hips, and grinning ear to ear. I am here. Teacher Liu stares at him, totally stunned. Man, it has only been a few days, but Tabak's power level seems like it has skyrocketed. Shaking off the shock, she rushes him. Glad you made it. The match starts soon, and we need the roster. Tabak thumps his chest and winks. Relax, Professor Liu. I've got this all figured out. Up on the big screen, the MC appears, his booming voice echoing across the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, faculty and students, I ask for your silence. It was only 1 month ago today. The Thousand Beast races recently launched a massive strike to pin down our military's front lines. Meanwhile, smaller monster groups managed to slip through the front lines to attack our rear military bases in several provinces. Martial arts students in those targeted zones were almost completely slaughtered. The actual survival rate was under just 1%. The MC grits his teeth, eyes burning with rage as he screams, "Should we get revenge for our people?" Instantly, 10,000 fans leap up, pumping their fists and screaming like rolling thunder across the arena. Revenge. We must get revenge, kill all those cruel beasts. We have to win. Humanity must win, we have to win. Seeing the fire in the crowd, the MC clenches his fist to keep that hype going strong. Perfect. If humanity keeps this spirit, how could those beasts not be destroyed? This is the real purpose of today's tournament. I now officially declare the Jiangchao provincial qualifiers open for business. Over at the judges' table, the head referee stands up to announce the rules. The format will be team combat. Each team can send up to 5 people per match. The losers are eliminated and winners keep on fighting. The team with the last fighter standing on the stage wins the whole match. Now let's draw the matchups. A giant electronic cube spins to show the results. The first match features Long An versus Tan Dan, and the second match pits Jiang Chao against Than Van. All right, let us bring out the fighters from Long An and Tan Dan Martial Arts University right now. Backstage, Miss Liu is stressing over the draw. She's crossing her arms thinking, did we seriously just get stuck playing against Than Van Academy? Another student chimes in. Long An and Tan Dan are already throwing down, but we still do not even have our own starting lineup locked in yet. Just then, the principal strolls up totally chill with his hands tucked behind his back. He looks at the young captain Tabak asking if the roster is set. The whole group bows quick. Good morning, principal. Tabak just smirks, flashes a big grin, and gives a thumbs up. Oh, the lineup, I am going out there first. As for the other 4 spots, you guys just figure it out. Talk about a crazy answer. Miss Liu is totally speechless. Oh boy. Meanwhile, upperclassman Ho Then Thu is sweating bullets. He asks, Tabak man, is this seriously your big strategy for us? Suddenly, the seniors swarm their impulsive captain. Should we not be coming up with a real plan to target the weaknesses of the Than Van squad? Suddenly, the seniors swarm their impulsive captain. Should we not be coming up with a real plan to target the weaknesses of the Than Van squad? Exactly. You go first. But what if you lose? That would be a massive embarrassment for our school, Jiangchao Martial Arts University. Feeling the heat. Tabak takes a step back, holding his hands up to calm everyone down. Guys, do not worry. I promise I will not let you down. Standing right there, the principal strokes his beard with a satisfied grin. He thinks to himself this kid has leveled up so much in just a few short days. It is wild. His ability to learn and adapt is actually pretty impressive. The principal walks up, pats Tabak on the shoulder, and whispers some advice. Go easy, kid. You have to leave some scraps for the seniors to handle, otherwise you will just end up making everyone mad. You will not have a peaceful life at this school if that happens. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound from the arena cuts their conversation short. A fighter in orange gets launched into the air, flying straight out of the ring, while the shocked crowd just stares in disbelief. The speakers blast the result of the first round. Tan Dan Martial Arts University takes the win. Watching that lightning-fast fight on the screen, the teacher frowns. Tan Dan Martial Arts University is looking scary strong this year. Did they really crush Long An that fast? Miss Liu turns to the rookie, her voice urgent. Tabak, you are up. Get out there. Tabak just shrugs it off, taking long, confident strides as he heads straight toward the fighting arena. All right, just keep your eyes peeled. Behind him, Ho Then Thu snorts, crossing his arms and grumbling. Fine, let us see if you actually have any real skills. Stepping out from the tunnel. The stands explode with cheers from his old crew. Especially Nghien Nhien, who is waving her arms and screaming at the top of her lungs. Go get him, Tabak! Another friend bellows from the side. You better bring home that championship trophy, man. Standing in the middle of a massive arena with thousands watching, Tabak casually strolls forward with his backpack to face his first opponent. The red-headed guy smirks, looking him up and down with total contempt. So you must be that freshman who supposedly took down a gold-level beast, right? Tabak scratches his head, giving a polite little smile. Yeah, that is me. Without wasting a single second, the guy lets out a roar as earth energy explodes, wrapping his arms in heavy solid rock armor. His aura is intense. Today, I'm going to show you what real power looks like. It is Lai Lang Fong, the Than Van captain, a mid-bronze rank. Ignoring all that flexing, Tabak just casually squats down on the ground. He unzips his bag and calls out, "Little 8, come on out." A tiny green turtle waddles its way onto the floor. Li Langfong is stunned. Kid, is this seriously your spirit beast? He starts clutching his stomach, laughing like a total maniac. Do not tell me you brought your little house pet to a real fight. Meanwhile, Bok just pulls out a soda and a bag of peanuts from his pocket, snacking and mumbling. Sorry I was in such a rush that I actually forgot to eat breakfast today. This bizarre move immediately pisses off the entire crowd. Boos and insults fly from every direction. Why on earth did he bring a tiny turtle to a match? Is Jiangqiao Martial Arts University completely out of talent now? How can they let this absolute garbage on the stage? Down in the waiting area, the Jiangqiao squad is speechless. Miss Lu's jaw drops as she starts sweating buckets. Wait, is Bok seriously eating peanuts and drinking soda right in the middle of the ring? The seniors just shake their heads. This kid is way too arrogant. His opponent is a mid-bronze rank. Can he actually handle a guy like that? Ignoring the trash talk. Bok takes a slow sip of his soda and nods toward his pet with an order. Little 8. You have eaten so many beast cores already, so do not go and embarrass me now, okay? On command, the tiny turtle lets out a bone-shaking roar. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden light explodes, shooting into the sky and making his opponent jump back. Look at that power. Is it possible that little turtle is actually his real spirit beast? Inside that blinding light, the turtle's tiny legs start to change. They swell up into massive, sturdy pillars covered in jagged, spiked scales. Black Tortoise mode activated. The tiny turtle instantly transforms into a massive golden titan, blotting out the entire sky and unleashing a terrifying pressure that has Li Feng shaking. This is insane. The rowdy crowd goes dead silent for a second before exploding in pure, unadulterated terror. Necks are craning and eyes are popping. Good grief, is that turtle really that big? Look, just one of its eyes is the size of a basketball. The crowd erupts, everyone grabbing their phones to snap photos of the beast. Is that actually skin? It looks more like a suit of armor, and it is shining like polished metal. Man, look at those claws and limbs. No wonder Subai could take down a gold tier beast. Up in the stands, Subai's old crew is on their feet, clutching their heads in disbelief. This turtle could flatten anyone with just one casual slap. Since when did 8 get so massive? The red-haired girl grins, clasping her hands. Subai has become a total beast. He is way too strong. As the arena literal shakes, the beast's master is just chilling on the ground with his legs crossed, shaking a soda can and giving orders like it is nothing. 8 wrapped this up quickly. A powerful roar echoes as 8 stretches its massive neck, raising a claw so big it eclipses the sun. The opponent just stares up, totally dazed. Before he can even react, that 1,000-pound claw sweeps across the stage like a freaking hurricane, destroying everything. The opponent's eyes go wide. As he gets blasted away by that fatal slap, he realizes it is too fast. Subai just clicks his tongue and shouts out mockingly, "You're gassed out, bro! Come on, try to hang in there a bit longer. I want to finish this Coke before I head out." Hearing that Li Feng grinds his teeth in pure rage. Talk about arrogant. If you're enjoying this, drop a like for me. Feeling totally humiliated, he backs off into a stance, eyes burning with absolute fury. That was just a lucky sneak attack. I need to focus my entire power. Then he roars, "You think you're hot stuff." Earth energy explodes and his entire body gets encased in stone armor, as hard as diamond, his eyes glowing with savage intent. Let's see whose armor is tougher then. Once the transformation is complete, he turns into a living meteor, shattering the ground as he lunges toward 8 like a lethal arrow, channeling everything into his right arm. Li Feng bellows, throwing a massive punch straight at the giant turtle. Stone fist. But his rocky armor is absolutely nothing compared to the Black Tortoise's ultimate defense. 8 just gives him a light flick. That arrogant captain from before goes flying out of the ring like a swatted fly. Get out of here. In the waiting area, the seniors are frozen, jaws dropping for 5 straight seconds. Wait, is it over? Subai actually won. The principal strokes his beard and chuckles. The kids these days. They're seriously impressive. The seniors are sweating and clutching their heads. That turtle is just too powerful. In the stands, the crowd is buzzing. Is that Qingyun martial arts? Captain an idiot? How could he not dodge a slap that big? It didn't even look like it was moving fast. A student nearby claps his shoulder and explains, "Listen, man, you clearly failed physics class. The turtle looks slow, but that is only because it is so massive." The sounds of pure admiration and respect keep rolling through the crowd. Man, even a mid-tier bronze-level user couldn't do a thing to stop it. This turtle is basically invincible. Are you joking? The thing killed a gold-tier beast? You think it would be easy to handle? The red-haired girl beams with excitement. 8 was never this strong before, right? The stadium's loudspeakers immediately blare, announcing the results to the entire crowd. Game 1 goes to Zhangzhou University and Subai. Next up from Qingyun University, please welcome Zhang Xuan to the arena. As soon as the name is called, a female fighter in black leaps into the air, landing perfectly with a killer pose. She draws a razor-sharp longsword from its sheath, her eyes scanning the field for a strategy. I will win with my speed. I absolutely cannot let that turtle get anywhere near me. Zhang Xuan, mid-tier, bronze-level Qingyun University. The match starts and Zhang Xuan turns into a blur of shadows tearing through the wind. She keeps circling the giant beast, creating after images so fast that the human eye can barely keep track of her. The big screen zooms in on her agile movements and the crowd lets out a massive cheer. Zhang Xuan is playing the speed game, staying safely out of the giant turtle's reach. That's the way to do it. See, I told you guys. That last guy was a complete joke. Moving like the wind, she smirks, gripping her sword and calculating her opening. All I need is one opening. One fatal strike will be enough to end this whole match. Seeing the hit-and-run tactics, the Zhangzhou team starts panicking. Zhang Xuan keeps dodging, looking for her chance. At that speed, the turtle has no chance of hitting her. Professor Liao crosses her arms, looking annoyed. Tabak is still totally underestimating his opponent, and he is right to do so. Zhangzhou's ace captain is literally turning his back on the enemy right now. He just tosses a peanut into the air and catches it in his mouth like it is nothing. He ignores that girl dancing around with her sword, trying to slash his turtle. Watching her hop around like a bug is honestly just getting annoying. Little Ba narrows his eyes, lifts a heavy front paw, and slams it hard into the arena floor. It triggers a massive shockwave. Gravity kicks in instantly, a heavy force crushing down that sends Zhang Xuan spinning out of control. Her pretty face is pure shock as she hits the deck. That turtle is a beast. The invisible pressure pins her to the floor so hard she can't even take a single step. She forces one hand onto the ground, desperately trying to stay upright. Without wasting a second, Zhang Xuan darts right past the giant beast. She swings her sharp blade at the master with a smug grin. I will just take out the trainer directly. It is way too late for you to flip the script now, buddy. Meanwhile, Tubak is still just chilling on the ground. He casually takes a sip of his soda. Seeing him in such a tight spot, Teacher Liao turns pale and screams from the sidelines. This is bad. Zhang Xuan is going straight for Tobak. In the stands, Yan Ran jumps up in a panic, eyes wide, shouting a warning. As the blade whistles toward his head, Tobak just closes his eyes and enjoys his sweet soda. Zhongshan howls with victory. Tobak, you are done for. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang echoes through the air. Zhongshan's blade gets bounced back by an invisible force, while Tobak just gulps down his cola, wearing a smug smile that is just asking to be punched. It turns out that right at that moment, Little Ba's massive spiked tail swung around at lightning speed. One brutal sweep sent the girl flying through the air and crashing away. Watching that insane save, the crew in the stands finally breathes again. One guy pumps his fist and yells, "Wow, what a move!" That turtle's holy tail whip is the real deal. The redhead clutched her chest and let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. Over in the waiting area, things felt totally different. The seniors are jaw-dropped, swallowing hard. Did Tabak seriously just win again? This is happening way too fast. That kid is something else. The principal claps and laughs while a senior grinds his teeth, admitting, Tabak is legit. On the stage, Zhang Xuan is sprawled out on the cracked tiles, coughing in total pain and defeat. At the same time, Tabak lets out a happy sigh. Finally, I am full. Breakfast and the fight are officially over. Tabak stretches and looks at his groaning opponent. Hands behind his head, he sighs. You got way too close. Little Ba went a bit too hard on you that time. Hey friend, you better go get those injuries checked out. He ignores Zhang Xuan as medics carry her off. Tabak twists his waist, finally trying to act serious even if it is a little late. All right, time to actually get serious. Tabak tilts his chin up, calling out the entire arena. Who is next? Does anyone else want to step up and challenge me? The crowd is getting hyped. The redhead even starts a live stream, shoving her face right into the camera and cheering like crazy for everyone. Make sure to like, comment, share, and follow the channel. We really hope you guys will keep on supporting us through this. Not letting the fans down, the one-man, one-turtle show officially begins its arena sweep. The crowd roars as the big screen shows Little Ba tossing more rivals out of the ring. Opponent number 3 is a girl in glasses who stands no chance. She is face down on the floor, wand dropped. Tabak stands there with hands on his hips. Next. Rival number 4 is some guy getting flipped through the air. On the ground. Tabak casually pulls out his phone and takes a totally goofy selfie with a peace sign. Next up is opponent number 5. While that guy is still stuck in Little Ba's mouth, the ref grabs Tobak's hand and declares him the winner for Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. What a sweep. The stands explode. People are holding their heads, unable to believe their own eyes. Damn it, that Tabak guy just chewed peanuts the whole time. He literally just let his turtle do all the work in the arena and he still won. Seriously, I've never seen a player this arrogant in my entire life. So cool. Tabak is the best. One guy against 5, one turtle against 5, and he still crushed it. Amidst the rhythmic chanting, Tabak took out 5. Tabak took out 5. Tabak scratches his head while walking down the steps, looking totally confused. Why does that chant sound so weird? It feels like they are calling me a turtle or something. Names aside as soon as he gets back. Teacher Liao slaps his shoulder with a huge grin. Great job. Tabak single-handedly took down the formidable Thansun Martial Arts University, bringing massive honor to our Zhangzhou school as he stands by the principal. Tabak gave a humble smile. Thanks for the kind words, ma'am. Meanwhile, the seniors behind him were just sweating bullets and acting awkward. Once everyone settled, Teacher Liao announced, "All right, the morning matches are officially wrapped up. Go ahead and take a breather. After the lunch break, we will dive straight into round 2. While the tournament is running, the cafeteria is totally free for all you competitors to use. Feel free to go grab some food and recharge. You're going to need the energy." The second they heard food, their eyes lit up. Everyone stared toward the giant stadium dome. Free food, man. That is exactly what we needed. Meanwhile, over at the Fuchuan Martial Arts University lounge, the vibe was getting seriously tense. Someone spoke up. "Look, if we have to face Jiangzhou University in the next round, they are definitely putting Tabai on the field. That guy's Beast is basically a god in close combat. What is the plan?" A guy in glasses adjusted his frames and pointed at a buff, long-haired dude standing there. "If we really have to clash with Jiangzhou University, Mao Kai, you are taking Tabai down." Mao Kai just smirked. "Makes sense. The captain is a poison type, so we do not even need to get close. When the time comes, I will just keep my distance and use poison to rot that turtle out." Same story over at Tondan Martial Arts University. The captain was busy hyping everyone up. "Do not get discouraged, team. Tabai is a beast, sure, but his weaknesses are honestly pretty obvious. We just need to find a gap in that turtle's defense and hit Tabai directly. That is our only shot." A guy in shades nodded along, analyzing the play. "The principal is right. If we run into Tabai this afternoon, let me handle that guy myself." Honestly, Trong Huyen had the right strategy this morning. The problem was she just was not fast enough. The captain slapped another guy on the shoulder. "All right, Li Feng, listen up. You are a speed specialist with buffed combat skills. Just find the perfect moment to strike Tabai." Li Feng nodded firmly. Before long, the lunch break was over. Up on the floating cube screen in the middle of the stadium, the two announcers reappeared, sounding totally hyped. Those morning matches were seriously intense. These students are showing some major heart and a spirit that just will not quit. They are absolutely fearless. Now, round 2 is about to kick off. We're going straight into the random drawing. Over in a corner of the stands, as the Jiangzhou juniors were walking by with their heads down, some seriously sarcastic whispers started echoing through the crowd. Wow. I feel like the rest of the Jiangzhou squad does not even need to show up. Honestly, Tabai could probably take down every other school by himself. Must be nice having a teammate who carries that hard. Feeling insulted, senior Ho Thanthu clenched his fists, his face darkening as he warned the others. "Do not get cocky yet. This is just the local provincial stuff. When we go up against martial arts schools from other provinces, Jiangzhou is going to get wrecked so hard, we will not even be able to look up. We used to struggle just to keep our heads high, but with Tabai around, we feel even more useless and invisible than before." Cutting right through those bitter thoughts, the announcer's voice boomed across the entire arena. The massive electronic scoreboard started flickering. "I am now announcing the round 2 matchups for the provincial tournament. Match number 1, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Tandan Martial Arts University. Match 2 is Fuchuan versus Anyi. Match 3 features Long'an versus Tenben. For the 4th match, we have Taishuang Martial Arts versus Truongtu Martial Arts University." The screen in the center of the stadium flashed, showing the fight announcement in bright letters. First up, Tabai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts goes head-to-head with Li Feng from Tondan right there on the field. Li Feng pushed up his glasses and gave a smug smirk when he saw who he was fighting, just like I thought. They sent Tabai out first. Good thing we prepped a special strategy just for him. But instead of looking stressed out like usual, Tabai was just chilling, leaning against Little Eight's massive shell. He even waved to his opponent who was warming up across the field. "Hey man, do not be so tense, just relax. Try to hang in there, okay? This will all be over before you know it." The second the ref shouted, "Start!" Li Feng exploded with a bright blue energy and spun around, dropping into a battle stance and snapping Tabai, "Do not get too full of yourself. I am Li Feng, captain of Tondan High Bronze rank." Before he even finished, he triggered a skill and turned into a total blur, leaving trails of blue light. Wind step. Using that insane speed, Li Feng slipped through the defense. The giant Little Eight was caught off guard and let out a shocked roar. Exploiting how slow the giant turtle was, Li Feng gave a winning smirk and zipped right behind it. He immediately launched a massive kick at Little Eight's diamond-hard shell. Take that. But Little Eight just turns around looking completely clueless, like he has a giant question mark over his head. Li Feng gets blasted back, gritting his teeth in pure shock. He couldn't even scratch that beast's defense. Seriously. Fed up with that buzzing mosquito, Little Eight lets out a massive, furious roar. He slams his giant tail down, triggering a huge explosion, but Li Feng pulls a fast move and leaps away. Watching this turtle chase, the crowd starts buzzing. Wait, is that turtle actually too slow to even touch Li Feng? Ha ha ha, check it out. That turtle looks like Li Feng's totally getting under its skin. It's losing it. It won't stop screaming. If Li Feng suddenly switches targets and goes for Subai, you think he's got a shot. The Tanmin students are losing their minds cheering. They're pumped. Man, he might actually pull this off. Is he just bullying Subai's turtle because it's a bit slow? That's kind of savage, but honestly, I'm here for it. Let's go Li Feng do it on the floor. Li Feng keeps trolling, grinning ear to ear while waving that pissed-off beast over. Come and get me. Meanwhile, the Jiangzhou crew in the waiting area are starting to look seriously stressed out. Teacher Liao's got her arms crossed, looking worried. He's baiting little 8 away from Subai. What is he thinking? Why hasn't he made a move yet? One senior watches closely. It looks like Subai is busy hunting for something. Ignoring his opponent jumping around like a monkey, Subai finally digs a can of cola out of his bag, looking stoked. Finally found it, my bad. But lunch was way too salty, I'm parched. So with everyone watching in total shock, Subai just chugs his cola right on stage while Li Feng keeps screaming trash talk. Come on, Li Feng. Get over here. Sensing he's at a safe distance, Li Feng runs the numbers and gets ready to bolt. From this far out, even a tail whip isn't going to touch me. Not a chance. Seeing his golden opportunity, he kicks off the floor, glowing with yellow energy, and flies straight at the thirsty Subai. Subai Yu really slept on me. Li Feng leaps high, charging up a killer strike while screaming with pure rage. I'm going to make you pay for that. But Subai just lowers his soda and casually calls out his pet's name. Little 8, that was the cue. The floor, right under Little 8, suddenly ignites, sending massive ripples of yellow and green energy out like waves in a pond. Midair, Li Feng just stops. His whole body locks up like he's frozen solid, and he starts sweating bullets in total panic. What the heck is going on? Why can't I move down below? Subai just stands there, hands in pockets, smirking like a boss. Suddenly, a blinding phantom of the black tortoise towers over them, surrounding Little 8. Li Feng can only gasp in terror. Just an illusion, Subai stops smiling and gives the final order with total authority. All right, enough playing around. Let's wrap this match up right now. The tortoise phantom opens its massive jaws wide and a terrifying gravity skill kicks in. Li Feng is yanked backward by an unstoppable force, his body floating helplessly. He flails and kicks, reaching out while screaming in pure desperation as he's sucked right into the beast's glowing maw. Wait, what are you doing? Before he can finish, a massive golden shockwave erupts from the tortoise's mouth. Li Feng gets launched across the stadium like a literal cannonball, leaving thousands of spectators jaw-dropped in pure disbelief. Boom. The arrogant captain gets slammed right into the concrete wall, leaving a massive smoking hole in the waiting area. Over at the Tan Min camp, all that cockiness is gone, replaced by pure, shivering fear. I finally get it. It's not that Li Feng is weak, it's that Subai is just a beast. If it were me, I would have thrown in the towel the second I saw Subai stepping onto the stage. How can anyone fight a monster like him? The Tan Min principal facepalms in total defeat while the teacher just stares at the hole. Principal, what do we do? Li Feng is in really bad shape after that hit. He lets out a heavy sigh and waves it off. There's nothing we can do. We're forfeiting. The massive screen in the stadium starts flickering as the announcer's voice booms over the speakers with an update. Rough luck having to go up against a powerhouse like Subai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Tamen University has officially called it quits. The next school lining up to face the Jiangzhou squad is... The screen flashes the next team from Fujian University, and the crowd starts whispering and gossiping all over again. How could they just give up without even a real fight? But Subai is legit terrifying. Giving up beats getting humiliated. Back at the Jiangzhou team area, things are looking way more chill now that the pressure is off. An upperclassman nods? All right, Tan Dan threw in the towel. Now Tabak can save his energy for the finals against Fu Chuyen. Teacher Lu crosses her arms with a smirk. Does he really even need to save energy, though? Another senior snaps back, looking totally dead serious. But that Fu Chuyen captain is a poison user. This won't be a walk in the park. The referee shouts it out. The match starts way differently than anyone expected. The captain signals for a timeout while Little 8 growls. Hold on a sec, let's not get violent yet. He flips his long hair and flashes a smile that feels super sketchy. Look, Tabak, you're a beast. I know I can't win. How about we make a little deal instead? That's Mao Kai, a mid-tier bronze master. Tabak just sips his soda, raising an eyebrow. Like, huh? A deal? What kind of deal? Mao Kai keeps rambling, but he's secretly prepping a vial of poison behind his back. Seriously, you're strong. I just wanted to chat about some Beastmaster stuff with a pro like you. Watching this fake drama, Tabak just scowls, while his opponent keeps cooking up that toxic cloud. Man, what's this guy's deal, talking shop? Now in the arena, Bak finally smirks, eyes sharp as a hawk. Oh, I get it. You're just stalling. Poison types take forever to charge their power. Tabak gives the order. Get him now. Busted, Mao Kai drops the act fast. He snickers as green fog pours out of his hands. Realized it too late? The whole stage vanishes in seconds. Mao Kai stands in this mist, acting smug. Too late, even for a god-tier master. You're not escaping my toxic haze. There's no way out of this. In the stands, the Jiangchao team is panicking. Teacher Lu screams, oh no! Bak totally underestimated him. I heard Mao Kai took down high-level beasts with this same trick before. What do we do? A senior tries to stay cool. Relax. It's not over yet. Inside the fog, Maokai cackles, watching Little Eight stumble around like a total lost puppy. You're blind in here, but I see everything. His eyes glow green with a nasty, wicked grin. Let's see how long you last in my rot. You got careless, Tabak. Big mistake. Once I drop the poison, it's game over. He spots a figure sitting cross-legged and mocks him, meditating to stop the rot. You've got bigger problems than some gas. Maokai lunges hands, turning into toxic claws. Ditobak. Clang the hit slams into a golden shield. Bak just sits there, opening his eyes with total disgust, trying a cheap shot in the dark. Sucks for you that I'm the one you're fighting. Maokai's eyes bulge out. How did you tank a full power poison strike in this fog? The principal smiles, explaining to the shocked kids. That's Origin Flow, a legendary talent. He shifted the turtle's defense straight onto himself. Done with the game's Bak stands up. Enough. Your gas smells like garbage. Sensing massive killing intent behind him, Maokai spins around. Huge shadow, red eyes, I'm so cooked. One slap from Little Eight sends that captain flying out of the ring. In the crowd, Nghien Nhien is fangirling hard. Bak is insane. He just nuked a poison user inside his own fog. She grips her fist. I'm catching up. The whole stadium goes wild. Tabak, the Turtle God, 1 versus 5. Turtle God 1 versus 5, absolute legend. Maokai's out. Fu Chuing calls it quits. The new provincial champion is... Bak's face hits the big screen. He stands by his giant turtle, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Finally over. Jiangchao University. Tabak. The match just ended, and the principal is already sprinting onto the field, slapping his back with pure pride. Tabak, kid, you just brought serious glory to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Nice work, he says, but Tabak is already rubbing his hands together with a greedy little smirk on his face. So, since we won, how about sliding some extra cultivation resources my way? Principal for my training, of course. The principal lets out a fake laugh while cursing the kid internally. This little punk is trying to play me again. Yeah, right. Like I am that easy to scam. He turns to the whole squad, announcing grandly that Jiangzhou Martial Arts officially took the provincial championship title. The military is going to grant you guys some serious merit points. When the time comes, you can hit up logistics to trade those points for resources. The seniors look totally lost. Only Tabak actually fought out there. Military merit. Does that even have anything to do with the rest of us seniors? The principal just waves them off, changing the subject fast. Anyway, in 3 days, we hit Luoyang for the big regional tournament. You guys feeling confident? Only Tabak shoots his hand up. Yeah, I am totally ready to go. Everyone else stays dead silent, so he just dismisses them. All right, you're all wiped out. Go home and get some sleep. You need to prep for the regionals in 3 days. Let us give it everything we have got. But Tabak is still hounding him about the resources. The principal practically bolts, turning his back and walking away. He waves without even looking back. Especially you, Tabak. I'm expecting a massive performance. See you in 3 days, kid. Tabak just sighs, watching the old man disappear. That total old fox. The second resources come up, he has gone faster than a ghost. Every single time. Once the tournament wrapped, the news was plastered across every single big screen in the entire city. The 100 Schools League Provincial Tournament is officially in the books. The top 3 spots went to Imperial Magic City and the Great Wall Guardian Martial Arts Universities. Tons of young prodigies put on some seriously insane performances during this year's big tournament. But out of everyone, the brightest star was definitely Tabak from the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. A group of girls stands right by a big screen, totally fangirling over him. He won the championship by soloing 5 different opponents across 3 straight matches without even breaking a sweat. Strong youth make a strong nation. We hope all martial arts students look to Tabak as a prime example, aim for that #1 spot, and bring some serious glory back to their own schools. Wow. Tabak is on the news again. I really want to meet him. To avoid the hype, Tabak hides in a quiet gym, finally breathing. Phew. Finally found some actual peace and quiet. He squats down, unzips his backpack, and pets the tiny kitten, currently rubbing against his leg. Shobai, I know you are getting impatient, but I promise you will get your chance to shine later on. He pulls out a small box filled with glowing, shimmering beast cores. I only managed to trade my merit points for 4 high-grade silver beast cores. You really need to eat these sparingly, okay? Do not finish them all at once. Seeing Xiaobai's eyes light up like headlights, Tabak smiles and drops a core right in front of him. Go ahead, eat. The second he swallows the core, Xiaobai's body explodes into a pillar of golden light, swallowing Tabak right along with it. A ding rings out and the system panel pops up, showing a level-up notification. High-grade mortal status shifts to low bronze. The kitten evolves into a sharp golden white tiger. Sacred white tiger bloodline activated. Tabak is stunned. He leveled up after just 1 core. He actually triggered the legendary white tiger bloodline. He does not hesitate, dumping out the remaining 3 cores with a big grin. All right, have some more. I'm giving you every single one I have got left. Tabak stands there watching the little kitten slowly finish off those super expensive silver-grade cores. Take your time. Nobody's going to steal them. After finishing all these, you should definitely be leveling up again, right? Once Xiaobai licks up the very last bit, he just starts cleaning his paws without any sign of evolving. This makes Tabak's blood boil. Hands on his hips, he snaps, "I gave you every single one," and still zero reaction. Those were high-grade silver beast cores we were talking about. Suddenly, Xiaobai's body erupts in a golden energy vortex, sending a massive wave of raw power through the entire gym. Tabak grabs his head, eyes wide at the insane scene unfolding. From inside that golden energy storm, the tiny kitten starts rapidly changing into a new shape. It swells up into a massive, powerful white tiger. Pure white fur, glowing gold eyes, and a majestic golden tail. It looks at its master and lets out a low, powerful growl. Is this cool enough for you to balk? Cannot hide his excitement? Haha, this is way cooler than Xiaoba ever was. The system panel immediately flashes some insane stats. Spirit Beast, Sharp, Golden White Tiger, Intense Master Killer. Mid-bronze level. 30% bloodline activated. Every attribute is boosted and the talent is upgraded. Strength 158, Defense 105 Agility, 295 Spirit 60, Talent 1, Golden Claws, 100 attacks in seconds. First hit, deals 150% damage each after adds 2%. Talent 2, Diamond Soul. Coats the body in energy with a 200% armor tearing effect. Talent 3, Golden Ghost. It boosts speed 300%. Subai stares at his new stats with a smug grin. Feeding you those 4 high-grade silver cores was worth it. These attributes are straight-up god tier. He walks over petting the massive white tiger as it rubs against him like a giant house cat. Good boy. I am counting on you to wreck everyone in the upcoming regional tournament. Meanwhile, inside a luxury mansion in the capital, a man wearing a fur robe watches Subai on his big screen TV. A servant whispers, "This Subai kid is interesting. He's definitely hiding something big." The boss narrows his eyes and gives a cold order. "Investigate this Subai kid. I want to know everything." His turtle might be even more legendary than the one Luo Fan used to have. Servant bows. Like the video guys. 3 days later at Luohe University, the competition atmosphere is absolutely electric. The Zhang Chao team walks in totally blown away by how massive the stadium is. Typical Luohe Martial Arts University. This stadium is way bigger than our school arena. The fans are screaming for their team. Luohe, Luohe, champions. A Zhang Chao teammate rolls his eyes and mumbles something bitter. They're just trying to flex on us. Subai points toward a totally empty section. "Hey, principal, what is the deal with that empty spot over there?" The teacher explains that only 9 schools entered this year. 1 dropped out, leaving an odd number, so the brackets are weird. So 1 school gets a free pass in the random draw. Exactly. It all comes down to pure luck. Whoever draws the bye goes straight to the next round. Hearing that, Subai starts praying for a match. "Please no bye. I need to rack up military credits to feed all these hungry beasts back at home." Meanwhile, the seniors are begging. "Principal, please, let me get some action this time." The whole team joins in. "Yeah, Principal, we want a piece of the fight too." The principal laughs. "Relax, guys, you will all get a chance. Wait for Subai to draw first." Soon a stunning MC with icy blue hair walks onto the stage. "All right, everyone, the draw is officially finished. Match 1 Luohe versus Fu Shuyan. And the team getting a bye for round 1 is our second match." Her voice echoes across the stadium. The result leaves Subai standing there in total shock. Zhangzhou University. Subai freezes like a statue while his teammates start celebrating like crazy. The principal slaps his back, laughing. "Subai, you are our lucky charm." Straight to the next round. Teacher Lo teases him too. "Seriously, go buy a lottery ticket. Your luck is off the charts." But Subai just face palms. "Why is my luck so bad? I actually wanted to fight." So while other teams are brawling in the ring, Zhang Chao just chills in the stands. "I really drew the bye. I actually wanted to fight." So while the other teams are brawling, Zhang Chao just sits there as spectators. The first round kicks off. The Fu Xuan fighters are struggling hard to hold their ground against Luohe. 2 hours later, the MC returns to the stage. The first round of quarterfinals is over. Now we will announce the results for the round 2 draw. The MC announces a result that shocks the whole arena. The school with another bye is Zhang Chao University. The crowd absolutely explodes in anger. "No way! What kind of rigged nonsense is this? Is this rigged? What is with this luck?" An angry spectator jumps up and starts shouting. "How is this fair? Zhang Chao has not done a single thing except sit in the stands and watch. I traveled across the whole country just to see Subai fight, not to watch him eat peanuts and drink soda. 1 bye is lucky, but 2. Come on." The fans, especially the girls, are getting really loud now. Is Luohe scared of facing Subai? Did they rig the draw just to keep them out of the ring? This system is a joke. How can a powerhouse like Subai get 2 free passes while everyone else fights? This is a total lack of respect for the other schools that actually fought. With the crowd losing it, a military bigwig steps out to cool things down. After a deep dive into the records, there's zero proof of any cheating or shady business coming from Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. We are clean. Let the games resume. The crowd is still salty, but back at the Zhangzhou bench, The principal is acting like he hit the jackpot. Haha, absolutely brilliant. This is pure gold. This means we have officially locked in third place for this entire regional bracket. Just one more victory, and we head to the grand finals across all 5 major regions. Meanwhile, Subai is face-palming on the bench, muttering in total despair. Seriously, another free pass. Why won't they just let us go out and fight? An hour later, the MC struts back out for the final update. Get ready, guys, because the regional finals are about to kick off right now. The next showdown features Zhangzhou Martial Arts University versus Lanjai Martial Arts University. Hearing their name, the whole Zhangzhou squad bolts upright, unable to hide their hype for the upcoming match. Finally, it is our time to shine. The seniors are practically begging for action. Yo, principal, let me be the first one out there. The principal raises a hand to chill the group out. Everyone take a breath. Sure, we have had some luck, but we cannot get overconfident now. He starts calling out the roster, instantly crushing the dreams of everyone else on the bench. Levin Hao and Bok Ninbang. You are up first and second. Then it is Vuong Tun Tun and Ho Tun Tu. Su Bai will be our anchor for this epic final. With the lineup set, the whole team lets out a massive roar of pure determination. You got it, principal. We are going to bring that trophy back home to our school. Su Bai just lets out a heavy sigh. Looks like I'm benched again. There's no way I'm getting a turn. The MC shouts as this match begins. First up is Levine Kwong. He's bravely taking on an intermediate bronze-level opponent despite only being at the junior bronze rank himself. After a brutal back-and-forth struggle, he barely misses the win and goes down. Next up, Bok Ninbang takes the stage. Without saying a word, she flips into beast mode. She completely ignores defense to launch a relentless assault, forcing her rival to back up into the corner. Round 3. The campus sweetheart Vuong Tun Tun steps up to show everyone her fighting skills are the real deal, not just for show. Using a master-level soft whip technique for both offense and defense, she blasts her opponent right out of the ring. Zhangzhou Martial Arts University takes the win. Watching this insane comeback, teacher Lu cannot stop clapping. That was some seriously high-level martial arts action right there. We won again, Subai thinks. Suddenly, it feels like the power levels of all the other students have absolutely skyrocketed out of nowhere. Is it possible Subai's presence is actually rubbing off on them? Meanwhile, Subai is just stressing out. When is it finally going to be my turn to play? My precious military merit points are slipping away. The speakers crackle. Next up for the Zhangzhou team is the scholar Ho Than Thu. Stepping into the ring, the studious-looking guy crosses his arms and tilts his head back, taunting the 2 remaining fighters on the other team. Why don't you both just come at me at the same time? It will save us some time. This cocky move immediately triggers his opponents. Hey man, don't get too full of yourself or you are going to end up losing in the most embarrassing way possible. The gorgeous MC jumps in to clear the air. Per the tournament rules, a fighter is allowed to challenge multiple opponents at the exact same time. The fight is about to start. Sitting back in the stands, Subai can only shake his head in utter disappointment. 1 against 2, he thinks. This guy really has zero intention of letting me even step onto the field today. What a hog. Down in the arena, Ho Teng Tu flashes a polite smile and puts a finger to his lips. Sorry about this, guys. It is nothing personal. Suddenly, a massive wave of vibrant blue energy explodes from his body, transforming into a 1,000-year-old maple tree towering over the entire stage. It radiates pillars of holy light. The rivals are stunned. No way that is a wood element ability. The divine tree shudders and thousands of leaves, sharp as daggers, turn into a storm sweeping the ring. They fly toward his rivals. Someone screams to watch out. The 2 opposing fighters struggle to block the rain of deadly leaves. There is something seriously wrong with the way these leaves move. Stay strong, his spiritual power cannot last forever. Up in the crowd, Subai and the principal are watching every single move with intense focus. Subai notes that a wood element user summoning an ancient maple tree like this is insane. Ho Than Tu has some seriously terrifying spiritual power in him. The principal strokes his beard with a smug grin. Looks like Than Thu has leveled up his power once again. I love to see it. He is definitely living up to that family name. The people in the stands are losing their minds. Oh my god, is Ho Than Thu really that powerful? This current batch of students at Zhangzhou Martial Arts University is loaded with hidden talent. It is just one dark horse after another stepping into the spotlight. I still think Subai is the strongest one here. After all, his spirit beast took down a literal gold rank monster. Down on the field, the rivals are gassing out, but the leaf storm shows zero signs of stopping. This guy is not slowing down at all. Ho Than Thu stands there, totally chilled out, casually, controlling the swirling leaves right in the palm of his hand. He flicks his wrist and those leaves transform into a devastating tornado, once again roaring forward to finish the job for good. The whirlwind blasts both rivals sky high, stripping away every single ounce of their will to fight back. Once the storm dies down, those 2 poor souls are left face down on the grass, covered in falling leaves. The speakers blare. This round goes to Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. Pure dominance for the home team. Hu Qinghu's pretty face flashes on the big screen as the MC Longtrong makes the official call. Big congrats to Zhangzhou and Luoha for punching their tickets to the national finals. After the match, the principal slaps the heroes back with a huge grin to celebrate the big win. Qinghu, that performance was straight fire. You shocked everyone out there today. Seriously killer job, kid. Qinghu plays it cool. Thanks, principal. But the real MVP of this whole tournament is definitely Subai. Suddenly, Subai hears his name. Subai nearly jumps out of his seat. His eyes go wide as he screams internally, "Wait, what? I am the hero." Are you guys just trolling me because I didn't even play the principal? Lets out a big teasing laugh at the thought. If Subai hadn't lucked out and pulled those 2 consecutive buys, we never would have cruised to victory like this. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad just stands there silently watching their captain literally steam with rage. Post-party. The principal drops the next phase. All right, listen up. I know you guys are probably totally wiped out. Go get some sleep and be ready. In 1 week, we are heading straight to the national finals. Besides, the military credits you earned, the school is throwing in extra training resources as a bonus reward. The second they hear the word resources, the whole squad starts wilding out with excitement. Heck yeah, the principal is the GOAT. But Subai just hangs his head, letting out a long, pathetic sigh. Man empty-handed again. Now I have to figure out how to get more resources to feed those 2 bottomless pits at home. Cut to a fancy mansion belonging to the Lin clan. Out in the backyard, a girl is grinding hard against a literal army of combat robots. A man steps out. "Nghien Nhien, dinner is ready. Time to eat." She lands a nasty high kick, dropping a robot, and yells back, "Uncle Wen Yuan, I am not hungry. I need another hour of practice." Wen Yin just stands there shaking his head and sighing at her. Man, this girl is something else. Ever since Subai joined the league, all she does is watch his matches and train like a maniac. She has completely forgotten what it means to actually take a break and rest. Right as he finishes, she chimes in again while dodging a punch from another metal bot. "Oh, by the way, Uncle Wen Yuan, those pills you gave me are almost gone. Can you ask Dad for a fresh batch? I need to level up my strength as fast as humanly possible." Wen Yuan rubs his temples and lets out a massive sigh at her stubborn attitude. Seriously, so many elite families from the capital tried to marry you, but you shot them all down without a second thought. I honestly have no idea what kind of spell that Subai kid has put on you. 7 days later, the Zhangzhou squad finally touches down at Mado Martial Arts University for the national finals. As they walk through those blinding gold gates, the whole team can't help but gasp in pure shock. A girl in the crowd drops her jaw. Is that school gate seriously made of solid gold? It is so shiny. This is beyond luxury. Subai's seniors are just as stunned, whispering to each other that the gate alone must have cost several $billion to build. What a total waste. The chubby principal pats his belly and proudly corrects them. Way more than $1 billion. The raw materials alone cost $1.8 billion. He keeps bragging, mentioning it only took 1 day for 20 gold level and 5 platinum level experts working together to build the whole thing. Just look at the Mado University motto and this insane massive gate they built. It is all about showing that only the strong can protect the country. While they're staring, a guy in a sharp suit walks up to greet them. "Welcome to the students from Zhangzhou Martial Arts. And hello to you, Principal Chu. I am Zhang Ming, the Vice President of the Mado Student Union." He holds out his hand and officially welcomes everyone to the campus. "Please follow me." Principal Chu responds politely. "All right, then we appreciate the help, young man." A few steps in one, Zhangzhou student starts whining while sucking on a popsicle. These Mado University people really think they are all that. Our principal traveled all the way here and they only sent some student vice president to meet us. That is just disrespectful. If someone from Imperial University showed up, I bet their principal would have been out here waiting for them in person. While walking, a teammate points to a weird-looking building and asks what it is. Zhang Ming explains with a proud smile, "That is the gravity adjustment training field." Principal Chu clenches his fists and grinds his teeth in pure jealousy. If our school had something like that, we could pump out at least 100 silver-level students every single year. The group stops in front of a fancy 5-star hotel. "Welcome, everyone. This is where you will be staying and eating." The first floor rocks a 24/7 buffet. Trung Min shows it off with a massive, proud grin. Check out this insane spread of delicacies where every dish features premium monster meat from the most savage beasts, all whipped up by the world's finest chefs. This stuff is a cheat code for a martial artist's energy, and the best part, it's all you can eat, no limits at all. When Tubok hears all you can eat, his eyes go wide. He's like, "Yo, for real, like 0 limits on the food." Trung Min just laughs. "Dead serious, you guys traveled way too far for Mado Martial Arts University to let you go hungry. Go nuts, fill your stomachs." That's all Tubok needs to hear. He lets out a yell and bolts straight for the restaurant like a madman. "Heck yes, little 8, little white. We're gonna feast." He leaves the rest of the team just standing there totally confused. Trungman turns and whispers to the principal, "So, has this kid not eaten in like a week?" But the seniors are already huddling up looking pale. "Trust us, you have no idea how much that turtle of his can actually eat. Oh man, if Tubok gets in there first, there won't be a single scrap left for the rest of us. Realizing the danger, the whole squad charges after him into the restaurant like a literal hurricane. Move it, if we don't hurry, we're going to be starving all night long. Truman gives an awkward laugh. Man, the youth these days, so much energy. Sorry about the chaos, haha. Next day at the main stadium, the crowd is going absolutely wild. You can hear them chanting, let's go, let's go, let's go. Team Jiang Chao steps into the arena, and man, this place is massive compared to the provincial rounds. Dang, the competition venues in the city are on a whole different level. Seriously, I've only ever seen an arena this huge on television before. Principal Chu puts his hands behind his back looking all serious. All right, kids, quit acting like you've never stepped foot outside your own backyard before. Let me break down the rules. He starts explaining the special setup for the national finals. This final tournament includes the best martial arts universities from 13 different schools. That includes the elite Great Wall Guard Military Academy, which is run by the military. They're auto-seeded into the top 4, so there aren't any bye rounds. The team immediately starts complaining. Wait, why does the Great Wall Guard Military Academy get a free pass into the top 4? Yeah, that's totally unfair. The principal explains, it's because the Great Wall Guard Military Academy is basically a training ground for military geniuses. He keeps going with a super serious tone. Most of you probably don't know this, but that's the only martial arts university actually located on the front lines, fighting off those multi-race invaders. This news blows everyone's mind, even to Box. Wait, what? A training ground for military geniuses for real? An academy right on the front lines of the war? That's intense. The principal finalizes their game plan. That's why these national finals are packed with hidden talent. Never, and I mean never, underestimate anyone you face out there. All right, we're putting Tu Bok in first, and Ho Then Thu will be our closer. The whole team shouts in unison, Jiang Chao Martial Arts University is taking the win. A female MC pops up on the big screen. Teachers and students, please find your seats. The interschool national finals are about to begin. Matchups start flashing on the screen. And now it's time to announce the official draw results for the first round. Match 1, first Jiang Chao versus Yokohama. Match 2, Imperial versus East China. Match 3, Mo versus Nanjing. All 3 of these epic matches will be starting at the exact same time. Seeing the draw, one senior lets out a huge sigh of relief. Our luck isn't half bad. At least we're not facing a top 3 school in the first round. Yokohama Martial Arts University is basically on the same level as us anyway. Another guy volunteers, let me take the lead. But Tabak blocks him, eyes blazing with fire. His face looking hilariously intense because he's so hyped for this. No way I'm going out there first. I want every single school to see exactly what Jiang Chao's attitude is all about. The referee yells begin, and the match kicks off. Tabak squats down facing his opponent, who just gives him a nasty mocking look. So you're the famous Tabak, huh? He gives a major thumbs down, sounding super cocky. Making it to the national finals is impressive for a school like yours, but this is exactly where your luck runs out. Ignoring the trash talk, Tabak just calmly unzips his backpack. All right, little 8, let's wrap this up nice and quick. A bright golden fireball shoots out of the pack, transforming into a massive black tortoise that slams onto the stage, creating a terrifying shockwave. Little 8's grand entrance immediately sends the crowd into a frenzy. Wait, did Jiang Chao Martial Arts University really send a Beast Tamer to compete? And check it out, he's got a turtle. Whoa, that thing looks way bigger than the last time we saw it. Man, this is going to be good. Down on the floor. Tabak's opponent is wide-eyed and stuttering in pure terror. Wait, this thing is way too big. This has got to be cheating. Before he can even react, Little 8 gives a little flick and sends the guy flying out of the ring like he's just an annoying fly. He just lets out one final helpless scream. Yo, I totally do not accept this. Toby sat on a prep stool, peeling peanuts and sighing in total disappointment. Seriously, are you really this weak? I didn't even finish my snack yet. Flat on the ground, the defeated fighter muttered in pure bitterness. I thought Beastmasters were soft, but they're wrecking these martial artists. The crowd started buzzing with rumors again. Talent 2. Shell defense consumes stamina to increase defense by 50 to 100%. And Talent 3, Heavy Strike, is activated by spending stamina to enhance attack power by 100 to 200%. Talk about disrespecting the competition. An experienced spectator explained, you clearly haven't seen any of Toby's previous matches. That turtle of his has insane defense and power. It's definitely silver rank. With a beast like that, you'd crush bronze fighters too. Just then, the next opponent stepped out a girl with a bionic arm. She watched Toby toss a peanut into the air and catch it in his mouth like it was nothing. She roared in fury, is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University trying to humiliate us or what? The cyborg girl charged with a scream of rage. I'll make you pay. But Toby just sat there totally chill, eyes glued to his phone, muttering, man, this webtoon is fire. I gotta leave a like. No orders needed. Little 8 turned and blasted a wave of heat, blowing the opponent straight off the stage. The ref shouted the verdict victory goes to Toby of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. In the Jiangzhou stands, the seniors just held their heads in shame. One muttered peanuts and a stool. Really? Is this the attitude he was talking about? Another sighed. Toby has zero humility, just straight up insulting people. Totally opposite to them, Principal Chu looked up at the sky, laughing his head off inside. Ha ha ha, how am I even supposed to look the Yokohama principal in the eye after this? A nearby teacher warned him, don't celebrate yet. Toby might be facing a real challenge very soon. He stared at another ring in shock and asked, is that the captain from Imperial Martial Arts University? On that stage, a massive guy with a B tattoo was landing a lightning-fast kick on a red-haired kid. A massive explosion rocked the arena, blowing out a corner of the ring and leaving the crowd breathless. When the dust settled, the muscular fighter was lying unconscious on the floor. The winner stood there with flames on his hands, casually saying, sorry, I guess I hit him a bit too hard. Imperial wins. Principal Chu narrowed his eyes and noted seriously he's a fire-type fighter at the peak of silver rank. One of Toby's seniors added nervously, a silver rank fire user? That's the terrifying power of Imperial University. Without the Guard Military Academy or Li Chang around, probably only Mado University has what it takes to face a powerhouse like that. Right then, the big screen flashed the latest victory announcement for Jiangzhou University. Over at the Luohe University section, a buff guy watched Toby celebrate with his hands in the air. He turned to his principal and asked, sir, let me go out there and handle this Toby kid. Silver rank Vince said confidently, I'll show Jiangzhou what it's like to get swept 1 versus 5. The Luohe principal nodded and advised, all right, Vince, use your speed to win. Do not try to fight that turtle head on. Vince answered firmly, don't worry, sir. The next match was announced, Jiangzhou Martial Arts versus Luohe Martial Arts. It's Toby versus Vince. The fight started and Vince stepped out, pointing his finger right at Toby. Toby, you got lucky last round, but Jiangzhou's luck is about to run out right now. Toby was still on his stool, soda in hand. He glanced at his opponent and shrugged, oh, a silver rank wind user. Little 8, you're up. Vince gritted his teeth and roared, feel the wind. He threw his arms out as glowing green currents began to swirl and gather around his body, creating a massive cyclone. Let me show you the real power of silver rank. Razor-sharp wind blades completely surrounded Little 8. Inside the storm, Little 8 tried to use his earth gravity skill, but screamed in his head. Damn it, this earth gravity thing isn't locking onto him at all. Vince moved with insane speed, blurring past Toby and mocking him. You're out before you even know it. He leaped into the air, creating a giant wind blade and screaming, see you later, bronze brat. Toby just sat there drinking, muttering that the wind was ruining his snacks. Vince kept spamming wind blades, kicking up a huge cloud of dust over Toby and Little 8. Let's get this loss over with. As the dust cleared, Vince turned his back like a pro. My bad, hit a bit too hard. Rest up. But through the thick smoke, a chill voice rings out. What was that you just said? Tabak walks out without a single scratch, wrapped in a glowing golden energy shield that looks exactly like a turtle shell with patterns. Vuong Min-Kan whips around, eyes bulging in terror. That synchronized energy, how is that possible? Did someone really master the legendary god-tier skill of Lock Fam already? Tabak crushes his soda can and smirks. You're a wind user, right? Pretty cocky about your speed, huh? He gives a casual wave. Xiaoba, come back! The little guy glows, shrinks down, and zips right into the backpack on his back. He calmly leans down and sets his bag on a chair. You want to play the speed game? Let's go. A small white blur jumps out. Tabak stands tall, watching the white kitten stretch out like it is nap time. Xiaobai, he says. It is your turn to shine. Vuong Min-Kan sees the tiny cat and loses it, laughing his head off. Haha, Tabak, are you stupid? You brought a pet cat to a real fight. The crowd starts buzzing with trash talk. One guy laughs, haha, what random school did this clown even come from anyway? Another guy looks curious. Must be Jiangzhou Martial Arts. He's wild for bringing a kitten. A girl's eyes light up. Wow, that kitty is so cute, I want one. In the Jiangzhou dugout, a senior face palms and mumbles, what the hell? What is Tubok doing? Another teammate crosses his arms, annoyed. Is he just trying to troll this guy? First the chair, then the soda, now a house pet to taunt him. This kid is straight up disrespecting his opponent. But one senior girl looks worried. Will that even work? His opponent is literally a high-level wind user. Principal Chu Chi just waves it off, looking all mysterious and calm. Hold on, just watch. That is no ordinary cat. Meanwhile on stage, Vuong Min-Kan busts out laughing. Haha, whatever, just bring that turtle back out here. Ignoring the trash talk, Tabak casually pets his cat. Xiaobai, don't hit too hard, okay? It is just a match, not a real war. Suddenly, Xiaobai looks up and lets out a massive roar that shakes the entire stadium. A terrifying, majestic white tiger phantom towers behind it, lunging straight for a panicked Vuong Min-Kan. Vuong Min-Kan jumps back, clutching his head in a total panic. Was that shadow just an illusion? Still shaking, he mumbles about that bone-chilling roar. Before he can even breathe, the tiny kitten starts glowing and begins to transform. It roars again as his body grows massive in a flash. Vuong's eyes bulge as he stutters, It is huge! The whole crowd explodes in total shock. That is no pet kitten, someone screams. That is clearly a massive, ferocious tiger. A fan tries to identify it. Is that a white tiger? I have seen them at the zoo before, but never one this big. Even the Jiangzhou team is stunned. One senior points at the ring mouth hanging wide open. Wait, did Tabak's cat just turn into a white tiger? Another teammate asks, looking completely lost. Is this massive tiger actually Tabak's second tamed spirit beast or what? In the stands, everyone starts whispering. How is this possible? Taming a second beast is insane even for a silver rank master. A senior girl concludes, looks like Tabak has way more secrets than we thought. Back in the ring, Vuong tries to focus. He channels his wind power, creating a razor-sharp wind blade to slice the tiger. But the moment it hits, the white tiger vanishes, leaving only a blurry streak of light. Vuong freezes, staring in shock as the tiger's afterimage dissolves. An afterimage? Just how can a huge white tiger be this freaking fast? The tiger zips around at insane speeds, leaving a circle of afterimages all around Vuong Minh. He screams in desperation, "No way! It's actually faster than the wind! I do not believe it!" Realizing he cannot keep up. Vuong shifts his target. He glares at Tabak, who is just chilling in his chair. "Forget the cat. If I take you down, I win." He lunges at Tabak like an arrow, screaming, "Die!" But he totally underestimated their bond. Instantly, a massive white shadow appears, blocking his path to Tabak. Its razor-sharp claws swing out, cutting a perfect deadly arc through the air. Vuong only catches a glimpse of the claws before he is hit with an unstoppable force. "No way!" he screams in terror. He is sent flying into the air, his clothes shredded to pieces by the tiger's sharp claws. He slams hard into the floor, creating a loud boom and a massive cloud of white dust. On the big screen, the tiger's epic roar replays over and over as the word winner pops up. Jiangzhou University, Tabak wins. The whole crowd is on their feet, losing their minds. Oh my god, did Tabak actually pull this off? A mid-tier bronze rank student just flattened a silver captain from a prestigious university. Are you kidding me? Someone in the back yells it was a total blowout. Is this even real life right now? One girl in the stands is stunned. Why does Tabak's white tiger look way more vicious than that turtle? Her friend nods along. That big cat is on another level of savage. Suddenly, the entire stadium erupts into a massive roar of cheers for him. Tabak, Tabak. The white tiger has to win. Tabak is taking this. Up in the judge's box, an old-timer strokes his beard while looking at the stats. I've never even heard of this kid. Is he really just a freshman from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University? Another judge chimes in. Even the elite students from the Imperial University or the military training camps are not usually this insanely powerful, are they? A third judge taps the table with his pen and comes to a conclusion. Did Jiangzhou Martial Arts University really produce a monster like this? Are they finally about to make a huge comeback? Jiangzhou is definitely on the rise. But over in a dark corner of the stadium, the mood is different. Inside the Imperial Martial Arts University lounge, things are tense. One guy snickers and mocks the loser. That fighter from Lok Ha was just way too weak. Another student stands by the window sipping red wine and speaking with pure, unadulterated contempt. Please. This country bumpkin brought 2 spirit beasts just to crash our $10,000 buffet for free. If we run into him, we're going to make him suffer big time. Cao Tu-hien, the arrogant captain of the Imperial Martial Arts University. He leans back on the sofa with his hands behind his head. That kid is way too cocky. If we face him in the semifinals, he smirks with a cold stare. We'll crush him into the ground. 2 other team members standing nearby immediately start nodding in total agreement. Exactly. The captain is right. This hick needs to be taught a serious lesson. Meanwhile, on another stage, a match just ended. A white tiger is growling, pinning another fighter to the floor with its massive paws. The victory screen flashes again. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Tabak wins. Back on the stage, a pink-haired fighter gets sent flying through the air by a powerful kick from Little White. The referee shouts out once more. Tabak wins. Right after that, another opponent in red gets completely shattered into tiny frozen shards by Little White's intense ice energy blast. The referee is not even surprised anymore as he makes the official announcement. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Tabak wins. The entire stadium is absolutely losing it. A female announcer pops up on the big screen, her voice filled with hype. Huge congratulations to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University for making it into the top 4. The crowd stands as one, chanting that Jiangzhou is finally back on top. Tabak, Tabak, Tabak. Over in the school's section, Principal Chu looks up at the sky with tears of joy streaming down his face. His voice trembles as he says, "Heaven is watching." Jiangzhou is finally in the top 4. As soon as the match ends, the entire Jiangzhou squad rushes onto the field to swarm Tabak. One senior pumps his fist into the air and screams at the top of his lungs. Jiangzhou is rising. Their teacher pats him on the back with a huge grin. Incredible job. Tabak. Let's see who dares to look down on Jiangzhou Martial Arts University now. Principal Chu walks over, sounding incredibly proud. Tabak, you really did not let me down. You are officially the most important hero this university has seen in over a century. Tabak just gives a modest shrug. Sir, I was just doing my job. Once the whole team gets back to the lounge, Principal Chu finally sits down to relax. Looking totally satisfied, he says making the top 4 has officially fulfilled our entire mission. This will be the most glorious chapter in the history of our great university. Don't you worry. Your hard work and contributions will be rewarded very well. Hearing that, Tabak flinches, his eyes popping open with total shock and confusion. Principal. Aren't there still the top 4 matches to play? How can the mission already be over? He thinks to himself, it looks like the old man is planning to just hand over billions in championship resources. Yeah, I am not okay with that. Principal Chu starts to explain things very gently. Tabak. Our original goal was just to hit the top 6, and we already made the top 4. We are done. You aren't actually thinking about... He pauses and stares. Challenging the top 3 powerhouse universities, are you? The entire team instantly whips their heads around to look at Tubok in total shock. One senior stammers. What you really want to take on the top 3 schools. Tabak just calmly shrugs and asks one simple question that leaves everyone completely speechless. Why not? Suddenly, Tabak stands up and points toward a massive gate in the distance, sounding totally fired up. Principal, look at Mado Martial Arts University. Their front gate alone cost $1.8 billion. Even if Zhang Chao is in the top 4, we would never dream of being that flashy and incredibly expensive, right? He spreads his arms wide. If you ask me, we should aim for first place and rebuild our own university gate from scratch. We can't let the people of Zhang Chao down like this. We have to fight for that #1 spot. Tubok's words lit a fire in the captain. He stood up, fist clenched. You're right, we aren't quitting now. He looked at Tubok and gave a sharp nod. Look, you're annoying, but you've proven you're a real leader. The top 4 matches are yours to command now. Principal Chu, caught up in the hype, slammed the table and roared, That's what I'm talking about. Your passion and courage are legendary. Now go get some rest. Prepare for tomorrow's top 4 and bring home that #1 championship trophy. As the team pumped themselves up to leave, Principal Chu stayed behind, watching them with a heavy sigh. These kids, they're young and reckless. They actually want to take on the big 3. Meanwhile, deep inside a massive skyscraper at the high command of the Dragon Kingdom's military, an officer reported to the marshal. The tournament was hitting the top 4, ending in 2 days. In the boardroom, the marshal sat at the head of the table. All military preparations for the massive counteroffensive against the myriad tribes were finally complete. Everything's at the front, ready to launch at any moment. The marshal simply nodded. Good. He stood before his officers and announced that once the tournament ends, the war begins. Every student will be heading to the front lines to fight. The officer stood as one, fists tight, shouting with pure rage. For the thousands of students and teachers we lost. Anyone who disrespects the Dragon Kingdom will pay no matter where they hide. Back to the present morning at the hotel. Tubok is meditating, floating in midair as waves of golden energy swirl around his body. Down on the floor, Little White and Little 8 were face down in their food bowls, devouring everything. Suddenly, Tubok's eyes snapped open. Sacred Beast Armament activate. But the energy flickered out instantly. He lost his balance and smacked face first into a food bowl. Damn it! He looked up, face covered in kibble. What happened? Suddenly, a glowing system screen popped up in front of him. Congrats, host, you've successfully unlocked the exclusive talent skill transposition. Transposition. Within 1 kilometer, you can swap places with your pets, instantly ignoring all physical limits. Tubok blinked. He looked over and saw Little 8 sitting on the sofa where he'd been meditating. He was stunned. We just swapped places instantly. What kind of skill is this? He stood up. He grabbed his backpack and shrugged. Whatever another skill is fine. Might actually be useful on the battlefield. He called his pets. Let's go, guys. With Little White on his shoulder and Little 8 in his arms, he walked out. Time to go crush the big 3 schools. Back at the arena, the MC appeared on the big screens. Welcome back. After yesterday's battles, we finally reached the top 4. Now let's welcome the squad from the Great Wall Military Guard Academy to the stage. She continued the formal introduction. The Great Wall Academy started as a military outpost for the Border Guard. Built in 1907, it was one of the first bases ever established on the myriad tribes battlefield. A massive army marched out, led by a man in a fur cloak. In its 94-year history, the myriad tribes have launched hundreds of attacks against this school. But the students and teachers fought to the death, slaughtering countless monsters, and today it still stands tall. The Academy's motto is simple. As long as the tribes exist, the Great Wall will never fall. That remains true today. Humanity's strongest warrior, the legendary King Tier expert Master Nai Qin, serves as the school's honorary principal. King Tier expert Ni. Qin stepped out and waved to the roaring crowd. The MC screamed, "This is exactly why those monsters are terrified to step foot on this land. It is the strongest martial arts university in the country, and humanity's ultimate frontline shield. The Great Wall lives up to its name." The crowd started buzzing with excitement. They say the Great Wall Academy is a city of heroes where every single student is a legend. We have all seen how tough the capital and imperial universities are, but the Great Wall Academy is on a whole different level of power. It is hard to imagine how terrifying their strength must be. A fat guy in the crowd looked confused. Did she say only 5 members? No backup players? The guy next to him smirked. Man, you're seriously sleeping on those guys. They're from the Great Wall Guard Military Academy. Do you really think they even need a backup squad? Over at the Zhangzhou team area, everyone is staring at the giant screen with total admiration. Subai mumbles to himself. King tier expert Ni Jing is basically a human fortress for our entire species. Just getting to fight the Great Wall Academy is a massive honor for Zhangzhou martial arts. When will I finally be a king tier expert and a fortress for humanity like him? The female announcer steps up to declare that the top 4 bracket is about to begin. Here are the draws. The first match features the Great Wall Guard Academy against Imperial Capital University. Then for the second match, Magic City University will face off against the underdogs from Zhangzhou Martial Arts. Inside the Imperial Capital Lounge, Cao Zixuan is just chilling in his chair looking totally relaxed. A beautiful girl stands behind him rubbing his shoulders. He sighs lazily. This is so boring. We have to fight Zhangzhou again. I do not even want to bother fighting such weaklings, another girl on the team says with a look of pure disgust. Are our next opponents really those Zhangzhou losers? There is zero glory in crushing trash like them, honestly. Exactly. Zhangzhou is just a bunch of random troublemakers. How did they even manage to sneak into the top 8? She turns to their leader. Captain, let me handle this round. I will wipe them all out in one go. Meanwhile, the announcer introduces the first warrior from Great Wall Military Academy. It is their captain, Han Zhan, a Lord-tier expert, and the grandson of the famous General Han Dong. That purple and gold armor he is rocking was forged from a diamond-grade core. The second Han Zhan stepped out. The whole stadium went dead silent. Every single eye was on him. The crowd starts whispering, who is Imperial Capital going to throw out to face a beast like that guy? No waiting around today. Han Zhan, decked out in that purple and gold gear, points his massive blade at the rival bench and shouts, Wang Yang, quit stalling and let us settle this right now. He growls out a challenge. Imperial Capital Captain Wang Yang, do you actually have the guts to fight? That direct call-out just set the entire stadium on fire. The hype is absolutely real. One fan jumps to their feet, fists clenched in total excitement. Han Zhan just challenged Wang Yang directly, our Imperial Capital and Great Wall, really starting with a king versus king duel. This drama is legendary. The chant of king versus king. King versus king starts shaking the walls. A figure drops lightly onto the stage, his spear hitting the floor with a sharp metallic click. That is Wang Yang, the Imperial Capital captain. He plants his spear, smirks, and says, Old Han, why the big drama? He shoots a look of pure disrespect at his rival. Ha, I am just worried you are going to be a total loser. Wang Yang showing up makes all the girls in the stands go absolutely ballistic for him. Look, there is my idol, Wang Yang. Another girl screams, Wang Yang is mine. God, he is so hot. At the Zhangzhou bench, Principal Chu strokes his beard. Han versus Wang. This match is heating up right away. To be young, Subai just stands there totally deadpan. Is Wang Yang really that good looking? I do not see it. Subai turns and slaps the shoulder of a teammate who is literally shaking. Lu, you are up first. Go show them what we are made of. Luo jumps, stuttering. Me first. Can I do this? Back on the main stage, Han Zhan squares up. Let us do this. I will let you move first. Wang Yang does not hesitate. He roars. Fine, then I am not holding back. He spins his spear, creating a howling hurricane and charges forward. The vortex slams into the armor of Han Zhan, but it only creates a massive metallic clang. A teacher in the stands gasps, that diamond-grade battle armor. Han Zhan has mastered it to an insane level. Wang Yang does not stop. He keeps raining down a storm of brutal high-speed strikes. He yells, who cares about your energy levels or your sharp blade? Below, Principal Chu starts breaking it down. Wang Yang is an extreme speed-type fighter. With that howling wind, he is basically invisible out there on the stage. This is legit terrifying. Subai squints, thinking, is this really the power of a mid-silver ranker? And I'm only mid-bronze. Suddenly, through his visor, Han Zhan smirks. Gotcha. There is the opening. He pumps all his energy into that giant blade. A golden aura explodes, screaming mid-silver rank. He slams the blade down. A massive shockwave rips across the floor, tearing the entire stage apart. The name of his move echoes across the arena. Heavenly Parting / Wang Yang is blasted back by the shockwave, stabbing his spear into the floor. Up in the judges' seats, an old-timer grips his chair, looking completely stunned. Is that General Han's legendary Heavenly Parting /? 3 years back, General Han used this exact move to delete a diamond rank enemy. It is so terrifying it even forced Wang Yang to dead stop right there. Another commentator is losing it. Han Zhan actually flipped a high-damage offensive move into a straight-up crowd control skill. Unbelievable. Han Zhan is on another level for pulling that off. This guy is straight up the #1 military commander, no doubt. Not giving him a second to breathe, Wang Yang powers up. An emerald glow wraps around his mid-tier silver spear as the runes light up. He lunges forward like a literal hurricane, thrusting that spear with some absolutely insane killing power. The wind howls. Seeing the incoming frontal assault, Han Zhan growls through his mask. A head-on collision. Seriously, Wang Yang, you already lost. Gold and green energy slam together, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. A blinding flash swallows the entire stadium, forcing the crowd to shield their eyes from the glare. As the light finally clears, Wang Yang is seen getting tossed from the blast, his body covered in raw energy burns. The entire crowd just goes dead silent. Someone whispers that was straight up cold. Another guy chimes in totally shocked, and that was just the back of the blade. For real, if he used the edge, the Imperial Martial Arts University captain would be a corpse right now. Others are getting seriously heated. It is just a match, man. Why go for the kill? This is supposed to be a martial arts competition, not some brutal death match. Why not just call it a draw? Down on the floor, Wang Yang stumbles to his feet, clothes completely shredded, but he looks up and admits it. Old Han, you are incredible. I lost. Plain and simple. Han Zhen stands tall in the center of the ring, his massive blade slammed deep into the dirt. The female MC's voice rings out. Round 1 goes to the Great Wall Military Academy. Over in the Zhangzhou section, Subai glares at the big screen, clenching his fists tight. Looks like the Great Wall crew is the real deal. A senior with a massive sword on his back turns and asks, Round 1 is in the books. Now it is our turn. Luo Yongqiang, you ready for this? He nods hard. Ready. Their coach gives them a warning. Vin Hao, know your limits. Our goal here is just to give everyone a chance to fight and learn. If you cannot hold out, just tap out. Do not overdo it. He looks back with pure determination. Do not worry, Principal. I will not let Zhangzhou martial arts down. The ref yells, Round 2, let us go. From the Ma University side, a guy with long black hair and dual blades steps out. His name is Zheng Lexiao, and he is smirking like a villain. This is going to be fun. He licks his blade eyes, going wild as he asks, Hey, little brother, how do you want me to play with you? Not flinching for a second at the trash talk. Luo Yongqiang roars, charging in and swinging his massive sword for a heavy vertical slash. But Zheng Lexiao just pulls a smooth lean, letting that massive blade fly past him with zero effort. He sneers. Is that really all you got? Then Zheng Lexiao kicks it into high gear, moving at light speed around Vin Kung and leaving a blur of light from his twin blades. Vin Kung is barely defending, doubled over and gasping for air. Zheng Lexiao stands behind him, laughing. Ha ha, let me carve a few words into your skin. He lunges back in his dual blades, dancing as he leaves shallow cuts all over Vin Kung, laughing like a maniac the whole time. I am going to have some fun with you. Back in the Zhangzhou corner, a senior girl grabs the principal's arm, absolutely fuming. This is way too far, Principal. This is a straight-up insult. Pull Luo Yongqiang out now. But Subai stops her, his own hands trembling. He growls, not yet. Vin Kung is out there fighting for his dignity and the pride of our whole university. On the stage, Vin Kung is bleeding but still trying to stand. Zheng Lexiao moves in close, whispering something toxic. Hey, little brother, if you do not surrender, things are going to get real ugly. Aren't you scared? Vin Kung grinds his teeth. I am from Zhangzhou martial arts and we never back down. Zheng Lexiao gives a creepy laugh. Still won't quit, huh? He suddenly slams a fist into Vin Kung's gut, making him cough up blood, but he just keeps muttering never. Zheng Lexiao completely loses his cool. He goes into a frenzy, leaving a brutal trail of wounds all over Vin Kung. This is a blast. Let us see how much more you can take. Just quit already. Give it up. Vin Kung's eyes are literally rolling back into his head from exhaustion, but he still whispers, never. Finally, his legs give out and he slams hard onto the floor. Watching that brutal scene, the entire crowd is actually shivering. Someone whispers, this is getting way too cruel, isn't it? Another guy joins in. Is he even human? There's no reason to torture an opponent like that, is there? The ref calls the match. Round 1 goes to Zheng Lexiao from Ma Martial Arts University. Subai and a senior immediately sprint onto the ring. Subai screams, Vin Kung, Ma University, you guys went way too far. I am taking him out of here. Bai Ningbing, another teammate from Zhangzhou, stands up with a cold look. His blue hair whipped in the wind as he spoke in a cold voice. It's my turn now. I will not let that punk keep acting so arrogant. Principal Chu yelled, watch it, do not get reckless. Bai Ningbing steps up to face Tang Lei Xiao. Tang licks his lips and smirks. Oh, look, another victim. Though this one does not look like much fun to break. Bai Ningbing just snapped, you talk too much. The ref calls it round 2 starts. Without a word, Bai Ningbing charges, I am taking your life. He uses a mystical footwork, flickering in and out of existence. He swings his sword, sending a massive white wave of energy crashing forward. The Bailing sword style. Tang barely dodges, whispering, for real, you're actually trying to kill me. But Bai Ningbing stays on him relentless. Tang blocks a hit, mocking him, too bad you got zero chance. They collide, metal screaming and sparks flying everywhere. The crowd is frozen. Are these guys really just teenagers? This martial arts fight is brutal. Someone in the crowd stammers, maybe we should just call it a draw. If they keep going, someone is going to die. Another guy is shaking. Even from 100 meters away, I can smell the blood in the air. This is terrifying. In the ring, Tang asks while blocking, "Are you really trying to die?" Ning Bing roars, "I told you you're dead." Tang just smirks. Hebig talk. He suddenly parries the sword and holds a blade to his neck. In the end, you're just bronze rank trash from some nobody university that no one has heard of. He whispers, "You lost, remember." Bai just smirks. Zhao never quits. Period. In that moment, he ignores the blade at his throat. He swings his sword through Min and then drives it straight through Tang Lei Xiao with everything he has got. Tang's eyes widen. "You crazy? This is suicide." But Bai Ning Bing just laughs coldly. "Killing you is enough for me." He gives it everything, roaring. "This is how Zhao fights. Not like you bullying the weak." "Go," Tang screams no. As he feels death closing in, Tang wails in pure desperation. "Do not kill me. I do not want to die. Principal, save me." Before Tang's scream even fades, a hand catches the blade inches from his throat. Tang looks back, shaking. Mado University's principal has arrived. He grips the blade. Mado University forfeits. The announcer is stunned. "Wait, what?" Mado quits. Principal Chu rushes in, but Bai Ning Bing is already spitting blood. He screams, "Ning Bing." Holding his student, he glares at the Mado principal. "Is this how your Mado kids act?" Talking trash, then crying for help. The principal grabs Tang. He lifts him. "Listen, Zhang, making the top 4 does not mean your school can challenge Mado." Chu does not flinch. "You think only your students are precious. Zhao lives matter too. Let us settle this in the ring." Chu turns eyes burning. "Fine. Tabai, get out there and crush them. Make them pay for what they did to Zhao." Tabai shoots from the stands like an arrow, shouting back with grit. "I will make them pay, principal. You can count on me." As medics take Ning Bing, Chu says, "You did us proud, son. Rest up." A senior girl adds, "Tabai is going to wreck them." At the Mado bench, Cao Zixuan stands up. "Principal, let me finish these losers." But the principal stops him. "Do not rush. The finals are still coming." Right then, Tabai is in the ring pointing straight at Mado University. "I am Tabai from Zhangzhou Martial Arts, and I challenge Mado University. If Mado loses, you apologize publicly. Yuan." His challenge sent the crowd into an absolute frenzy. Everyone is screaming for justice. "We are definitely going to make those Mado snobs apologize for everything. Go to Bach, take them down. We are all behind you. The reporters are not going to miss a single second of this." One guy shouts at the camera. "Zhang Chao is calling out Mado. Do you think they will finally apologize?" Meanwhile, other reporters are typing out the clickbait. Zhang Chao puts the pressure on Elite Mado, demanding a public apology. Yeah, that is the headline right there. Pure media gold. Over on the Mado side, Chao Tu-hien just sneers. "Apologize to Zhang Chao? Are they even worth our time?" Another guy, Huang Thang, steps forward. "I will teach this punk a lesson and show Zhang Chao exactly where they stand." The Mado principal just gives a nod. "Good, Huang Thang, you take this fight." He steps into the ring looking down at Tobak like he is total trash. "You're here to beg for forgiveness." He cracks his knuckles with a nasty smirk. Heh. An apology is just the pathetic sound of a total loser crying out for mercy. Why would the strong ever apologize to the weak? Might makes right. Power is the only truth. Tabak just kicks back hands behind his head. Nice speech. Ref, tell Ma Do to send up one more guy. Fighting one by one is just a waste of time. I'm in a real hurry here. Tabak's words send the place into another massive uproar. Their captain Chao Tu-hien has not even stepped out yet. This kid is way too cocky for his own good. Someone else points out that Chao Tu-hien is just as lethal as Vuong Duong, who is Mado's top student. Ma Do definitely went too far. But how can Tubok take on 2 guys alone? He does not even seem to care, though. He just gives them a big thumbs down to provoke them. Come on. Since when did Zhang Chao ever have the guts to talk trash to Ma Do? The Ma Do principal is fuming. He screams at the top of his lungs, pointing his finger straight at the ring. Use your absolute power to show everyone that Ma Do's pride cannot be stepped on. Fine then. Chao Tu-hien steps onto the stage standing tall next to Huang Thang. Since Zhang Chao wants to be so arrogant, we will give them exactly what they are asking for today. He draws his twin swords, one red and one blue, radiating total opposite vibes of fire and ice energy. He tells Tabak, "Look, kid, I'm going to make you realize that barking without any actual power is just a total self-burn." Then a fan notices, "Look at those swords." One judge jumps up totally shocked. 1,000-year dark iron and molten lava steel. Those blades were forged from materials that rare? And check out the hilts. Are those platinum-level cores from some high-level beasts? Another judge chimes in. The Chao family and Ma Do are really going all in on this kid's future. Each of those blades is worth a literal fortune. Remember the ice fire? God graduated from Ma Do and left his most powerful secret techniques behind for the university. Could Chao Tu-hien have actually mastered it? On the stage, he speaks with that same arrogant and condescending tone. "Hey kid, do not say we are just bullying you. I will give you some time to summon your soul beast now, because otherwise you might not even get a chance." Tabak just crosses his arms calmly. Appreciate the offer, but I do not need a beast to handle you. Suddenly, a massive wave of gold and green energy explodes all around Tabak's body. The crowd goes wild again. What Tabak is not using his beast. How the heck is he supposed to fight like that? Over on the Jiang Chao side, Principal Chu mutters he has actually activated origin synchronization. This kid is something else. Amado Huangtang laughs his head off. Ha 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 ha! A beast tamer, without his beast trying to brawl with us. Cao Tu, Hien, and Huangtang charge together screaming. You're a cocky kid. You're just asking for death. Losers should really know their place. Tabak just smirks, so impatient. He flexes his muscles and shouts out a string of commands to activate his skills. Sharp Metal Spirit. Activate Metal Spirit. Phantom Go. Earth Spirit Possession. Let us get it. His eyes flash two distinct colors as he lunges toward both opponents, shouting, now it is time to settle our beef with Mado. In an instant, he swings a kick at the bald guy. A second later, the bald dude is sent flying into the air. Cao Tu Hien is stunned. How is this even possible? Seeing that from the stands, someone points out that the kid's speed has already reached gold rank levels. How is it possible for a beast tamer's actual body to be that strong? Another person reminds him, did you forget how insane Lok Fam got after he mastered origin synchronization back then? The guy snaps back, can Tabak really compare to Lok Fam? Isn't comparing him to a legend like that a bit much? Tabak stops right in front of Cao Tu Hien and asks a deep question. Have you ever felt completely helpless before? Cao Tu Hien grits his teeth while his twin swords erupt in a mix of fire and ice. I will admit that you have earned some respect from me, but that is where it ends. Just respect. He leaps high into the air, slashing down with both swords to create a massive wave of molten lava. D lava. Breath Tabak. Just stand still looking up to ask, is that it? He vanishes instantly using Void Step. Tabak reappears right behind Cao Tu Hien's back and mutters, still way too slow. Huangtang sees it and screams, Captain, let me cover your flank. But right then, Cao Tu Hien spins around in a total panic and yells, watch out. As soon as Huangtang rushes in, Tabak unleashes a devastating chain of attacks at lightning speed, counting every single hit out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bam. Every single punch and kick nails Huangtang right in his weak spots, leaving the guy with zero time to react. After that seventh strike, Huangtang is officially knocked out cold. He's just lying there sprawled out in a cloud of dust. Tabak brushes his hands off, looking cool as ice, and says those 7 hits were for the 7 wounds Vin Hao took. Right then, Tu Hien charges in like a maniac, so Bak just tells him to bring it. Bak just smirks and says he is not even close to being done having fun yet. Hearing the trash talk, Cao Tu Hien roars in fury, totally losing his mind. The dual swords in his hands erupt with scorching flames and a freezing, icy aura. He swings the blades, mixing fire and ice energy into a deadly combo attack. But Bak just stands his ground, muttering about how disappointing the whole thing is. In a blink, Tabak teleports right behind Cao Tu Hien and whispers directly into his ear. Is this really all the strength the so-called geniuses at Martial Arts University have? Then he launches a massive kick that sends Tu Hien flying while keeping the insults coming. These Martial Arts University geniuses are way too weak. Tabak sticks the landing in a low crouch. He looks up at his opponent floating in the air and mocks him, asking why the great genius is not fighting back. A second later, Bak leaps up with clenched fists, diving straight at Tu Hien while shouting, if all he can do is hide behind a defense, I am bored. The attack carries insane power, slamming down onto the twin swords. Tu Hien barely managed to pull up to block the strike. Golden energy explodes from Tabak, causing a massive shockwave that rattles the entire fighting arena. Once the dust clears, everyone sees Tabak literally pinning Cao Tu Hien's head to the floor with his foot. He sneers, genius. Sorry, but my favorite thing is crushing people who call themselves that. Cao Tu Hien grinds his teeth in pure hatred. I'm going to kill you. Tabak's eyes flicker with a bit of surprise at what he sees next. He kicks Tu Hien away and shrugs, saying that while the guy lacks real skill, he sure has a nasty temper. Humiliated, Tu Hien loses it. His body ignites in a rage-filled inferno as he screams that he is going to end Bak's life right now. Back at the Jiang Chao team area, an upperclassman looks worried and says Tu Hien is breaking out a lethal forbidden technique. Tabak pushed him too far, and now things are getting dangerous. Principal Chu clenches his fists, seeing that Tu Hien has completely lost control to use such a move. Coated in fire, Cao Tu Hien rockets toward Tabak like a literal meteor falling from the sky. I want your life. Tabak just looks up with a grin, thinking that things are finally getting interesting. He raises a hand and a golden energy wall appears deadlifting Tu Hien's massive attack. It is the Great Wall Barrier. Tu Hien roars in disbelief, yelling that it should be impossible to block his twin blades. Was Bak a turtle in his past life? Bak chuckles, asking if that is really all he has got. Now it is time for the counterattack. Next second, he charges energy into his fist and shouts, "Come here!" A heavy punch sends Tu Hien flying. His twin swords drop and sink deep into the floor, causing cracks to spread everywhere. At the judge's table, an old man cannot hide his absolute shock. Does Tubok really possess such a terrifying and lethal skill in his arsenal? This battle between Tubok and Tu Hien actually cracked the gold rank arena. Another judge strokes his chin, thinking that this is the true horror of the primal flow. Seeing Tubok right now reminds me so much of how Lok Fam used to be, and he is only at the mid-level bronze rank. His talent might even be scarier than those from the elite families. On the floor, Tubok casually picks up the twin blades and smiles, noting they look expensive. A bloody Tu Hien stumbles up screaming to know what Bok is doing. Put those down, those are my swords. Tubok just swings them around, casually speaking, in a super mocking tone. Seeing how Martial Arts University acts, I doubt you guys will ever apologize or pay for the damages. So these blades are my compensation from your school. Tu Hien is absolutely livid now, charging straight at Tubok again. You have gone too far, you animal. I am going to end you. But Bok is a step ahead, leaning back and jabbing the sword hilt into the guy's back, asking if he really thinks he has any strength left, with zero mercy. Tubok slams a knee right into Tu Hien's face, growling about how arrogant the guy is. Taking the hit full on, Tu Hien screams in agony. His body flies through the air like a broken kite before hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Blood sprays everywhere. Even so, Tubok follows up with a powerful sidekick as his opponent stumbles back up coldly, telling him never to mess with anyone from my Jiangchao University. He finishes things off with an explosive blinding light attack aimed right at the center of his opponent's chest. This is the price your Mado University has to pay for being trash. The stands erupt in pure shock. People are buzzing with talk about how Tu Hien was totally helpless against Tubok's overwhelming power. Tubok is a literal freak of nature. Speed, power, skill, just look at that combo. The guy does not have a single weakness. People are losing it, wondering if anyone at Magic City University even has a shot at taking this guy down. Someone barked back, I think only Han Zhan has what it takes to face off against a monster like Subai. Over in the Jiangzhou section, the upperclassmen were losing their minds cheering. Let us see if Magic City keeps acting all high and mighty now. Nice work, Subai. That's the price you pay for messing with Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. On the stage, Subai stood tall over the broken, unconscious body of Cao Zixuan. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, declaring Subai the winner for Jiangzhou. Out of nowhere, Subai snapped his head around. His sharp eyes glared straight at the Great Wall Academy section. Hey, Han Zhan, why do you keep staring at me like that? You have been watching me like a hawk this whole time. Think I'm too scared to look back? Han Zhan just smirked at the provocation. Subai of Jiangzhou, I will be waiting for you. Ignoring him, Subai flipped his twin swords in the air, turned around and chuckled. The guy looks so stressed out. Looks like these two swords are actually worth a decent amount of cash. Suddenly, a hand reached out to block him as a voice barked, "Hold it right there!" The principal of Magic City University stepped up with a sour face, ordering him to return the weapons to the school since the match was over. But Subai just shrugged. The ref said it himself, the stage is a battlefield, and you do not have to return weapons won in battle. He gave a sly grin and set a condition. Look, it is not like I'm being unreasonable here. If Magic City University apologizes to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, apologize to all the schools you have bullied, and pay for their medical bills and emotional distress, then I will return them. The stadium instantly roared for Subai. The crowd raised their fists, putting on massive pressure. Yeah, Magic City went too far. Apologize. Say you are sorry right now. Backed into a corner, the Magic City principal roared in anger. Apologize. You think you trash from Jiangzhou are even worthy of an apology? Subai casually taunted him. Weight is not survival of the fittest, the exact philosophy you guys at Magic City always brag about. The old principal's face turned purple with rage. This is outrageous. Subai just shrugged. Look, I am just treating you exactly the same way you have been treating everyone else. Hearing that epic comeback, the Jiangzhou students hyped him up by flipping off Magic City. Nice one, Subai. Let us see them save face after this. Hell yeah, let us see if they stay arrogant now. Humiliated in front of tens of thousands of people, the Magic City principal completely lost his cool. A bright green aura exploded around him as his heavy footsteps literally cracked the ground beneath him. He roared, I am going to teach this insolent brat a lesson today. This was the power of a diamond rank principal. Seeing things spiral out of control, Principal Chu shouted in a panic, This is bad, Subai, get out of the way! Even the principal of the military academy, a fellow diamond rank powerhouse, stood up in total shock. Is he seriously trying to attack a student, ignoring all the rules? The Magic City principal unleashed a massive wave of green energy. The crowd was terrified. Was this the explosive power of a diamond rank warrior? It was absolutely insane. But just before the attack could hit Subai, Principal Chu, and the military principal jumped in to block it just in time. The collision between three diamond rank powers created a blinding explosion of light that shook the entire arena to its core. Amidst the chaotic energy, the military principal spoke up sternly. You are the principal of Magic City and a diamond rank expert, yet you attacked a student. Have you no shame? The old man from Magic City snapped back, This is Magic City. We have autonomy, military academy, stay out of this. Principal Chu also roared with burning intensity. If you dare lay a finger on a student from Zhangzhou Martial Arts University, I will fight you to the bitter end. Suddenly, the extreme tension in the air was ripped apart by a massive crushing pressure from above. A brilliant multicolored vortex of energy descended from the sky, swallowing everything up and effortlessly neutralizing every single one of the attacks launched earlier. Out of the vortex, a majestic old man with flowing white hair and deep black robes floated down like a god. The crowd went dead silent in absolute awe. It was Elder Zhao Yi, a Lord rank expert, ranked 6th in the entire country. With the tension at its breaking point, Elder Zhao stood there with his cane, his face radiating a sense of disappointed majesty. He barked sternly, "How many years has it been since I left this martial arts university? And you have already turned it into such a mess attacking a junior like this." He paused for a beat, eyes sharp as glass. "How do you even have the nerve to call yourself a principal?" Seeing the arrogant man kneeling in silence, Elder Zhao looked at Su Bai with a kind gaze. He nodded in approval. "Young man from Zhangzhou Martial Arts University, I have been watching your match. I'm very impressed." Then he turned to face the others. "On behalf of the academy, he sounds sincere. I apologize to every warrior here." The principal grovels on the ground. "Elder man, you are being way too harsh." Ignoring that pathetic excuse, Elder Zhao holds his head high. His steady gaze serves as a stern reminder. "Our motto is survival of the fittest. Only the strong can keep this nation safe. A real powerhouse like Lu Fan has ultimate strength but uses it to protect our peace." His voice drops low, heavy with a sense of deep regret. He scans the trashed arena. For years, the academy has totally slacked off on its duty to train real elite fighters. That is a massive fail for this match. There is no denying it. The academy straight up lost to Zhangzhou. Those 2 legendary swords are going straight to Su Bai now. Hearing that fair call, the Zhangzhou principal starts brown-nosing immediately. "Elder Zhao, your mercy is incredible. This junior has truly learned a very valuable and expensive lesson today." Elder Zhao flicks his sleeve and turns away. He leaves the former principal standing there stuttering. Then Elder Zhao drops a cold, hard truth that leaves him speechless. "You are too reckless and high-strung. You are not fit to lead this academy anymore. Go find work as a basic instructor." After all that side drama, the big screen lights up with 3 beautiful commentators. Their voices blast through the entire stadium. Next up, the crew is fixing the arena. The grand finals go down in exactly 1 hour. This is awesome. Let us go. Down in the stands, the crowd is buzzing. Everyone is talking about Zhangzhou. They are looking seriously dangerous and impressive this year. Su Bai is definitely the biggest dark horse in this tournament. As he climbs out of the wreckage, his principal and teammates swarm him with cheers. The whole place erupts in applause. "Su Bai, incredible job. You just brought massive glory back to Zhangzhou Academy. We are so proud of you." Su Bai scratches his head, giving a shy wave. "Guys, stop." Honestly, my heart was almost beating out of my chest. The principal strokes his chin and lets out a huge laugh. "Ha ha. Even Elder Zhao had to show face today. Zhangzhou is finally making a name for itself." But the good vibes do not last long. Suddenly, everyone's expressions turn dead serious. The coach pushes up his glasses and says, "Next, we are going up against the Great Wall Military Academy. That Han Zhang guy is a beast. His power is off the charts." The principal gives his student a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Su Bai, just take a breather." Reaching the finals is already way more than we expected, but instead of going to rest, Su Bai starts rubbing his hands together with a greedy grin. He gives the principal a quick cheeky wink. "Principal, I am good. I do not need a nap. I just brought home the win for Zhangzhou. So is there a reward for me?" The whole team is sweating over how shameless this kid is. The principal just points at him, stuck between laughing and crying. "You crafty little brat? Fine. I have 2 high-level silver beast cores right here. Consider them a personal gift from me." Su Bai lights up and grabs them with a grin. "Heh. Thanks, boss. I'm going to give it everything I have got." His teammate pouts and mumbles that he is a total opportunist. Just like that 1 hour flies by in a flash. The announcer stands high up, waving his arms and shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the most anticipated finals of the tournament. It is officially starting." The crowd is going absolutely wild. Han Zhan. Can Zhangzhou actually take down the powerful Han Zhan? On the fresh arena, Han Zhan looks epic in his purple armor. He slams his massive halberd into the ground like a boss. His eyes burn with a hunger for battle. It is the Great Wall Military Academy versus the underdog Zhangzhou. "Su Bai, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let us settle this in one single round. What do you say Su Bai stretches?" That is exactly my plan. But inside, he is panicking and screaming at his system to scan the guy's stats immediately. Instantly, a glowing blue status window pops up. Name Han Zhan, race human, rank silver level, initial stage, age 20. Stamina, 316. Agility 216. Reality is unknown. Status extremely dangerous. Subai breaks into a cold sweat. He frowns and mumbles to himself. Yeah, this guy is no joke. Seeing his opponent just standing there, Han John explodes with a brilliant purple energy. He charges like a lightning bolt, swinging his massive halberd. Why are you just standing there? Fight me like a real warrior for once. Things are getting intense, but Subai just smirks. What is the rush, man? Suddenly, a massive wave of glowing skills explodes around him. Bronze Origin, Metal Flow, Ghost Shadow, Earth Bastion. He swings his sword back with fire in his eyes. Then I will show you what I'm really capable of. The battle kicks off instantly with a terrifying, insane speed. Han Zhen goes wild, swinging his halberd and sending out waves of blinding purple energy everywhere. Come on, Han Zhen. Show me everything you have got. But strangely, Subai does not even block. He turns into a golden blur, dodging all over the place. I am dodging. I am weaving. He is literally dancing around those deadly, lethal strikes from the halberd. Subai flashes a mischievous grin and starts trash-talking. I knew it. Hey, Han. You were totally holding back when you fought Wang Yang, were not you? Down at the judges' table, the big shots are sweating bullets. One guy just loses it in total shock. Crap, Han was nowhere near this fast when he fought Wang Yang last time. He was totally sandbagging his real speed. The female judge leans in, looking dead serious. I thought speed was his weak point, but wow, I was wrong. Han has no flaws. Speed power defense, it is all maxed out. The red-haired judge sighs and drops the truth. Among the kids today, Han is basically an unstoppable force. Unless someone with a way higher rank comes to crush him, everyone else has zero chance at winning. Looks like Zhangzhou University is settling for second place. Subai is just outclassed here. Back in the ring, Subai ignores the haters and suddenly closes the gap. He throws a massive overhead punch. Han just shrugs it off with his shoulder and snaps back. That is not going to cut it. Subai is blown back. Subai backpedals, scowling as Han spins his halberd into a glowing purple wall of defense. This guy survived the front lines against countless monster races. He has no blind spots. But Subai gets this wicked look in his eyes. He slides across the dusty floor in a bizarre low stance, lunging straight into the opponent's blind spot for a killing blow. You're not going to dodge this one, buddy? Taste my dirtiest, most underhanded attack. Wham! Everything seems to freeze as Subai's fist connects hard, right in the sensitive spot between Han's legs. Han's eyes roll back. His mouth drops open in a silent scream of pure agony. His face is a total mess. The entire stadium goes dead silent for a second, before exploding like a rowdy street market. One guy just loses it laughing. Damn, that is so greasy. That move was straight up trash. The hot girl nearby is blushing but still cheering. That is so shameless, but I freaking love it. One guy just shakes his head in total awe from now on. Subai is the only one I respect. Someone scratches their head and asks, Wade is not hitting the junk against the rules. Rules. The commander said this is real combat. Winning is the only thing that matters now. As for Han, after taking that brutal hit to his manhood, he is shaking while leaning on his halberd. His killing intent is boiling over as he sweeps the ground. Did you seriously just use such a cheap shot? Subai just hops away, acting all innocent. Hey, it is a battlefield. You gotta hit them where it hurts, right? Subai uses the momentum to leap high into the air, dropping a flaming fist straight onto Han's head with a massive bone-jarring shockwave. After that love tap, Subai flips midair and sticks the landing, shattering the concrete beneath his feet. That was the last straw for Han. He takes a deep breath, his expression hardening behind his visor. Subai, the gloves are off. Purple energy explodes like a hurricane. He raises his halberd, muscles bulging. Okay, I have seen enough. Let us see you dodge this. A massive shockwave of destructive energy slices through the air, screaming straight for Subai. Subai pulls his twin swords. He bursts into flames and roars. If I cannot dodge it, I will just break it. Seeing that wave of pure destruction, the judges on the stands jump to their feet, covered in cold sweat and screaming in total shock. I cannot believe Han learned that move. That is the legendary signature fighting style of the great General Han himself. 3 years ago, the general used that one strike to vaporize thousands of monsters instantly. Among those enemies, he even vaporized a diamond-rank beast and 3 platinum-rank warriors from the alien tribes in a single go. Facing the purple storm of energy, Subai grits his teeth and shields his face, screaming into the wind. Old Han, you really are going all out. Even with his defense up, the blast sends Subai flying. He hits the ground and swears. Han stands like a god in his purple armor. Subai, show me what you really got. I know you are not this weak. Watching the thick smoke and dust swallow the arena, the crowd is sweating bullets, whispering and wondering if the fight is actually over. Is Subai done? Nobody walks away from a hit like that. It is impossible. But as the dust clears, Subai is kneeling wearing a wicked, fearless grin. He slowly pulls a glowing red sword out of his backpack. Look, Han, you are the one who pushed me to do this. No more holding back. Subai holds up an item as fire erupts from his hands, shouting with pure excitement. Little Bai, get out here and help me crush this guy. In a flash of blinding light, a massive green-spiked turtle and a giant white tiger appear out of nowhere, growling fiercely right behind Subai. Han Nhien didn't flinch. Instead, he just smirked, fueled by pure adrenaline and grit. Nice one, Tabak. You're finally showing me your true power. Let's go. Tabak didn't wait. Wrapped in a golden aura, he leaped high with overwhelming pressure. Old Han, this time you're cooked. The white tiger lunged with razor claws, while Tabak aimed a lightning-fast kick at Han Nhion's face. Eat this! Trapped between two lethal strikes from both sides, Han Nhien braced himself, raising his massive halberd to block the tiger's heavy blow. Purple and gold energy exploded everywhere, but the pressure was insane. Under the crushing weight of that power, Han Nhion's heavy chest armor began to crack and splinter apart. Losing his footing, Han Nhien skidded back his boots, carving deep trenches into the hard stone floor. Suddenly, a giant turtle swung its jagged tail from behind. The whole fight seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Gasping for air, blood dripping down his forehead, Han Nhien ripped off his shattered mask and tossed it. Tabak yelled out, "Old Han, quit pushing it. There's no shame in losing to someone like me." Han Nhien's eyes went wild. He gripped his weapon tighter, as purple lightning surged through his bare arms. I didn't want to use this yet. I still can't quite control the power inside this move. But then a massive pillar of purple energy erupted from Han Nhien, tearing straight through the gray sky. Blown back by the wind, Tabak stared in absolute shock. No way, this power, are you even a human being anymore? Everything was spiraling out of control. Tabak looked terrified. Is this really a gold rank fight? This is way too much. Suddenly, the system screen flashed bright red with a warning. Danger, extreme threat detected. Get out of there now. Standing in the eye of the energy storm, Han Nhion's bloody face twisted into a wild, confident grin. Tabak, you're destined to lose this round. The crowd felt a chill as they started whispering in panic. They say anyone below gold rank is just an ant. Gold is the real line between weak and strong. This Han Nhien guy is definitely at the peak of gold rank, right? Tabak is only bronze. He can't win this. Charging to the limit, Han Nhion's eyes flared with bright, jagged purple electricity. He let out a primal roar. There's no way you're surviving this final blow of mine. Instantly, a massive beam of pure destruction hammered down on Tabak. He turned pale, sweating as he yelled, "Damn it, I can't block this!" facing certain death. Tabak screamed for backup. "Little boss, save me, do something!" The giant turtle charged in, creating a thick green energy barrier to shield him from the purple beam of death. Inside that raging pillar of light, the spirit beast's shadow began to glow faintly. It tilted its head back and roared, bearing the weight of a power that crushed the air around it. The two powers clashed in a violent explosion. A massive shockwave blasted everything back, drowning the arena in a sea of blinding light. But through the thick smoke, Tabak and his white tiger suddenly burst out totally unharmed. He pointed forward with a cold glare. Little White Go, he's definitely gassed out after that last move. The judges jumped up again, their jaws hitting the floor. What was that space-time manipulation? No way. That's a power only platinum rankers can touch. Is Tabak seriously still just a bronze rank fighter? This has to be some kind of origin sync trait, right? The bearded judge yelled, his voice cracking from the excitement. No way. That movement technique is heaven rank. And Tabak just modified it on the fly? He swallowed hard, whispering. Could Tabak's talent actually rival the great Lu Fan, meanwhile, up in the stands? The wind was so strong it nearly blew people away. Fans covered their faces, screaming, "What the hell is happening? Is this really just a gold rank tournament? Are they trying to bring this whole arena down on us?" A massive cloud of smoke covered the stage, hiding the action. The crowd whispered, "Is it finally over?" As the smoke cleared, Tabak stood there, calmly, leaning against his majestic, roaring white tiger. He looked down at Han Nhien, who was pinned under a massive paw, completely knocked out. Tabak sighed and laughed. "Old Han, you're a total beast." On the ground, Han Nhien smirked through the bruises and admitted, "Fine, you won." The judges and organizers stood up drenched in sweat. They stared at the ring in absolute stunned silence. Did Tabak really just win? In the quiet moment before the crowd went wild, the announcer's voice boomed out. The all-around champion of this year's tournament is the representative from Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy. Tabak stands in the arena, face covered in blood and scratches, but a proud smirk plays across his lips. He gives a lazy wave to the fans, and suddenly the Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy section just explodes like a volcano. His teammates are jumping around and screaming with joy. Tabak is the champion. He is the center of everything. The chubby principal falls to his knees, crying like a baby. "Fantastic, I knew I was right about you from the start. Tabak." The energy spreads through the massive stadium. Thousands of fans stand as one, and the cheering sounds like rolling thunder. Tabak is officially the baddest dude of his generation. The champion has arrived. Holy crap, Tabak actually won. That is terrifying. Zhangzhou Academy's own Tabak is the king. Even the people watching on the big screens outside in the plaza are losing it. Every eye is glued to Tabak's face on the screen as the crowds go wild. Damn, that is insane. Tabak is a beast. Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy actually took the title this year. In the crowd, the beautiful Lin Yanran claps her hands to her chest, her eyes glowing with total admiration. Tabak is incredible. He is number one. Meanwhile, back at home, his little sister Xiao Mei is jumping on the sofa cheering. Look, everyone, my big brother won. He is the national champion. His parents are on the sofa hugging each other and crying happy tears. We see it, son. We see it. Back at the stadium, as soon as Tabak steps down, an army of reporters with cameras and mics swarms him completely. Flashbulbs are popping everywhere. Mr. Tabak, you are the champion of this year's 100 Schools tournament. How are you feeling right now? Do you have anything to say to your rival, Han Zhan? While Tabak is dazed from pure exhaustion, the chubby principal charges in like a total hero, spreading his arms wide to block the reporters like a shield. Everyone move back. Tabak needs his rest right now. We will answer your questions later, I promise. After escaping the mob, the principal and a teammate grab Tabak by the arms and help him limp away. The principal says worriedly, Tabak, you are wiped out. Get back to the hotel. I will handle things here. His teammate nods. You are a legend after this match, man. You are the official national champion. All those rewards from the military belong to you now. At the mention of rewards, Tabak's eyes snap open immediately, practically glowing with the sight of dollar signs. Money. He grabs this principal's shirt and starts grilling him. Wait, for real? How much cash? The principal is stunned. Maybe 60 million, no more, like 600 million. Tabak shoves them off and shouts with energy. That much money. Let me go. The fight is not over. I will take on 10 more Han Zhans right now. Regardless of Tabak's loud greed, news of his victory is spreading across the internet like wildfire. High up on the Mado Academy Hotel, a giant screen plays the news. This is the Dragon Country military report. The tournament is over. The biggest star of the show is the all-around champion Tabak from Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy. The news anchor proudly reports that the military is awarding Tabak the first-class merit and a Medal of Honor, along with a military reward worth 60,000 contribution points. We hope other martial arts students will follow his lead and fight to the end without ever backing down. Right after that, the new tournament rankings drop like a massive earthquake. Number 1, Jiangzhou Academy, receiving 50 billion in annual military funding. Second place, the Great Wall Guards get 50 billion every year. Number 3, Capital Martial Arts Academy also gets 50 billion. This genius, who is the successor to Lu Fan, is now catching the eye of the entire world. It doesn't stop there. The news drops another absolute bombshell. Official reports say that every Beast Tamer and ability user from academies nationwide has now applied to transfer schools immediately. Jiangzhou Academy is set to become the official national training base for Beast Tamers very soon. There's even a viral post going around right now praising Tabak's legendary victory. Down on the street, people are talking nonstop. Tabak is the GOAT for taking out all those major schools alone. For real, but I heard he got wrecked, like he almost died right there in the ring. A girl nearby asks worriedly, really? So where is he now? This is a total contrast to how the public is stressing over a dying Tabak. Inside a luxury hotel room, Tabak just stretches out and lets out a massive yawn. He is ripped and does not have a single scratch. Man, why did I sleep in so late? Just then a classmate walks in with food. The principal told us not to wake you up. Tabak scratches his head, totally confused. Wait, me, what are you doing here? She replies, the principal wants us to head back to Jiangzhou together. The car is waiting downstairs right now. Tabak kicks off the blankets. All right, let me get ready and let's go. Suddenly a devious look flashed in his eyes. He froze. Actually, he teased. Wait up. His friend was just confused. Tabak pointed at the ceiling with a wicked grin. Before we head out, I'm taking Little Ba and Little White to the Modu Academy buffet. We are going to feast like kings. Ha 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 ha. Modu Academy is going to be crying over their bill this time. On the floor, Little Ba the turtle jumped up to celebrate. After eating that restaurant out of house and home, Tabak returned to Jiangzhou Academy to a massive hero welcome. The principal grinned ear to ear, pointing at the huge school gate. Tabak, did you think that Modo Academy gate was impressive? Theirs only cost 1.8 billion. But our school just landed 50 billion in funding this year. We are going to build a gate that is way more legendary. Ha ha. A top-tier school needs to look like a top-tier school? During the ceremony at the stadium, the principal voice boomed over the speakers. Listen up, students. I know you have all heard the news. Our Jiangzhou Academy has grabbed the championship. This is a massive historic achievement for us right now. Please welcome our returning heroes. Thunderous applause filled the air as the principal signaled the crowd. And now for the main event. Let us welcome Captain Tabak, the absolute star of the tournament, to say a few words. Tabak stepped onto the stage looking mature and full of confidence. He grabbed the mic, took a deep breath, and spoke clearly. Listen, after this tournament, what I want everyone to know is that no legend is invincible. No matter how powerful the competition is, if we refuse to quit, we will always come out on top. The whole stadium erupted in cheers as the ceremony wrapped up. Later, the principal pulled Tabak aside, rubbing his hands together for some advice. Tabak, thanks to your win, the government bumped our budget. Do you have any ideas on how we should level up this school? Tabak crossed his arms thinking, well, I think the real gap between us and the top schools is the lack of training resources. Tabak's eyes glinted with a sharp plan. I suggest we hire some master alchemists to brew up special potions just for our students. This way we can bridge the gap and give our students the resources they actually need to grow. The principal clapped his hands together loudly. Brilliant! That is a fantastic idea. I really hope we can all pull together and restore the glory of Jiangzhou Academy. Tabak, you are the absolute ideal model for our students. Back in his office, the principal looked touched as he handed Tabak a small, mysterious box. Tabak, ever since you won that first Great Wall gold medal, I knew you were destined for greatness. Tabak reached out and took it, smiling modestly. You flatter me, sir. I was just doing my part. But then his smile vanished as he went into debt collector mode. Oh, now that you mention it, you still owe me 500 million. The principal nearly jumped out of his skin. Wait, was it not 50 million before? How did it suddenly hit 500 million? Tabak argued right back. I just brought in 50 billion for this school. Compared to that 500 million is basically pocket change, the principal snapped at him. You have got some nerve, kid. Asking for that much, I'm giving you 100 million max. That is the final offer. Seeing Tabak annoyed, Face the principal waved his hand to keep haggling. I will give you an extra 10,000 military credits. You can go to the logistics officer and swap them for training resources. How's that? Tubok slammed the table. What, only 100 million? You think I'm a beggar or something? I literally bled for this school. The principal grabbed Tobok by the collar and dragged him toward the door. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Tossed out into the hallway. Tobok struggled and started shouting insults. Ungrateful jerk. You're just going to use me and toss me aside? You are a total... The principal voice drifted out as the door swung shut. Tobok, you look tired. Go get some sleep. Boom. The door slammed right into Tobok's face. He stood there, veins popping in his forehead, muttering through gritted teeth. That old geezer. So freaking cold. But a few seconds later, Tubok's ego kicked back in. He fixed his hair, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked off like a boss. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Besides, 100 million is not too bad. I will take it. It is enough to finally upgrade Little Ba and Little White. As he got back to the dorms, Tubok saw a massive crowd of girls swarming the front entrance. Hey everyone, is this Tubok dorm? We really want to see him. The dorm manager was sweating bullets trying to block the door. No, you girls have the wrong place. He is not here. Escaping the crazed fans. Tubok hid safely inside his room. He pulled out 2 bowls of expensive training resources, poured them for his pets, and spoke softly. Slow down, you two. Do not go choking on that stuff. Little White the tiger buried his face in the bowl, while Little Ba the turtle hugged his green dish, slurping it down. Tubok lay on his bunk, with his hands behind his head, smiling as he watched his pets eat. You guys did amazing in that tournament. Keep that same energy going, you hear me? Suddenly, a blinding light shot up from the floor, hitting Tubok's face. He jumped up, his eyes widening in total shock. Wait, did they just level up already? Right in front of you, bright blue system notifications flash in a row. Your Earth Mystic Turtle just reached the level of Junior Silver rank. It evolved into an Earth Spirit Turtle, unlocking 40% of its hidden bloodline potential. First talent is Natural Elemental Power. It grants 10 times defense drawing Earth energy to boost protection by 500%. Second talent is Earth Spirit Possession. This boosts attack and defense by up to 300%. Third talent is Gravitational Pull. It activates massive gravity within 3 kilometers. Fourth, you can constantly absorb Earth energy just by touching the ground. Seeing those insane stats, Subai is absolutely losing his mind with excitement. He leaps off the bed in just his boxers, pointing his finger at the turtle glowing with bright blue light. Man, it just ate and hit Junior Silver rank already. Seems like every cent I spent was worth it. Keep eating, little boss. But wait across the room. The white tiger starts glowing with a blinding gold light too. The system pings again. The gold and white tiger reached senior bronze, unlocking 30% bloodline. Little Bai stretches and lets out a roar. Subai laughs with his hands on his hips. Ha, Little Bai leveled up too. This is legendary. Right away, he rushes over, petting the tiger's soft fur and the turtle's rock-hard shell, while grinning with absolute pride and joy. That guy Hanjan trained his absolute butt off for years. He finally hit Junior Silver at 20, but I just fed these 2 hungry guys and flew right past him. While he is gloating to himself, the door is suddenly kicked wide open. Jia Gang blasts into the room like a hurricane, throwing his hands up and screaming in joy. Subai, you are literally my god. Subai flinches, spins around, and raises his hands to block while looking totally confused. Subai, you are literally my god. Subai flinches, spins around, and raises his hands to block while looking totally confused. Jia Gang. What is the emergency? Jiagang dives for Subai's legs, clinging to him while he just stands there frozen. Subai breaks a sweat and backs up. Jiagang, chill out. Just tell me what happened. Do not freak out so much. Jiagang looks up with glowing eyes and laughs. Subai, I finally awakened my hidden ability. I am a proud and powerful beast tamer. Now just like you. Subai blinks and gives him a flat, deadpan response. Ignoring the cold shoulder, Jiagang proudly shoves a basic leatherback turtle right into Subai's shocked face. Subai, look at this. Subai breaks out in a cold sweat, his mouth twitching at the turtle blinking its eyes. Right, why are you raising a turtle too? Jiagang crouches down rambling while petting his new pet. My old man went nuts when he heard I was a tamer. He insisted on dropping a ton of cash to hire professionals to catch me a bronze beast. Subai is just totally lost now. He points at the basic turtle. What is the future for a regular bronze beast? Jiagang stands tall and drops his new philosophy. I do not care if you want a pet, it has to be a turtle. A tamer without a turtle is not a real pro. He winks. Am I right? Subai? Totally right. Subai is totally speechless, his face darkening as he wipes sweat from his forehead. He forces a smile and tries to explain the situation very nicely. Jiagang, look, not every turtle is, but before he can finish, a bright blue system screen pops up. A bright blue system screen suddenly drops right in front of his eyes with some shocking news. Congrats. You have unlocked a new talent, Supreme Power. You can use Divine Beast blood to help people who admire you and have a strong desire to awaken as a beast tamer to finally unlock their powers. This also grants their pets a powerful Divine Beast bloodline. It turns them into legendary descendants of gods. Subai reads the info in shock. Supreme Power. What kind of crazy ability is this anyway? The system displays more detailed info. Han Jiagong has awakened as a beast tamer through the essence blood of the Earth Mystic Turtle. His pet can now unlock up to 10% of the Mystic Turtle's bloodline. You have total control over his power and life. Subai gulps. I can turn people into beast tamers, and their pets get divine blood. That is absolutely insane. So are Little Boss and Little Bai about to get some disciples and followers? Jiagang waves a hand in front of Subai. Subai, what is wrong? You look even more hyped than I am. Subai snaps out of it and grabs him. It is nothing at all, Jiagang. Actually, you are totally right. A real tamer needs a turtle. If you do not have one, you are doing it wrong. Let me see yours. A few days later, the scene shifts to the main gates of Zhangzhou University. The place is completely jammed with a massive crowd of students registering. The energy is electric. Hey, you here for the Beast Tamer program too? Duh. Obviously, Zhangzhou University is now ranked as the top school in the entire country for Beast Tamers. Another guy pushes in. I am signing up too. I want Subai to be my master. Facing a wild mob of teens, the admissions lady threw her hands up. Listen up, everyone. Just stay calm and chill. If you picked Zhangzhou Martial Arts University for your training, we obviously welcome you with open arms. All right, let's see those battle pets. The second she said it, a jacked dude grinned and dumped his entire backpack onto the table. Come on out, my beast. A slippery shell-covered turtle slid out and landed on the desk with a heavy thud. Before the teacher could even blink, the crowd erupted in cheers and laughter. Yo, is your battle pet a turtle too? The guy puffed out his chest. Duh. If you're coming to Zhangzhou, you gotta have a turtle, right? The scene left the instructor totally speechless. Every student there, from the jacked gym rats to the super hot girls, was clutching a colorful turtle of some variety. She sighed to herself. Is this an admissions event or some kind of weird turtle convention? Feeling helpless in this ridiculous situation, the teacher pointed right at the guy who was built like a tank. Hu Guang? Are you seriously a beast tamer? Hu Guang lifted his shiny, smooth turtle and gave a goofy smile. Of course I am, ma'am. This is my pet. The teacher snapped back, but your mental energy is literally zero. You are clearly a martial artist with tons of physical energy. And isn't that turtle just some wild snapper you grabbed at a fish market? Without letting him argue, she whipped around and pointed at another student. And you over there! You have lightning powers, don't you? Even after getting exposed, the mob didn't back down. Some guy holding a rock turtle started screaming at her. I don't care. I am a beast tamer and I'm joining the taming department. I want to be in the same class as Subai. Another guy slammed his hand on the table. So what if I have lightning powers? Who made the rule that we can't be beast tamers too? I am raising a lightning turtle right now. You got a problem with that? The delusional guy kept yelling. Maybe if I stay in the taming department long enough, I can actually create a legendary lightning king turtle. The teacher screamed out in total frustration. This is all absolute nonsense. Right at that moment, Subai strolled onto the campus with his backpack. He stared blankly at the noisy crowd. Wait, what? Why is the school suddenly filled with turtles? The shouting was absolutely deafening. I just want to be a beast tamer. I want into the taming department too. A curvy girl holding a long-necked turtle suddenly turned around, her eyes widening in total shock. Subai. That scream was like a drop of water hitting a pan of boiling oil. Hundreds of eyes instantly locked onto the stunned teenager. Look at Subai. That's the real Subai right there in the flesh. Subai froze, breaking into a cold sweat as he backed away. Everything went chaotic. The crowd charged like zombies, screaming like crazy. Subai, I am your biggest fan. You have to help me stay. Not being your classmate would be my biggest regret for the rest of my life. Subai, look at me. I've got real potential as a beast tamer. I've been raising turtles since I was a little kid. I am really good at this. Hey, don't pull my shirt. Subai, watching your matches finally gave my life a real purpose. I might not be a tamer yet, but I know I'll awaken my powers soon. Subai got shoved around and then bolted for his life, feeling completely miserable. Where did all these people even come from? Oh my God. With no other choice, Subai sprinted at full speed toward the admin building, leaving a massive cloud of dust behind him while screaming out in total desperation. Principal, please save me. While Zhangzhou University was in total chaos. Because of those crazy fans, the atmosphere at the frontline military meeting was incredibly thick with tension. An officer holding some documents read the report clearly to everyone at the long table. According to the intel, the myriad clans have already detected our recent movements. They have mobilized 13 different races, including the ghost cats, six-eared demonic wolves, and earth-drilling bears near the base. The full situation is still quite unclear. General Han sat at the head of the table. He stood up in his majestic fur cloak and leaned forward to give his orders. The myriad clans are making bigger moves. Whatever they are planning, we have to strike first. I've already issued the orders. 3 warriors from this year's 100 Schools tournament will be sent to the Clearwater Marsh for a scouting mission. Hearing this, a junior officer slammed his hand on the table in shock. What Clearwater Marsh? That's a forbidden zone. Besides, you're actually planning to send students from the tournament. They haven't even graduated yet. Isn't that move way too dangerous for them? A one-eyed officer turned to look at the commander. Master Ni Qing, should we really reconsider this plan? General Han turned his back and stared out the window. His voice was ice-cold and firm. They are warriors of our race. Sooner or later, these kids must face the myriad clans on the battlefield. I believe they can finish this. He continued, radiating an overwhelming, powerful aura. Also, as long as I'm holding the defensive line here, the king-level enemies from the myriad clans won't dare to move. That fact makes this scouting mission absolutely vital for our survival. Now go carry out the order. The officer obeyed. Yes, sir. Back in the principal's office at Zhangzhou Academy, the door slams open. Toby skids across the rug, gasping for air and looking like he's about to burst into tears. Principal, we are totally done for. This school is basically turning into a giant turtle farm for losers. The principal was sitting there with guests, looking dead serious. Toby, he said, you're just in time. That's when Toby noticed the strangers in the room. The principal cleared his throat. Toby, meet Chow Man, head of the Chow family. He is here today in person to talk about taking back his family's legendary weapons from your hands. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea, acting all high and mighty, while glancing at the row of thugs in suits. The principal added, everyone else here is a special guest of the powerful Cow family. Toby stood tall, crossed his arms, and let out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, so they want those twin swords back, do they? Didn't the head of Mado Academy say those were a personal gift just for me? Not letting Toby brag, 3 guys in suits jumped up from the sofa, pointing fingers and shouting, this is outrageous! Those 2 legendary weapons belong to our family. One of them barked out a threat at the top of his lungs. Listen, kid, if we didn't respect Elder Zhao, you think we'd be sitting here wasting time talking to you? Despite their aggressive attitude, Toby stayed totally chill, hands behind his back and a smirk on his face. Oh, so you claim you brought goodwill to buy back these weapons, but this is how you act. He glanced around thinking these guys had some nerve coming to Zhangzhou Academy just to bang on tables and shout. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the noise. The principal slammed his massive hand onto the desk, his voice dropping into a low, powerful growl that silenced the room. The big guy slowly stood up from his chair. His overwhelming aura flared out, making the Cow family members look like tiny ants. This is Zhangzhou Academy, not Motto. Whether Toby sells or not, and for what price is entirely up to him. He turned to his star student and gave a nod of encouragement. Toby, don't sweat it. Just say exactly what's on your mind. With the principal backing him, Toby plopped down on the sofa with total confidence. Cowman, the family leader, had been quietly sipping tea this whole time. He finally spoke up. Toby, name your price. Toby crossed his legs and replied casually, you know, I've actually started getting used to these blades. Seeing the negotiation was stalling out. An elegant, beautiful woman from the Cow family changed tactics using a soft, persuasive voice to win him over. Look, young man, we're all going to face the monster tribes on the battlefield soon. Boosting your own power is the smartest move. She spread her arms, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Instead of holding on to 2 pieces of useless scrap metal, wouldn't it be better to trade them for some high-level cultivation resources? What do you say? At the mention of resources, Toby's eyes lit up. He stood up and rubbed his chin, acting like he was deep in thought. You make a solid point. He dragged out the words, waiting for everyone to lean in. Then, with a grin as sharp as a razor blade, he dropped the final price tag. 10 billion. The men in suits nearly had heart attacks, screaming like they were being stabbed. Say what? 10 billion. The whole cow family lost it. You're insane. We could forge a brand new set of divine weapons for way less than that outrageous amount. Toby didn't even flinch. He slowly pulled off his combat gloves and answered coolly, "You guys are wrong. These two weapons might not do much for someone like me." He pointed directly at their faces and delivered the killing blow. But in Cao Zixuan's hands, they are literally his life. Are you really trying to say that his life isn't worth $10 billion? And how long will it take to forge new ones before he has to hit the battlefield? His logic made the woman's face twist with pure rage as she trembled. This is straight-up robbery. The bodyguards turned to the principal, looking like they were about to cry. You see the merchant brain on this kid? He's so young yet already this cunning and ruthless. The principal just coughed and looked away, pretending he didn't hear a thing. Fed up with the arguing, Cowman let out a long sigh. He held up one finger and ground his teeth. Fine. 10 billion it is. Deal. The second he heard that Toby's attitude flipped 180 degrees. He rubbed his hands together, smiling bright and acting all respectful. Oh, some tea. Now that's what I call a real family leader. Cowman stood up and straightened his suit vest. He said coldly, "The money hits your account today. I expect you to return those legendary weapons to my family the moment you get paid." Toby walked them out, waving enthusiastically. "Don't worry, it's cash for goods. I would never dream of scamming you. I swear on my honor, take it easy on the way home, old cow. Stay safe." As the door closed, Tabak dropped the act, his grin fading into stone-cold focus. He looked at the principal. "Sir, the cow family is getting desperate for that weapon. Does this mean the front lines are falling apart?" The principal nodded slowly. "Kid, you're sharp." His expression grew incredibly grim. He paced toward his desk. "The military just dropped the hammer official draft orders. Every elite student and teacher hits the 1,000-race front within 3 days. I'm heading out too." He turned back to Tobak. "Plus, High Command has a special op just for you and Thanthu." Tabak blinked. "Wait, another secret mission?" The principal balled his fists, eyes lit with a hunger for war. "Listen, Tabak. This is humanity's first real counterstrike against the 1,000 races in over a century. Forget titles. We aren't teachers or students anymore. We're soldiers now. We complete the mission or die trying. You get that?" Tabak snapped to attention. "Crystal clear." Meanwhile, at Capital Martial Arts Stadium, the gray-haired principal gripped the draft papers, his voice booming over the speakers. "Capital Martial Arts is home to Long Nation's greatest geniuses. When the world ends, we lead the charge." Down on the turf, 10,000 students in black uniforms stood in perfect rows, their voices rising as one. For the glory of Long Nation, for the eternal honor of the Yan Huang people, scene cuts to Demon City Academy. The new principal stepped up to the podium, looking ready for blood. "When war knocks, Demon City answers first. We gave our lives to this country. We don't plan on coming home." A literal ocean of people punched the sky under the blazing hot sun. "Let our names be etched in glory. Humanity stands undefeated in every battle to come." 3 days later at the Great Wall Fortress, the sky is ash and the clouds feel heavy with death. A commander's voice pierced through the air. "Hurry up. The massive war begins tomorrow. You need to double-check every single magic cannon at least 10 more times. Do not let even one of them slip by." The soldiers are already bolting down the giant reinforced steel battlements, making sure the power cores were ready. "We cannot afford a single mistake now. Keep your eyes peeled for any enemy movement and don't let their scouts get within 50 miles of the wall. If anyone gets close, they're dead meat. Spot them, kill them." Up on the ramparts, Tabak and the principal stared out at the wasteland. A teammate nudged Tabak, pointing with a shaky hand. "Hey, principal, check out those elite schools. Every single one of them is rocking shiny, high-tech body armor, while our Jiangzhou team is stuck out here wearing nothing but our school gym uniforms. How are we supposed to survive in these?" He practically begged. "Seriously, why can't we buy gear? Jiangzhou is loaded now. We can totally afford a few hundred sets of armor." The principal stroked his mustache, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. "In peace, sure, money buys weapons, but this is war, boys. Cash is trash now. You want armor? Go kill something. We trade enemy heads for gear. That is the only way to survive, kids." He looked down, laughing at the irony. Too bad Jiangzhou hasn't actually won anything yet. Just as the reality of their situation sank in, a piercing siren tore through the silence. Red lights bled across the watchtower. "Enemy incoming, all units to battle stations. Great Wall forces move out to meet them." An officer sprinted toward the Jiangzhou group, waving his arms and barking. "No time for talk. Listen up, everyone. Teachers and students from all martial arts schools, pay attention. The enemy just launched a massive surprise offensive. You're on wall defense. Do not leave the fortress to fight. Not one step." "Wait for orders," the group roared back. "Got it. Total chaos, but perfectly drilled." Shoutouts from the principals echoed. "They're hitting us hard. All Demon City fighters get moving. To the walls, defend the line. Everyone from Capital University, follow me." The Jiangzhou principal erupted in a golden aura, sprinting like a madman to the front. "Everyone follow me." While scrambling up the steep steel stairs, one sweaty student gasped, "Principal, I'm seriously freaking out here." The principal panted, looking back to calm him down. Relax, kid. We're just holding the wall. Everything's going to be just fine. But the moment Tubok and the principal hit the top of the wall and looked down, they froze. Total stone-cold shock. Tubok's pupils shrank as his friend started babbling incoherently, this absolute nightmare unfolding right in front of them. Left every single person on that wall totally speechless. Below them, a literal ocean of monsters stretched to the horizon, their savage roars tearing through everyone's eardrums. One student gripped the ledge with white knuckles, his legs shaking like he was standing on a paint mixer. Good Lord, what is that? It is terrifying. Tens of thousands of monsters in every freaky shape imaginable are rushing forward like a massive bloody tidal wave. Lon swallowed hard, his throat totally dry. Man, there are so many. Can we even kill that many? Tubok broke out in the cold sweat, muttering, Tens of thousands of monsters? This place is basically just a giant meat grinder now. As the rookies started losing it, the principal clapped his hands hard to snap everyone back to reality. Stay calm, people. The main force taking on the many tribes right now is the regular army. Our job is strictly to cooperate and support the defense. Just take it slow and get used to being on a real battlefield. Tubok's eyes got a mischievous glint. He nudged the principal and whispered, Sir, that order said humans aren't allowed to attack right. Does that apply to our pets too? I mean, can the battle pets go out and fight? The principal jumped, staring at his sneaky student. Tubok, this is a war zone. Do not mess around. Tubok rubbed his chin and smirked. With tens of thousands of monsters out there, if I pass up this golden chance to farm some serious XP, I will never forgive myself. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions ripped through the air, cutting right through Tubok's thoughts. Dozens of tree-sized beams of emerald light shot straight from the wall and slammed into the sea of beasts. The principal yelled over the wind, Those are mana cannons. Their power was absolutely devastating. Each beam left a massive crater in the dirt, vaporizing hundreds of monsters instantly. Tubok let out a low whistle of pure admiration. Man, the power of those mana cannons is just insane. Up on the command tower, the officer barked through his binoculars, Reload! Get ready for the next volley! But the monsters didn't even flinch. They trampled over their own dead, rushing ahead like moths to a flame. The principal pointed, screaming, They're here! Everyone battle stations now! Just then, the commander's voice crackled over the radio. Platinum rank warriors, you are cleared to engage. Figures glowing with colorful energy leaped from the wall, diving straight into the thick of it. They hovered in midair like literal gods. Boom, boom, massive energy blasts erupted one after another, and a blinding, searing light filled the entire horizon. Moments later, the gold rank warriors joined the fray. Defend the wall at all costs. Down on the ground, the real carnage started. Thousands of soldiers charged with a roar answered by the beast's savage howls. It was a total bloodbath. Brave soldiers tore through demon wolves and smashed the skulls of giant bears, while the air turned thick with the smell of iron. High above mages unleashed their spells, raining down lightning bolts and massive fireballs on the enemy. Blood-splattered weapons clashed with a deafening ring, and the sound of screaming and roaring filled the air. Shirtless warriors chopped spiked wolves in half with their axes, while dragons swooped down, breathing fire to incinerate the entire defensive line. Watching their people fall from the wall, Tubok and the other students gripped their weapons, their knuckles white and veins popping. His friend screamed, Principal, let us in! We want to fight alongside the garrison! Other students started shouting too, wanting a piece of the action. A piece of, Yes, sir, just watching his torture. Let us go down there. The principal's eyes snapped as he roared. Knock it off. This is a war, not some game. You're here to support the defense, and that's final. Seeing their faces, he softened his voice. The army gave this order specifically to keep you kids safe. Throwing you into that meat grinder right now would be a complete and total waste of your lives. Wait until you are real soldiers. You will have plenty of chances to fight then. Below, the battle still raged like a blood-soaked hell as lightning charred the monsters. But then a weird silence suddenly fell over the mana cannons. They just stopped firing. A mage with a red staff looked up at the watchtower confused. What's the deal? Why'd they stop? It was chaos in the tower. The commander screamed at the comms guy. Why are we still firing out there? That energy doesn't look right. Who is firing that thing anyway? The soldier stammered while pointing. Over there, sir. When everyone looked to where he was pointing, they saw something absolutely ridiculous. A giant turtle was sprawled across the cannon platform, mouth wide open. A ball of blue electricity was crackling inside its mouth. Behind it, Tubok was cheering at the top of his lungs. Haha, little tyrant, keep it up. That's it. The principal clutched his chest, struggling to breathe from the shock. Oh my God, Tubok, you little brat. His friend's jaw hit the floor. Wait, is this even legal for a tamer? Tubok did not give a damn, just kept playing navigator for his turtle. That is it, little tyrant, lock onto those bronze-rank beasts and let them have it. Boom, A neon green beam shot right out of the turtle's mouth, obliterating a pack of screaming six-armed monsters down on the ground. After the shot, Tubok rapped on the shell and groaned. Little tyrant, Are you stupid? Can you not see those ones are silver rank beasts? One shot will not put them down. We will not get any credit for that. Stick to the bronze level ones for now. Hey, watch where you are aiming. Do not hit our own guys. Seeing the turtle glowing, Tabak turned to the lazy white tiger and gave it a nudge. Little white, wake up. No more slacking. If you do not start working, I'm giving all your monster cores to the turtle. Just mention some food. The white tiger snapped awake, let out a massive roar, and rained gold lightning onto the field. The raw power of both beasts was so insane that the soldiers below could not help but stare. Boom. A massive blast sent monsters flying. Where in the world did those two battle pets come from? That power is absolutely unreal. I heard they belong to a student from Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. What some undergrad tamed beasts as terrifying as these? Even with the army being totally shocked, the brutal battle raged on without slowing down. The soldiers kept charging forward, cutting through everything in their path. The fight dragged on until an officer up in the command tower grabbed the radio to order a retreat. All platinum rank warriors are to hunt down the fleeing monsters. Gold ranks stay behind and mop up what is left on the battlefield. Once the guns finally went silent, the principal wiped his brow, laughed, and gave Tabak a heavy pat on the shoulder. Tabak, you really have a trick for everything. His friend chimed in with a look of pure awe. Hey, Tabak, how did your pets get so strong so fast it is making my head spin? Tabak smirked and threw an arm around the principal, sounding real smooth. Well, it is all thanks to the super generous resources from our beloved principal, of course. The principal's face went stiff as he pointed right at Tabak. You brat, why not mention how you extorted hundreds of millions of dollars from me? Tabak just scratched his head shamelessly. Teacher, with all this progress, do you think the army will hook me up with some extra rewards? The principal just laughed and shook his head. Kid, you took down a ton of monsters. You should have earned a massive pile of merit points. He glanced down at the battlefield with a teasing tone in his voice. But too bad we are all stuck on the wall and did not actually join the fight directly. Back in the command room, an officer held out a report. General, the battle stats are in. We lost 568 soldiers in total. All 200 magic cannons have entered the cooldown phase and are currently recharging their energy. They will be ready in 5 hours and 40 minutes. We took out over 125,000 beasts. General Huan Sun nodded, looking satisfied. Only 30 minutes of combat and a major victory. Well done. Send out the word our main forces need to rest and recover their strength immediately. Tomorrow will be an even more brutal fight. Yes, sir. The officer flipped the page, looking a little bit hesitant. By the way, General, there's one more thing I need to report to you. The commander of the 35th Division says that student Tabak from Zhangzhou Martial Arts was not technically fighting outside the city walls. However, he used his battle pets to act as mobile cannons and wiped out a massive number of enemies. The commander is asking to grant him standard merit rewards. Hearing that strange report, General Huan Sun stroked his beard with a curious look, using battle pets instead of magic cannons. That is interesting. Go ahead and grant him the standard merit rewards based on the total number of enemies he took down. Back at the base square where the students were resting, you could hear a lot of angry shouting and complaints. This is so unfair. We were not allowed to join the fight, so how are we supposed to earn any merit points? Look, if you had half the strength Tabak has, you could have done the exact same thing. Suddenly, a student pointed at the massive electronic leaderboard that just updated. Look at that. The rankings are up. Individual rankings, rank 1, Zhangzhou Martial Arts, Tabak. Total merit points, 43,500. Everyone else is at 0. The crowd was speechless. Damn it, Tabak is a student just like us. He was not allowed to leave the city walls either. How the hell did he get that many merit points? There is no way. He must be cheating somehow. In the middle of the jealous crowd, a guy with bright red hair pushed forward. It was Cao Tu Hien, gritting his teeth with eyes red from anger. Ugh, Tabak again. Why do I have to see your stupid face everywhere I go? Good grief, over 40,000 merit points. That is worth over $400 million. Even a gold rank warrior would struggle to get that much. Seriously, what the hell did he actually do? He clenched his fists, screaming internally that he would eventually surpass Tabak. Just then, a hand suddenly slapped down right on his shoulder. Tabak appeared out of nowhere with a big grin. Hey, there's that not old man Cao, long time no see. Oh, and by the way, so how are those new blades treating you? Getting the hang of them? Zishuan spun around startled while Subai just kept yapping. Look, I only racked up those massive kill points thanks to your old man's deep pockets. Uncle Cao's cash really pulled through. Ha ha ha, Zishuan nearly choked on his rage, shoving Subai's hand off. But Subai just faked some sympathy, patting his shoulder. Yo, if you need anything, just holler. We're besties, right? Stop acting like someone stole your lunch. Zishuan glared hard. Who the hell said we were friends? Zishuan would never be caught dead hanging out with a loser like you. Forget it. Subai cracked up. Wait, big guy. Don't tell me you're already struggling with those twin blades. He locked his hands behind his back, trying to look all wise. I've been hitting these books on blacksmithing lately. I've learned a few tricks for keeping those godly weapons sharp and ready. Maybe I should give them a tune-up for you. Cheap rates totally fair? Before he could finish, Zishuan just turned and bolted away. Whatever Subai waved at the guy's back, laughing his head off. See you later, old man cow. Next morning, a massive war bell rang out, the sound echoing forever. It was the signal that a bloodbath was finally coming. High on the Great Wall, the reserve troops stood ready. An officer rushed up to a powerful figure bowing low to report. Reporting the Great Wall, reserve units are locked, loaded, and ready for action, sir. Elder Zhao, the big boss from Magic City University, floated in midair, his voice booming across the entire battlements. Yesterday, 100,000 monsters tested our gates. That was just a warm-up. Today, a massive horde is coming, but humanity doesn't just sit around and wait to die. We're fighting back. Today is the day we strike back. I'm giving the order to every one of you right now. Grab your weapons and defend our home. Hearing that epic speech, every soldier below raised their steel toward the clouds. They roared in unison, strike back, protect the home front at all costs. Elder Zhao took the lead, signaling the charge. Under his command, the counteroffensive officially began. Thousands of soldiers flooded through the gates like a tidal wave. In the distance, a pitch-black sea of monsters was rolling right toward them. Battle cries and monster roars smashed together, creating a brutal symphony of pure death and chaos. Watching the carnage from the walls, the students were getting super twitchy. One kid shook the principal's shoulder. Hey, Teach, why aren't we out there hitting them? Are we just stuck on guard duty again? Another guy snapped, for real, sir. We can't just hide like turtles in our shells forever. The principal calmly stroked his beard. Chill out. Orders are absolute in this war. Your time to shine will come. Just then, an officer on the command tower barked into his radio. Psychic Legion, begin the bombardment. Unleash unlimited elemental strikes on those targets. Right on cue, a neon rain of deadly magic poured down on the monster horde. Lightning fireballs and ice blades slammed down in a beautiful display of pure destruction. Boom, boom. Massive explosions ripped through the ground, vaporizing thousands of monsters. The shockwaves were so intense they literally shook the sky. Su Bai and the other students just stood there with their jaws on the floor. Whoa, this is getting way too intense. Su Bai whispered to himself, so this is why they call this battlefield a literal living hell. Nothing could survive a beatdown like that. But suddenly a panicked voice crackled over the radio, cutting through the sound of the magic barrage. Heads up, the enemy Earth Bears are charging. A massive pack of armored beasts with giant razor-sharp horns is sprinting straight for our defenses like absolute lunatics. Heavy Armor Division move. A squad carrying massive spiked shields stepped up, forming a solid wall of steel in an instant. Hold the line. We have to stop these bears before they break through. Heavy Armor, don't you dare budge. Boom. The monsters slammed into the shields with a bone-rattling crunch that echoed everywhere. Sparks flew as soldiers were knocked back, but that steel wall didn't move an inch. Total tanks. The grizzly commander roared, veins popping in his neck as he screamed, Heavy Armor. Stop these animals in their tracks right now. Far away on a monster watchtower, the enemy leaders were watching the whole battle unfold with cold eyes. An armored red bear sneered, puny humans. There's no way they can stop my elite Earth Bear tribe. A snake-tailed demoness standing nearby hissed an order. Crush their defenses. Back on the wall. Subai pointed, totally shocked. Wait, what? Why do those monster leaders look so human? The principal explained. High-level platinum fighters from the monster tribes can actually shift into human form. Once they hit the diamond rank, they look exactly like us. You wouldn't even know the difference. Unless they slip up, it's basically impossible to tell they're not actually human. Pretty scary, right? Subai was floored. He never knew the monsters had powers like that. As the battle turned into a total meat grinder, a student nearby got impatient. Teach, when are we getting a mission? We're just standing here. The principal calmly replied, Things are definitely heating up down there. Your orders should be here any second now. Right then, an officer came sprinting over with a stack of papers. Listen up, reserves. The final mission is here. Back up the main force, save the wounded, and scrub the battlefield clean. Every student from the martial arts academies is getting split into small squads to tackle this job together. The roster is dropping right now. The officer flips the page and barks out Team 1, Tabak Ho Thenthu and Han Chien. Captain Tobak, you have 0 mandatory orders. You can help clean up the mess here, or head to the Misty Mountains and join the main force. Captain's call, do whatever. The officer keeps going, Team 2, Vuong Duong, Chao Tu Hien, and Quan Tan. Captain Vuong Duong, your job, hit the Misty Mountains and help the military scout out the terrain. Team 3, Squad 52, Bak Nin Bang Vuong Tan Tan Lak Vin Hao. Captain Bak Nin Bang, your mission. Support the reserve troops stationed at the wall and help them clear out the battlefield. Once the list is finished, the officer snaps his folder shut and roars at the top of his lungs. All squads assemble immediately and get moving on your orders. The students just stare at each other, confused, whispering, and buzzing with chatter. Cao Tu Hien crosses his arms, looking annoyed. What the hell is this? Why aren't we grouped up with people from our own schools? Exactly, they basically split everyone up. And what is the deal with Team 1 anyway? Tabak, Han Chien, and Ho Tan. Two together, on the same team. Is there some kind of mistake? While everyone is losing their minds, Han Chien walks right up to Tabak. He smirks, eyes burning with a competitive fire. Tabak, it has been a minute. When are we going to have a real rematch? Tabak waves him off. Look, Han, save the fighting for later. What is the plan for our mission? Ho Tan too steps up, adjusting his glasses. They put the three of us together, but the orders are super vague. Something feels really off. Han Chien shrugs at Tabak. Dude, you are the captain. If you do not even know what's going on, how am I supposed to have a clue? Tabak lets out a long, heavy sigh. Then suddenly his eyes light up with a spark, like he finally figured something out. He looks at his two new teammates, his expression turning dead serious. The military order said the captain gets to call all the shots. I think I finally get it now. Ho Tan Thu looks curious. What do you get? Tabak replies. Just follow me for now. Tabak leads them to the principal and says confidently, Sir, we are heading out to finish the mission. The principal pats his favorite student on the shoulder, giving him a warning. Kid, just be careful out there. When things get heavy, your life is the only thing that matters. Tabak smiles and nods. I got it, sir. Then he turns and waves with total confidence. Han Ho, follow me. Without a single word of warning, the three of them bolt from the wall like streaks of lightning. Tabak leads the charge and shouts over his shoulder, Han Ho, keep up! If you fall behind, do not expect me to wait for you. Ho Tan Thu keeps pace and asks, Tabak, what is our mission exactly? Instead of an answer, Tabak just floors it, lunging forward like a predator on the hunt. Han Chien laughs. Man, looks like he's been cooped up for way too long and just needs to blow off some steam. But on Tubak's bag, Tubak is sniffing the air and growling with pure joy. Ooh, the smell of beast cores. Stepping past the wall, the first thing they see is a massive battlefield covered in corpses. Dead soldiers and monsters are piled high on top of each other with blood flowing like a river. Tabak stops and sighs. The ground is just covered in bodies. This is brutal. Meanwhile, back at the base, Vuong Duong and Chao Tu Hien watch from a distance. They look surprised. Is Tubak really not waiting for the other academy teams before heading out to scout? He is just charging straight into the Misty Mountains. Yeah, the guy is in a serious rush. Vuong Duong crosses his arms and barks at his squad. Gear up, Team 2. We are heading in too. Chao Tu Hien nods. Copy that. Once they are all geared up, Vuong Duong leads his squad straight into the Bone Mist Forest. Let us move. Our mission is to help scout out the terrain. The Misty Mountains are still pretty sketchy, but as long as we steer clear of the major danger zones, we should be totally fine. They start running. Vuong Duong urges them on. Come on, guys, pick up the pace. The sooner we get in, the more points we rack up. Back with Tubak's squad, the three of them are pushing through the thick fog. Tabak looks around. This fog is not going anywhere anytime soon, and visibility is trash. Ho Tan Thu replies, Yeah, let us make sure we do not wander too far apart. They keep moving as Ho Tan Thu warns them. Visibility is garbage here, and this terrain is a total nightmare. If the main army comes through here, they will get ambushed in a second. Tabak nods. Exactly. This kind of environment is much better for small squads like ours. Suddenly, Han Chien stops up ahead and signals them to freeze. He leans down. You come check this out. The three of them crowd around a glowing red mushroom. Ho Tan Thu explains that is a blood peak mushroom, a level 1 spirit herb used for blood qi medicine. Judging by the size, it has got to be over 10 years old. One of these goes for over $100,000 at the shop. Tabak's eyes light up. That much? Well, what are we waiting for? Only an idiot would leave this here. Tabak jumps into action and tells the others, If you guys are in a rush, go ahead. I'm grabbing these mushrooms. Ho Tan Thu looked lost. Subai, man, we actually have a mission, remember? Ignoring the nag, Subai summoned his 2 battle pets. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, help me scout. He quickly tracked down another cluster of wild mushrooms. Grinning, knew it more loot. This place is packed with rare treasures, and I'm not leaving without a full bag. Mid-harvest, he whipped around toward his 2 pets. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, what the heck are you guys munching on? Not worried about food poisoning? Seriously. Suddenly, Han John stiffened his eyes, turning cold and sharp. Heads up. Energy spikes ahead. Vicious beasts are headed straight for us. Through the heavy mist, dark silhouettes began to emerge, eyes glowing blood red. It was a massive 2-headed lizard at gold rank, plus 3 silver rank ghost wolves. Ho Tan Thu was bracing for impact, but Subai just flashed a cocky smirk. Oh, just a single low-level gold rank beast? I can handle this solo? You guys just keep on scouting ahead. Han Jan and Ho Tan Thu shut that down immediately. Han Jan leaped forward, swinging his massive halberd. Subai, no way, you are hogging all the credit this time. Ho Tan Thu snapped his fan open. Damn right. Captain or not, you're not snatching all the rewards for yourself. We're doing this as a team. Subai looked shocked. Wait, you two are actually on the same side for once. The trio immediately charged into the heat of battle. The giant lizard roared, swinging its massive tail. After a heavy exchange of blows, Han John looked like he was starting to tire. Subai launched into the air, delivering a devastating kick to the lizard's head. Old Han, take a break. Give me 5 minutes and I will end this thing. Han John stood there stunned. Wait, Subai. It has only been a few days. Are you seriously about to break through to middle-tier silver rank already? Hoten-Tu refused to be outdone, snapping his fan open to summon a freezing ice whirlwind. Subai, shut up and fight. Let us see who actually has the skills to kill these beasts first. Han Jan shouted back in agreement. While the three of them were busy showing off their skills, an excited voice suddenly rang out from somewhere behind them. You do not kill every single one of them. Leave a few for me and Subai to handle. Except you are getting left way behind by those two. Han John let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha! Subai, looks like your speed is lagging a bit behind today. At the exact same time, over in a completely different area, Wang Yang's squad was currently on the move. Cao Zixuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, listening to the commotion ahead. There is a battle. These energy signatures, we have got warriors ability users and a gold rank beast. Wang Yang spoke up. Looks like our guys are in a tight spot. Let us go provide some backup. But once they arrived, the sight before them left the entire squad totally speechless. The massive carcasses of the giant lizard and the three wolves were strewn across the dirt blood literally everywhere, Wang Yang muttered under his breath. Isn't this a little too brutal, even for us? Subai was perched on the lizard's corpse, casually dusting off his hands. Han Zhan and Ho Than Thu just stood there. Ho Than Thu remarked, You are a total demon man. You strictly targeted the beast's weakest points and just kept hammering them. Han Jan chimed in, Subai, I really gotta admit, you are one ruthless guy. Subai just gave a goofy laugh in response. Heh heh, you guys flatter me way too much. He waved his two pets over. Dinner served, you two dig in and eat your fill because we are getting right back to work after this. The two pets let out happy roars and tore into the carcasses. Wang Yang's team just watched from a distance, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. Just 5 minutes ago, we were all sensing major energy fluctuations from a massive group of vicious beasts. How the heck did they get wiped out so fast? One guy asked. Well, it makes sense. Those three are on a completely different level. Wang Yang stepped forward, giving Han Zhan a big thumbs up. Old Han, you really live up to the title of strongest genius in the Great Wall Guards. Your raw power is absolutely insane. Han Zhan rubbed his temples and replied with a tired sigh. Are you seriously making fun of me right now? Han Zhan pointed toward Subai, who was sitting there grinning like an idiot, and sighed. Honestly, most of these beasts were taken down by Subai and his pets. Ho Than Thu and I didn't even get a chance to help out. Wang Yang and Cao Zixuan's eyes nearly popped out as they whipped around to face Subai. Cao Zixuan yelled, What you are saying, he killed every single one of them in just 5 minutes. Seeing Cao Zixuan, Subai gave a super friendly wave. Oh, hey there. Old Cao, did you come all this way just to get some weapon maintenance done? You know, it has been a minute, and I've actually started missing those two godly weapons of yours. Cao Zixuan's face turned bright red as he roared. Shut your mouth, Subai. Wang Yang rushed to break it up. All right, quit the bickering. The mission has to come first. Subai, you are the captain of Team 1? So what is the next move? Subai stood up, brushed off the dirt, and stared deep into the misty mountain range. This place is awesome. I am thinking we should head even deeper into the foggy mountains to wipe out more of those vicious beasts. Without even caring about how shocked the other team looked, Subai bragged with a totally righteous look on his face about killing more beasts to ensure a stable rear for our human military forces. Hearing that Han Zhan and Ho Than Thu could only glare at him, both of them silently calling out his dark, selfish motives in their heads. Give it a rest, Big Shot. Don't you just want to go out and collect more rare treasures for yourself? Isn't killing those monsters just a way for you to rack up more merit points? Noticing his teammates' stares, Subai scratched his head and laughed. Fine, looks like we are all on the same page here. Wang Yang stepped forward and suggested, How about we all move together from here on out? Tabak crossed his arms with a smirk. Look, I am cool with this, but I gotta warn you guys first. If we find any loot, it is finders keepers. There's no fair sharing out here. So what is it gonna be? Wang Duong nodded. Obviously. With the deal set, Tabak hit the gas, blasting forward like a straight-up arrow. Then I'm taking the lead. Try to keep up if you can. Wang Duong's squad just stood there as three shadows flew past them. Ho Than Thu screamed, Slow down, Tabak! Han Qian yelled right after him. Do not think you are hogging the loot all for yourself. Old two. As they vanished into the fog, one of Wang Duong's guys asked, What the heck are they even saying? I do not get any of it. Wang Duong sighed, shaking his head. You will get it soon enough. Stop lagging and move out. When they finally caught up, the trio was just standing in an empty clearing. Wang Duong wondered why they stopped. What was waiting for them up ahead? Moving closer, the whole team froze in pure terror at the sight. Why were there so many gold-level beasts showing up out of nowhere like this? 2 at the early stage, 1 mid-tier, and there's even a high-level gold beast too. A massive white ape with glowing red eyes stepped out from the dark forest. It was flanked by 3 smaller brown apes keeping watch. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed out from behind a tree. A hooded figure with sharp fangs stepped into view. He sneered, "What a bunch of useless losers." He stood right by the white ape, reeking of mid-level gold power. "How did you let these silver-level weaklings get this deep into our territory anyway?" Tabak, Han Chin, and Hoten. Thu all looked shocked. Han Chin gasped, "Wait, a humanoid beast? Is that a platinum-level expert standing there?" Tabak shook his head. "No, they look like they belong to the underworld serpent tribe. One of the 3 royal tribes and the strongest group serving the 9 netherworld snake." Han Chin gritted his teeth while analyzing them. "Royal blood. They can take human form even at these lower levels. Their power is off the charts for their rank. This is going to be a tough fight." The serpent guy grinned, showing his razor-sharp teeth. "Kill them all. Do not let a single human escape this place alive." Dozens of beasts swarmed out surrounding both of our teams instantly. Vuong Duong panicked and yelled, "Why are there so many monsters here?" Han Chin realized the danger and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Vuong Duong, you are the fastest. Go get backup." He nodded. "Got it." Then he looked at the others. "Tabak, Han Chin, just hang on." Vuong Duong's body exploded with a bright glowing light. Using an Earth-grade skill, Wind Spirit Fusion, he became a whirlwind. He bolted, but the mid-gold ape was already blocking his path. Vuong Duong got knocked back. He gasped in shock. How is this even possible? He could not believe it. Was that thing really faster than him? He had to go all out now. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground was getting absolutely brutal. Han Chin roared, "I am going to slaughter every last one of you beasts." Hoten Thu looked worried. "Can Tabak really handle that black snake alone?" Across the field, the serpent guy taunted him. "Well, why aren't you attacking me yet, kid?" Tabak frowned and summoned his 2 battle pets. This guy was no joke. Tubak, time to go to work." The pets roared, popping their skills. Black Tortoise, Shield, Gravity, Well, Tortoise, Rage, and the immortal Golden Claw. The serpent guy smirked, spreading his arms wide. "You really think you can take me on? Fine. Time for a little warm-up." Dozens of giant snakes hissed as they crawled out from the ground. The battle between the pets and snakes began. Tubak dove in, tearing them apart. Meanwhile, Han Chin was really struggling against that massive white ape. The power of this high-level gold beast is insane. Vuong Duong managed to lure 3 away already. I'm worried he's in serious trouble. Boom! A massive punch sent Han Chin's halberd flying across the field. He yelled, "Hurry up!" Old Vuong might be in some serious trouble over there. On the other side, Tabak saw an opening and grabbed the giant white snake by the jaw. "Gotcha!" He snapped the snake's jaw with raw strength and shouted, Tubak, finish this right now." On command, both battle pets unleashed their most devastating attacks at once. The serpent guy flew back, roaring, "You lowly human, how dare you talk to me with such disrespect!" He suddenly felt the massive energy from Tuba. This power was way too strong. Boom, a beam of bright green light shot out, causing a massive, terrifying explosion. As the dust cleared, the snake swarm was totally wiped out. Tabak thought if that was just a normal gold beast, the hit would have finished it for good. Wrong. A massive black king cobra rose from the dust, hissing with absolute rage. The giant snake spoke. "You are strong. I did not think you would force me to reveal my true form." Tabak was shocked. Its head was even bigger than Tuba the snake struck, but Tabak vanished using his golden ghost shadow. "Looks like you actually have a brain aiming for me like that? Too bad you are way too slow to keep up with me." Tabak hops onto Little Baw's back as the turtle lets out a roar and charges straight ahead into the fight. It curls into a spiked ball spinning midair. One massive crash sends the giant snake flying, spitting out dark blood. Seizing the moment, Tabak yells for Little Bawk to move and finish it. The 2 beasts team up and absolutely shred that snake. Watching from the sidelines, Hoten Thu is stunned. Tabak's combat pets are on a whole different level of power. They actually pushed a boss-level snake to its limit. And this fight has been going on for way too long. Wonder if Vuong Duong is still hanging in there. Tabak leaps up, delivering a brutal finishing kick to the snake's head. "Quit messing around, we have got other missions to finish." As the giant cobra lies there dazed, Tabak barks at the white tiger. Little Bawk, move. Just as the massive turtle comes crashing down from the sky to deliver the final crushing blow, an emerald beam drops from the heavens, pinning the snake down. It is the black tortoise's heavy gravity field in action. The earth quakes as rocks fly everywhere. That snake's body is getting turned into a pancake under the intense pressure. When the dust settles, the snake is just total mush. Tabak brushes his hands off, relieved that it is finally over. Suddenly he freezes, remembering something important. His face goes pale. "Let's move. We have to go save him right now." But before he can even finish his sentence, a roar of pain rings out. Little Baw is caught in the snake's grip, those purple lumps glowing. Suddenly, a massive blast of purple energy erupts nearby. Han Chin and Hoten Thu can't help but scream in total panic. A massive energy orb detonates right into Bok's face, sending him flying backward through the air. He manages to pop a golden shield, but the shockwave still rattles his brain. Great, the thing had one last trick. As the smoke clears, Bok stares in horror. That snake's body is actually slithering away at an incredible speed. Wait, what? Is this monster seriously still alive? He is about to bolt, but Han Qian stops him. Forget the snake, it is crippled anyway. Saving old Vuong is the real priority right now. Bok nods. Fine. I'll let it slide today. Bok looks at his crew. Han Then Thu, hold the line. I'm going for Vuong. Han Qian swings his massive halberd, creating a cyclone that sends those apes flying back into the trees. Get going, we've got this. Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, Vuong Duong is gasping for air against a stump. He mumbles to himself that he totally underestimated how fast these gold-tier monsters actually are during a fight. Those white apes might be slow, but their raw power is insane. Is this really where it all ends for me? Vuong Duong's gaze turns ice-cold and determined. If I'm going down, I'm taking one of these punks with me. He screams as his spear bursts into bright flames. He charges, but the giant ape just swats his weapon away like a fly. Vuong Duong yells in agony as he gets tossed across the clearing. He stumbles and two more apes jump him from the sides. Punches rain down so fast he can't even block them anymore. Blood sprays from his mouth. One final kick and his arm snaps like a dry twig. His limp body hits a tree with a sickening thud. Sliding down, he coughs up blood and tries to stand in the dust. Man, guess this is the end of the line. The giant ape walks up, pulling the spear out of its own shoulder. Seeing it approach, he gives a cocky wave. Come get some Vuong Duong smirks. Killing me is the easy part. He looks up, his eyes absolutely burning with pure hatred. One day my people are going to wipe every last one of you out. The ape raises the spear to strike. Vuong Duong closes his eyes. Looks like I won't get that rematch with Han Qian and Bok after all. Suddenly the sound of clashing metal rings out. The spear is ripped right out of the giant ape's massive hand. Vuong Duong looks up and can't believe it. Bok is standing there, dual-wielding golden shields to block the killing blow. Bok grins back at him. Hey Vuong, you still with me? Vuong Duong whispers back. You here to collect my body or what? Then he just collapses. Bok catches him panicking. Wake up, man. Don't you dare go to sleep on me now. Get them for me, Vuong mutters. Seeing his friend go down like that, Bok just absolutely loses his mind. He lets out a primal roar, his beasts joining in. You animals are going to pay. I will rip you apart. Bok grabs the spear. He glares at the ape, which is missing an arm and still acting tough. One arm and still talking trash. Bok's eyes go blood red. His aura is pure murder. Now just die. Without a second thought, he puts everything into his throw. The spear whistles through the air and finds its mark. Boom. A bone-chilling sound echoes as the spearhead rips through the giant ape with godlike force, pinning its massive carcass to an ancient tree while fresh blood gushes out from the wound. Seeing the enemy nailed to the trunk, the white tiger steps forward with pride, letting out a roar that shakes the entire forest to claim its victory. Ignoring the kill, Bok rushes over and collapses beside the ice-cold body of Vuong Duong. He shakes his teammate, voice cracking, saying, Old Vuong, I got revenge for you now, wake up. Right as despair sets in. A brilliant chime rings out and a glowing blue system screen pops up right before his eyes, detecting a high-quality target capable of becoming a descendant of the White Tiger bloodline. He is in critical condition. Do you want to use Tiger Essence to save him and turn him into a bloodline heir? Bok is totally shocked. Realizing this is his only hope, Bok grabs Vuong Duong and yells, Old Vuong, wake up now, I found a way to save you. He whispers seriously into his dying friend's ear. But the price is your freedom. You will be bound to me forever. Do you accept this? Delirious on the brink of death. Vuong Duong lets out a faint groan of agreement. Bok spins around and barks an order to his pet Bok, give me 3 drops of your essence now as the tiger roars. 3 glowing red droplets of pure energy emerge from the tiger's chest, floating slowly toward Bok's open hand. He catches them carefully and tells his pet to stay on guard. Bok presses the fiery essence into Vuong Duong's bloody chest and grits his teeth. Old Vuong, hang in there. He activates the system power, triggering a bloodline reconstruction as orange flames erupt and completely cover Vuong Duong's body. The terrifying power of regeneration rips through every cell, making Vuong Duong scream in absolute agony. Ah, stop. It hurts. Make it stop. After a few intense seconds, the flames fade. Vuong Duong opens his eyes, gasping as his fatal wounds vanish. Bok wipes his forehead and helps him up. You okay? How do you feel? Vuong Duong stares at his healed hands, face still bloody, but his eyes are filled with pure shock. He stammers while looking at Bok. Bok, how did you do that? Vuong Duong trembles, saying, this kind of resurrection power is not for mortals. Not even a king-level master could pull this off. Seeing his friend is conscious, Bok stands up straight and crosses his arms, his gaze turning cold and commanding. Old Vuong, I got your consent before saving you. Understand? From now on, you are bound to me. As for my secrets, you are never allowed to tell a soul. Suddenly, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes appears behind Vuong Duong, like some kind of dark god, radiating the suffocating pressure of a blood oath. You are forbidden from revealing anything about Tobak. Violators will be cursed by the heavens, and their souls will be destroyed. Under that crushing pressure, Vuong Duong gulps and nods solemnly. That voice. Fine, I get it. Sensing the mood is too heavy, Tobak instantly acts like a total gold digger, rubbing his chin while calculating. Old Vuong saving your life took a lot of effort and resources. Your life is worth way more than Cao Tu Hien's dual blades, so this bill is not going to be cheap. Vuong Duong, who just cheated death, looks at him with a face full of confusion. Just as Tobak is about to overcharge his buddy, the ground beneath them shakes violently. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks tumble as the earth cracks. Sensing danger, Tobak jerks Vuong Duong back as the ground splits apart right in front of them. Vuong Duong screams in terror. What the hell is that? Dozens of giant snakes with glowing red eyes crawl out from the cracks. Tobak grits his teeth and swears, "Damn it, where did all these snakes come from? I knew it. I shouldn't have let that black serpent beast get away earlier. Don't even give these snakes a chance." Tobak barks, "Tubot, clean up this mess." The tiger roars and slashes through the pack of snakes with razor-sharp claws. But something weird happens. The snakes torn by his claws don't bleed. They just melt into puddles of disgusting muddy sludge. Tobak frowns confused. Not physical beings, what the hell is actually going on here? It doesn't stop there. More snakes keep rising from the mud in even greater numbers than before. Tobak steps back and clicks his tongue. The more we kill, the more they multiply. This is bad. Just as they get surrounded, two figures drop from the sky. Han Qian swings his halberd, while Ho Than Thu blows them back. Tobak, we made it. Han Qian turns to old Vuong, asking, "Yo, you all right, man?" Vuong Duong pushes himself up, stuttering, I am okay." Tobak groans. "What took you guys so long?" Ho Than Thu adjusts his glasses, scanning the battlefield with a sharp gaze. "Tobak, these snakes just keep coming. Someone is definitely pulling the strings from the shadows. We have to track down the puppet master right now." Tobak nods, then turns to grab a weapon. "Yo, old Vuong, let me borrow that spear for a second." He grabs the weapon, eyes glowing with raw energy as he scans the dark forest. Tobak locks onto a massive shadow hiding behind a giant ancient tree. He points straight at it. Suddenly, two phantom snakes lunged forward to shield their master. Boom! A blinding beam of green energy from Tobak's beast tears through the swarm, slamming directly into that massive tree trunk. An arrogant voice echoes from the darkness, "Nothing but a bunch of pathetic insects. You actually think you can challenge someone from the Nine Nether clan?" A figure steps out. It is that same punk who turned into the black snake earlier. Ho Than Thu narrows his eyes warily, taking a step back. They just forced him into his true form? Yet here he is, back in human skin already. How in the world did he recover that fast? This guy is unreal. Clearly, this guy is a total beast. Just when everyone thought the fight was over, a chilling, cold laugh echoed out from the thick mist. The black snake warrior reappears without a scratch, a savage grin on his face, dragging a mangled body behind him. He sneers, "That was just a clone. You really thought taking me down would be that easy? You guys are delusional?" Looking closer at what he's holding, Vuong Duong's pupils shrink in horror. It is Tang Loi Kiu. "You absolute monster, I am going to end you." Seeing his teammate lose at Han Qian, who is currently choking out a small snake, shouts a warning. Since when did he get this strong? Everyone watch out. But Vuong Duong is blinded by rage, his eyes bloodshot as he screams at the top of his lungs. "Tobak, kill him, take him out for me. I do not care what it costs." Han Qian and Ho Than Thu do not flinch, splitting up to launch their multi-pronged attack. Ho Than Thu snaps his fan open, creating a gust. "Han Ho, take out the trash. I will handle this slippery snake myself." Han Qian charges, blocking the lesser demons. The black snake warrior smirks as his body explodes with a blinding green aura. He looks like a dark god, lightning crackling violently all around him. "You pathetic insects sure talk a big game, do not you?" Not letting the enemy feel smug. Tobak flexes his muscles, erupting in golden flames. He points right at the guy's face. "Watch closely as I skin you alive and turn you into snake soup." He lets out a roar, activating a massive chain of power buffs for absolute defense and crushing attack power. Earth Spirit Fusion, Earthen Wall. Golden Fury. With overwhelming power, Tobak transforms into a golden comet, screaming through the air as he slams right into the black snake warrior. The golden and green energies collide, sparking a massive explosion in midair. Boom! A gale of raw energy erupts, obliterating everything at ground zero. But as the dust settles, the black snake guy is still standing there, casually dusting off his sleeves. "Haha, just as I thought, you actually have a little bit of talent." He smirks, his bloodlust flaring. "Come out, little bug!" Suddenly, a whistle cuts the air as Tobak's energy, Wrapped fist comes crashing down from above. Your granddaddy is right here. Tabak's punch connects, sending the villain face first into the dirt and shattering the ground into pieces. He stumbles out of the wreckage, his clothes completely torn to shreds. Tabak gasps for air, gritting his teeth. This dude is way stronger than before. Realizing he cannot win in a fistfight, he steps back and yells to his two beasts. Little Ba, Little Bak. 7-star 3, kill formation. Do it right now. A massive hexagonal array glows within a phantom galaxy, linking the power of all three together. Tabak's eyes turn as cold and sharp as a blade. Channeling everything he shouts, the 7-star formation is my ultimate move. By tapping into our shared origin, I can fuse the power of my beasts and myself into one. His hands erupt with a blinding radiant light. He points at the enemy. Die. 2 massive energy lasers roar across the battlefield toward the Black Snake warrior. But he just casually spins, waving his hand to create a ribbon of green energy that swats both lasers away like they were nothing. He gives a faint mocking smile. I gotta admit, that was pretty creative. Too bad your actual power level is still trash. Suddenly he transforms into a monstrous, 3-headed python. Tabak's follow-up attack detonates harmlessly against the creature's massive defensive shield. Right then, dozens of snakes burst from the ground, racing toward Tabak. A teammate screams, "Tabak, watch out! There are even more of them!" They're coming straight for you right now. The 3-headed serpent lets out a savage roar, its blood-red eyes glowing with pure malice as it prepares an Earth-grade combat skill. Dozens of vibrant energy snakes surge from the Earth, jaws wide open, lunging at Tabak. This is the green snake destruction. Every single attack converges on Tabak's position, triggering a massive energy explosion that threatens to level everything in sight. Everything is getting trashed. Outside the chaos, Cao stands there shaking his face, white as a ghost, barely able to speak. This power is insane. No way. Someone like Subai can't just lose like this. Total panic. He screams his lungs out toward the blast zone. Subai dead or alive, give me a sign. But inside that energy storm, Subai is gritting his teeth. He's glowing, his whole body shaking under the pressure. His pets, Little White and Little Ba, are bleeding out too. They're roaring in pain, but they aren't backing down. Right on the edge of death. Subai's eyes suddenly flash with a blinding golden light. He's finally realized something. Refusing to give up, he looks at the sky and screams a war cry as his aura explodes with fury. He is breaking through. A massive pillar of fire shoots into the sky, tearing the night wide open. High above the Jew, Yugai stares down totally shocked. How dare you power up right in front of me? Feeling insulted, he waves his hands, sending thousands of green snakes forward like a tsunami. You are begging for death. The giant 3-headed snake opens its mouth, sucking in energy to form a blinding ball of light. Power is surging. A beam of green destruction fires from the snake's mouth, aiming a killing blow right where Subai is standing. The beam slams into the ground, causing a massive earthquake. The shockwave flattens everything. Under that heavy pressure, Hanjan stabs his weapon into the dirt. Sweating like crazy, he grits his teeth and says, "Damn, this attack is way too strong." Subao is in trouble. We gotta save him. Next to him, Ho is cowering just to stay alive. She answers hopelessly, "I can't move. I can't even fight back." Just when hope seems dead, Vuong Yang shields his eyes, looks into the center of the blast and shouts in surprise. "Look, what on earth is that?" Ho squints to see whispering in shock. Is that even the 3-headed snake in the air is stopping? Sensing something is wrong, it hisses. What is this crazy flow of energy? From the ruins, 3 beams of light orange, yellow, and blue pierce the night, destroying the darkness. The Juyu guy screams what is down there. A new power has awakened, using the white tiger as a blade. Then the shadows of the white tiger and black tortoise appear, merging together to protect their master like legendary armor. Stepping out of the light, Subai's eyes have turned a cold golden color. A deadly aura is surrounding him. He growls out a single word, but it carries the power of a death sentence. Kill. Wrapped in his sacred beast armor. Subai stands tall in the air, his voice booming across the field. "I am here now and I'm showing no mercy." Seeing this insane moment, Vuong Yang and Hanjan shout in shock. Heaven and earth unite, the soul is immortal, and the sacred weapons gather. It is the sacred beast gear. The essence is gathering. Ho's eyes are glowing, her voice shaking. Is this the legendary sacred beast armor? Vuong Yang clenches his fist. Yeah, this is what Lord Lok Pham used to fight across 1,000 miles. Facing countless enemies, he single-handedly crushed 2 king-level powers. The sacred beast gear? Even the dying snake hisses in fear. How can the world's energy be this strong? Is this the legendary ultimate skill from 100 years ago? How is that even possible? Right then, a system notification pops up. Congrats, you have awakened the sacred beast gear. Subai, age 18. Class mid-tier. Silver rank monster tamer. Currently buffed with stats rising. Constitution 5,942, base 430. 400. Bonus from Earth Tortoise. 3435. White Tiger. 2077. Agility, 5906, base 420. From Tortoise 1800. Tiger 3686. Spirit 4000, base 800. From Tortoise and Tiger 1600 each. This talent awakened early. 80% bloodline power boost, tripling all of your abilities. But it drains your life and spirit super fast. You have only 3 minutes left before hitting total exhaustion. Subai looks the enemy right in the eye, his voice ice cold. You ready to die yet? The snake roars in despair, yelling, "No way!" It spits out a beam of green energy, but Subai stops it easily. Subai swings his sword with world-shaking power, cutting right through the enemy's defense. The snake screams in terror, "How is this possible?" Before it vanishes, the three-headed beast yells one last hateful curse. "No great king of the underworld, please avenge your servant." That glowing sword strike tears through the land, leaving a massive canyon stretching all the way to the horizon. Meanwhile, far away at the Great Wall Fortress, this stoic dude stands on the fortress wall staring into the distance and muttering to himself. That kid is growing up way too fast. He grumbles, looking totally annoyed. I mean, he is the 9 underworld king. Why is he even messing with some brat? The man swings his flaming longsword, roaring in a total rage. "Did you seriously think I was dead?" A golden slash rips through the air, streaking toward the distant horizon. High up in the clouds, that golden slash collides with a surge of wicked purple energy. A massive shadow appears, his voice sounding completely mocking. "Nijing, stop acting so tough. Your time is running out, old man. Once you are gone, humanity loses its king-level guardian and will definitely be wiped out." Nijing just laughs. "I have been waiting for that day to come." Ha ha ha. Back on the battlefield. Subai's power starts fading away. He slams into the ground. Everyone rushes over, worriedly asking Han, "Old Su, you okay?" "Subai, you really just blew our minds all over again." Hu Qingxu claps his hands, laughing out loud. "That was a beautiful win. We took down an Earth Serpent, a high-level Gold Demon, a mid-level 2 starters, and over 80 silver ones. I seriously cannot believe we actually pulled this off." Wang Yang puffs out his chest with a huge grin. "Haha, right, so epic. I'm going to brag about this for the next entire year." Han Jan sighs his face, turning dead serious. Honestly, though, that fight was super dangerous. If Subai had not used his sacred beast armor, we would have been totally wiped out. Just feels bad for Zheng Lei Xiao. Subai struggles to his feet and warns them the smell of blood will draw other beasts. "We cannot hang around here long." Right then, a cold voice booms from above. "Not a single one of you is allowed to leave." A dark shadow dives like a falling star, blasting them with a surge of emerald jade energy. Everyone panics, watch out. This guy is at least Lord level. The energy shifts into a giant snake head, roaring for them to die. Subai grits his teeth, raising his hands to block in total desperation. At that exact moment, he blinks, and a man in a white lab coat appears out of nowhere, easily neutralizing the entire attack. The whole team breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Lord Hu Huanshan saved us just in time. This savior is none other than the Lord-level warrior Hu Huanshan. He looks at the enemy and says, "Long Niao, you are a Lord-level powerhouse." Bullying a bunch of kids is pretty pathetic, don't you think? The enemy, Lord Long Ingao, hovers in the air with a smirk. "Hu Huanshan, your presence changes nothing. Today, I'm definitely taking the kid who awakened the sacred beast armor." He glares at Subai, his voice low and threatening. "My clan will never allow a second Luo fan to ever exist." Hu Huanshan steps in front of the team, snapping back firmly. "In your dreams, buddy." Suddenly, Long Niao forms an energy sword in his hand, his killing intent exploding. "Then let's see how well you can actually protect him." Long Niao wastes no time. He lets out a roar, unleashing his ultimate move, the Thousand Snake Domain. Instantly, thousands of massive energy snakes burst from the ground, twisting and lunging forward. The team screams in pure terror. Crap. Why are there so many snakes? These things are at least low-tier gold, and some are even platinum level. Here's a quick break for the author to complain while the scene shifts to a peaceful city. A special message from the creator pops up. The May 5th Labor Day holiday is almost here. I hope everyone has a super relaxing break. Enjoy the flowers and have a great vacation, you guys. In the middle of it all, a pretty red-headed girl waves goodbye to Subai. "I'm heading home. I'm going to miss you so much." Subai just stares blankly and says, yeah. Right after a group of extras in the same uniform start making plans. "Let's go party. We can't help you with that, man. You got to finish your work." Subai is just left standing there totally stunned. "Wait, what?" His face goes dark as he screams internally. "Why does everyone else get to play while I'm stuck here drawing? This is so unfair. I want a vacation too." Back in reality, Long Ingao sees Hu Huanshan ignoring him and yells, "Where do you think you're looking?" A second later, he gets pissed and pivots his energy sword toward Hu Huanshan. "Eat this!" he yells, swinging the blade down with every single bit of his power. Hu Huanshan stays calm against that massive energy pillar, even as the remnants of the Thousand Snake Domain keep crashing in on them. Subei yells to his squad, "The snakes are coming for us! Get ready to fight, guys!" Right as the sword falls, Hu Huanshan cracks his knuckles and flashes a cocky grin. Guess it is finally time to loosen up a bit. He spreads his arms and a brilliant golden aura explodes from behind him. It becomes a massive glowing parasol tree under a phantom moon, smashing Lam Nghien Nhien's attack to pieces. Moonlight Parasol, the team is completely floored by the view. Completely. Su Bai gasps in awe. Incredible, that is Lord Hu's signature Moonlight Parasol move. Long, now's eyes go wide with shock. Sensing a power that totally defies common sense, he starts shaking. You actually mastered the power of a law. He felt his life force getting sucked away by those glowing golden leaves. Panic set in as he realized this strange power was eating him alive. There was no way to block it. He knew he was totally outmatched. Long Ngao slashed a hole in space and roared before retreating. Ho Huan-sun, you win this round. I am no match for you today. You might be able to protect this kid for now, but you cannot protect him forever. He pointed at Tobak with pure hatred. The myriad races will definitely kill him. Once he steps outside the Great Wall, my people will send elite warriors to hunt him down. Ho Huan-sun simply waved his hand. The glowing sycamore tree blasted a wave of green energy, wiping away the remaining snake domain. He barked a cold order. Get out. Now the whole team stood there in shock. Hanshin whispered to himself, that is insane. Is this what a battle between top-tier elites looks like? Tobak stared, his eyes burning with intensity. Every single move felt like it held the power of the heavens. It was limitless. When would he ever get power like that? Ho Huan-sun turned around, his voice gentle but still commanding respect. Remember this. No matter how strong a person becomes, there will always be opponents they cannot beat. The only person you truly need to surpass is yourself. Tobak bowed respectfully and said he would remember. All right, kids, Ho Huan-sun said. It is time for us to head back home. He summoned a massive teleportation circle right under their feet. A golden light flashed, and suddenly the whole group was standing in a modern city. Tobak and the team were dazed. Man, that was fast. Using your own energy to trigger a teleportation array, that is high-level stuff. I wish I had power like that one day. Suddenly, a man wearing a fur cloak with a royal vibe appeared right in front of them. He looked at Tobak and nodded. Great job, Tobak. Congrats on mastering the sacred beast armor. Tobak just stared back at him, totally confused. Wait, who are you? The man did not answer. He just looked at Ho Huan-sun and told him to bring the kid to the meeting. Then he vanished. Understood, Ho Huan-sun replied. Tobak looked around, looking completely lost. Wait, did he just disappear again? He asked curiously. Senior Huan-sun, who was that guy? Ho Huan-sun just smiled at him. You really did not recognize him. He explained with massive pride. That is a hero of our people, a literal king, Lord Nghien Nhien. Tobak just stood there, jaw dropped. What? That was actually Lord Nghien Nhien. Ho Huan-sun nodded. Let us go. We can talk while we walk. While walking, Ho Huan-sun explained that Lord Nghien Nhien and Lord Lok Fam were from the same era. Back then, spiritual energy was just returning and martial arts were waking up. When he was 20, Lord Nghien Nhien watched our people get crushed on the battlefield by the myriad races. He boldly suggested using martial arts to protect the nation, but back then, everyone just laughed at him. Tobak was confused. But why? Well, at that time, everyone believed that only high technology could save the human race. Using martial arts against the myriad races was seen as a total delusion. Only Lord Lok Fam took him seriously, and the two of them became best friends. They made a sacred vow to spend their entire lives fighting for the rise of martial arts and the survival of humanity. Tobak could not help but be impressed. That is truly legendary stuff. As they stepped into a massive room, a woman's voice rang out, catching everyone's attention immediately. Look, everyone, it is Lord Lok Fam's student Tobak. You actually awakened the sacred beast armor. Someone else chimed in. If Lord Lok Fam hadn't fallen years ago, our people wouldn't have been fighting the myriad races for this long. The woman finished by saying exactly. With Tobak around, our people finally have a real spark of hope in this war. Hearing everyone talking, a woman turned to her colleague and smiled. It does not matter if our generation has to suffer a bit. But if Tobak reaches his full potential, the next generation will definitely benefit. She glanced at him. You feeling the pressure yet? Ho Huan-sun walked beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder to keep him calm. You are not at the stage where you need to carry the whole nation yet. For now, just focus on getting stronger. Tobak nodded. I get it. Senior Huan-sun. The heavy meeting room doors swung open. Ho Huan-sun led him inside and announced, I have brought Tobak with me. Tobak looked around at all the high-level players in the room. He swallowed hard and whispered to himself, man, there are some serious heavy hitters in here. I'm actually getting kind of nervous. Then he spotted a familiar face. Wait, what? Is that not Nghien Nhien's father? Lam Nghien Nhien Tobak was totally confused. Why in the world is he here? Note, Lam Nghien Nhien is the absolute strongest warrior in the Diamond Realm. An official stood up. All right, since everyone is finally here, let us get straight to business. Nghien Nhien spoke up, his voice echoing with authority. The fact that Tobak awakened the sacred beast armor has terrified the myriad races. They even sent Lord-level assassins to kill him. I need your input on this. A classy man with silver hair spoke up. After 100 years, the legendary sacred beast armor of Lord Lok Fam has finally returned to the world. As long as Subai survives the grind, he is definitely going to carry the human race to peak glory. We got to protect this kid at all costs. The room explodes with cheers as another official hypes up the plan. I say we send the best mentors to help him break through his bottlenecks and provide all the resources to power him up to Lord or even King rank. Right now, Su Bao is worth more than all of us combined. Another guy nods, saying we gotta shield him so the myriad tribes do not get a single shot at an assassination. Su Bao is loving the praise, grinning like a little kid who just scored a mountain of candy. Everyone is so nice. Nijing asks if anyone has other ideas. Then Lin Jian, the quiet one, drops a bomb in a deep voice. In my opinion, Su Bai needs to keep grinding on the myriad tribes' battlefield. A true powerhouse is built by constantly pushing their own limits through endless life or death battles on the front lines. He glares at the group with sharp eyes, saying that is how you forge a spirit that is absolutely invincible. Plus, elites are not made in a bubble. Suddenly, an official snaps back, pointing a finger and saying that's easy for you to say. Right now, the myriad tribes are obsessed with that sacred beast armament. If Su Bai keeps fighting out there, and something goes sideways, are you going to take the fall for that disaster? Exactly, he is the only heir to Lord Luo Fan in a century. The only one who awakened the sacred beast gear. Out of nowhere, Hu Huanshan stands up to back him. I am with Lin. Fierce eagles do not hide from storms, and wolves do not fear the night. He continues, his voice thick with emotion. Back in the day, Lord Luofan basically lived on that battlefield and almost died 10 times. If he were watching from the afterlife, he would definitely want Subai to keep fighting. Subai thinks to himself, if I had infinite loot, I would be crazy to go out and fight. I actually like being alive. Hu Huanshan shuts it down fine, it is settled. Nijing slams the table, making the final call. A real warrior belongs on the battlefield. However, we definitely need to take some serious safety precautions. We are sending 3 Lord-level experts, 38 diamond warriors, and 1 million troops to the misty mountain front. Subai finally breathes a sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up. Wow. With that many bodyguards, I can finally kick back and relax. But Nijing immediately kills the vibe with a cold reality check. We are going to use Subai as live bait to lure the enemy elite forces into a total and absolute bloodbath. The whole room shouts together, the human race is definitely going to win this time. Subai freezes, completely speechless, mouth hanging open like a fish. What did I just hear that right? You guys are using me as bait. Meanwhile, over at the Nine Nether Underworld, King Castle, a heavy gloom settles over the palace because that sacred beast gear is back. Plenty of people here still remember the absolute nightmare Luo Fan caused back in the day. The Nine Nether King sits on his throne, his voice echoing cold as ice. We cannot let a second Luo Fan rise among the humans. We have to take Subai out no matter what it costs us. A henchman reports that reinforcements are hitting the Misty Mountain front, including 8 Lord-level experts and 42 diamond-rank fighters. Another general speaks up, saying the elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. The elder of the Nine-tailed Fox clan and I will hold back Nia Jing. But the Phoenix elder, a cold and noble woman, snaps that her ancient Phoenix clan is not sending a single person for this mission. The gorgeous Nine-tailed Fox elder casually adds that her clan is out too. The Nine Nether King narrows his eyes, his killing intent flaring as he growls, "Are you two planning a mutiny? Our 3 great clans were ordered to the battlefield together, and now that we are facing a major threat, you two want to punk out." Both elders turn around with ice-cold stares. Excuse me, are you actually trying to threaten our clans right now? What major threat are you even talking about? Is invading humans your actual goal? We only came here to explore the Forbidden Zone. Exactly. The Phoenix elder stands her ground and makes it clear. He said, "It seems your Nine Nether clan just wants to wipe out the human race. We are only here for the endless loot in the Forbidden Zone, so I'm not touching that mess." The Fox clan is not joining this bloodbath either. "We are out," the Fox elder says as she walks away. The Nine Nether King roars in a total rage at them. He stands up, pointing at their backs. "Fine. Even if you refuse, the Nine Nether clan will handle this solo. Just hope you do not regret it when the time comes." After they cleared out, a servant hit up the Phoenix elder. The big war is coming and everyone is making moves. Still no word on the Saintess. She just sighed. "Man, that girl is such a rebel. I already ordered my crew to widen the search radius. She demanded they find the Saintess before the war starts, no matter what." The squad yelled back in unison. Once the Human Council meeting ended, Ni King handed Subai a smooth jade pendant. "This is the Sky Vault Jade. Wear it and you are invisible to everyone except me. Even the King of 9 Hells cannot track you." He added, "Subai, with this, you will not be an easy target for the Beast Lords." Subai grinned. Total game changer. "Thanks a ton, Lord Ni King." He grinned and started haggling. "Stealth is fine, but I could really use some epic gear and materials to boost my stats." Ni King laughed. "Ha ha! Your principal was right. You really are the GOAT when it comes to milking a crisis. How about these? Ni King asked, opening a massive chest. A blinding light poured out, leaving Subai completely speechless. Wow. His eyes lit up. Diamond armor, a 10,000-year ice heart, dragon soul herb, and some Lord-class cores. Subai hugged the armor, eyes turning into literal stars. There were so many high-level potions in there too. Is all of this for me? It is all yours, Ni King said, but giving it all now would ruin the grind. I will unlock it for you slowly. Subai pouted. What, you are putting me on a payment plan? He hugged the diamond armor tight, pulling a total puppy dog face. At least let me keep this diamond set. You will feel so bad if I get wrecked out there. But life is not a movie. Ni King just laughed. Ha ha. In your dreams, kid, you are not high level enough. The armor vanished into thin air, leaving him totally stunned. Wow. Did you really have to be that cold? His treasure was gone. Subai stood there, fake crying, mumbling some deep, dramatic philosophical nonsense. I had ultimate power in my hands, but I hesitated for 1 second. Now I'm just crying over my mistakes. Boo-hoo. Leaving the room, Subai jumped. A familiar shadow was leaning against the wall. Wait, is that Yan Ran's dad? Lam Nghien Nhien turned and walked away. Subai, walk with me. We need to talk. Subai scrambled to follow his brain in a total tailspin. We are just friends, I swear. But he stayed polite. Sure thing, Uncle Lin. As they walked, Lam Nghien Nhien asked Subai, I am the one who kept you here. No hard feelings. Subai scratched his head and laughed it off, acting like a pro. Of course not, Uncle. I know you just want to help me become a real powerhouse. Inside, Lam Nghien Nhyen's bluntness made Subai jump. I honestly do not see what Yan Ran sees in you. You and her. Subai frantically waved his hands. Uncle Lin, Yan Ran and I are just good friends. We know the boundaries. Lam Nghien Nhien waved it off, looking unbothered, but he was basically giving them the green light. Whatever, I'm staying out of your business. Take this armor as a gift. Be careful. Do not go dying on me. Seeing the shiny gold armor in his hands, Subai's eyes turned into literal stars again. He thanked him 1,000,000 times. Thanks, Uncle Lin. Seriously, thank you. Then he made a very solemn promise. I will train hard and will not let you down. Lam Nghien Nhien just waved him off. Yeah, now beat it. By the second day, the vibe at the base turned dark and heavy. Everyone gathered at the center, where white coffins sat, saying a final goodbye to their fallen brothers. A red-haired guy touched a coffin, voice low. Rest easy. Subai got revenge for you. A friend patted him. When Subai returned, a friend saw him flexing in his brand new gold armor and started roasting him. Where did you scam that flashy gear from? Subai just smirked. Mind your own business. Right then, Ni King appeared on the high stage, his voice booming across the entire square. Warriors of humanity, over 1,000,000 beast troops are marching on our walls. The army's energy exploded instantly. The crowd roared. Even if we are outnumbered, humanity wins. We will win. Win? We must win. In the crowd, a friend analyzed the situation. Ni King is definitely stronger than the King of Nine Hells. To stop him, the beasts will send several lords to team up. So what is the move? The friend shrugged confidently. The plan's simple. Use your head and follow orders. All scout units from the universities move out with the main force. Head into the Mist Mountains for intel. Just like that, all hell breaks loose. Flashing skills and deafening roars fill the air in total chaos. Right at the forest edge, Subai's squad watches from the shadows. The guy with glasses pipes up, saying the Diamond Tier pros from both sides are already throwing down. Heads up, guys. The energy here is a mess. We are definitely not alone out here. Suddenly, one of them shouts. Just as we thought, right in front of us is a pack of turtleback wolves and giant horned spirit deer. Han Jan breathes easy. Just some wolves and deer? Wang Yang scoffs, saying it's no big deal, they are just low-level fodder anyway. The monsters swarm them instantly. One teammate steps up, itching for a fight. Leave these turtle wolves to me, he shouts. Wang Yang sneers. Surrounding us, they really think we are the ones who should be scared. He spins his staff, totally pumped up. My hands are itching to wreck something. These weaklings are history. Subai, just sit back and relax, man. Subai smirks and steps forward. Even if they are just grunts, I am not letting you take all the glory. Little Bai, get out here. Little Bai, this massive white tiger glowing with gold, swings his claws and absolutely shreds the enemy formation. Right behind him, Little Ba, the giant turtle with razor-sharp ice spikes, charges and flattening every single thing in his path. Watching the carnage, Han Jan and Wang Yang just groan. Old Su, that is cold, man. You really are not leaving any kills for us. For real, Subai, you always have to be the star of the show. Once the two sacred beasts show up, the whole pack of wolves and deer starts shaking. They are frozen stiff. They feel this insane pressure deep in their DNA. It is so heavy, they cannot even spark a tiny bit of will to resist. It is a surreal sight. Subai's pets are just standing there growling instead of attacking, while the monsters are cowering in pure terror. Sube is totally confused. He frowns and asks his pets, "Yo, why did you guys stop? What is with all the growling anyway?" Suddenly a chime rings in his head. A holographic screen pops up with some wild news. "Congrats, host! You have just awakened the Legion ability. From now on, you can recruit other races to fight for you. The only catch they have to surrender of their own free will. Once they're yours, you control their very lives with your mental power." Then the screen flashes with even more info. The turtleback wolves and giant horned spirit deer are begging to surrender. Subai's jaw drops. What the heck is this? His face lights up, eyes glowing red with pure excitement. He has got a massive grin. What on earth is happening? This Legion ability can recruit 10,000 different races. Just look at those monsters bowing down to him in that floating screen. Wang Yang is completely lost. "Old Su, what gives? Did you seriously just tame all of them at once?" Subai acts cool. "Seems like it." He puts his hands on his hips, chests out, totally acting like he's the king of the world. Maybe they just cannot resist my natural charm. His buddies stay silent, hiding their faces like they do not even know this guy. Subai steps forward, trying to look like some legendary, powerful leader. He looks at the monsters bowing at his feet. "Since you have surrendered, you follow my lead." He starts handing out orders like a total pro. "Turtleback wolves, you are on rear guard duty, and you giant-horned spirit deer, you guys watch our flanks. Let us move." The squad keeps pushing deeper into the mountains. Wang Yang whispers curiously, "Yo, old Su, what did you even say to lure those turtle wolves in?" Subai walks ahead confidently. "With them watching our rear and flanks, we can finally speed up our scouting." He is right, let us pick it up. Suddenly a golden streak flashes. Little Bob bolts ahead at an insane speed. Subai is caught off guard and screams after his pet. The whole team watches in shock as the glowing turtle zooms away. Subai mumbles, "What are you doing? Did you find some treasure?" While they are still dazed, the ground shakes violently. A massive centipede erupts from the dirt, launching Little Ba into the sky. Everyone screams in terror. Holy cow, that centipede is huge. Wang Yang turns pale as a ghost and yells, "Watch out, everyone, that is a sawtooth centipede." People call it the ghost of the underworld. Suddenly more of them burst through the soil surrounding the entire squad. Subai stays totally calm. "Is that thing really as scary as you are making it sound?" The guy with glasses is sweating bullets. "It can tunnel through the ground and vanish without a trace. Those legs are razor sharp, like power saws. Honestly, nothing can stand against them." Wang Yang adds with a look of pure horror, "Wherever it goes, nothing grows. It is an absolute walking disaster. Once those legs wrap around you, you'll be sliced into a million pieces in the blink of an eye." Subai looks at them with a face full of total disbelief. "Are you guys sure you are not exaggerating just a little bit? Because what I am seeing is a different story." Despite the terrifying description everyone just gave, those giant sawtooth centipedes are actually acting all cute and nuzzling up against Little Ba. The turtle looks like he is totally enjoying it, and literal pink hearts are floating over the monsters' heads. Another chime rings out and a notification screen pops up right in front of a stunned Subai. "The Sawtooth clan swears its loyalty. You gonna take the deal, stuttering boy, for real?" "We are actually doing this right now." Meanwhile, deep in a valley within the Misty Mountains, a scout lizard is currently reporting back to base. Those human ants have entered the mountains. A gorgeous lady lord with a creepy vibe orders the massive apes standing behind her. "I bet they will pass through here tomorrow." Suddenly the ground shakes and the lady lord screams, "Alert, ete!" Everyone on guard, a swarm of sawtooth centipedes is attacking. One giant ape gets bitten right on the arm and lets out a painful roar. "Ah, what the hell is this?" Everything descends into total chaos as the ape army gets brutally slaughtered by the swarm. The lady lord realizes with horror they are sawtooth centipedes. She screams in a panic, "Why on earth are there sawtooth centipedes here? Quick, send a distress signal to the 9 Underworld King." But it is already too late, her army is being completely wiped out. Backed into a corner, the lady lord roars as purple light flashes from her eyes, unleashing her ultimate secret technique. Green snake domain. A massive purple magic circle appears beneath her feet and energy explodes. She screams out, "Open up for me." And from the ground, a swarm of giant pythons rises up and lunges straight at the centipedes. But contrary to her expectations, those powerful pythons are getting torn to shreds by the sawtooth swarm with total ease. She screams in vain as the energy backfires. Drenched in sweat, she looks up and growls, "Damn it! The very last python is currently being ripped apart by those monsters." She just screams in total despair. Damn it! Those red armored monsters easily crush the snakes, making the most bone-chilling sounds imaginable. The last python trembles, muttering in pure terror, right before it gets ripped into tiny little pieces. How are my scales pierced so easily? Everything fades into darkness and despair, leaving only the image of the final snake being shredded. Meanwhile, in another location, a scout team from the myriad tribes is checking out the chaotic scene. One of them gasps out in complete shock. To wipe out the hidden ground? Black snake like this. What kind of beast are we dealing with? A green-haired teammate looks skeptical and asks, could it be the sawtooth centipede? The guy next to him immediately yells, "What?" The black-haired guy is still shaken. The sawtooth, also known as the Hell Ghost, has appeared on this battlefield. A pale female member gasps that is terrifying. The green-haired captain gives a sharp order to report the situation immediately and notify the entire army. Sawtooth centipedes have appeared in the Misty Mountains. If our tribe runs into them, retreat immediately. Do not engage in combat. The whole team replies in unison, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mountains, Subai and his crew are trekking through the wasteland. Wang Yang grumbles as he walks, "Hey, old Su. The map says the Misty Mountains are only 300 kilometers long. We have been walking forever, so why are we not at the clear lake yet?" Subai, who is leading the way, turns around and snaps. "What are you doubting the route I planned out?" Wang Yang crosses his arms and says firmly, "Yeah, looks like we are lost." Subai immediately jumps up in defense. "No way, the map must be wrong." But the guy with glasses crushes his hope, saying the map is perfect. It is military grade. Backed into a corner, Subai starts thinking hard with his hand on his chin like a detective. Is it really my fault? I mean, I guess I am a little bit bad with directions. Hearing this, Wang Yang loses it and grabs Subai by the collar. "Damn it, if you were that bad with directions, why did you not say something sooner?" Subai just stays silent. Wang Yang lets go, feeling totally drained. So now who is going to lead us to the clear lake? The guy with glasses speaks up shyly. "Actually, I am bad with directions too." All three of them look at each other in despair. Subai explodes. "Damn it, you two are lost too, and you're blaming me. It is over. How can 3 lost idiots reach the lake?" Suddenly, a glint of hope flashes in Subai's eyes. He says with a serious face, "In that case, we have to use our last resort." With that, he grabs Xiaoba and holds him up high, just like that famous scene from the Lion King movie. The little turtle struggles, looking totally confused. Subai starts using logic. They say old horses know the way, so old turtles must be the same. "Come on, Xiaoba, eat this treat, and then lead us straight to the clear lake right now," after being fed. Xiaoba seems full of energy and starts leading the way. Subai puts his hands on his hips and says, "You greedy eater, hurry up and lead." Wang Yang and the guy with glasses follow behind, sighing. "Good thing we have Xiaoba. Otherwise, we would be totally stuck." "Yeah, I feel like this is the right way. Xiaoba is way more reliable than you are." Subai yells back from a distance, feeling salty. "What, you saying I am worse than a turtle?" Meanwhile, Xiaoba turns back with a smug little smile. Xiaoba sniffs the air as he walks along, acting like a total pro. Wang Yang notices that the fog seems to be thinning out, doesn't it? The team steps out of the dense forest, and the view finally opens up. My buddy in the glasses shouts, "Hell yeah!" Tabak cracks up laughing. "We actually made it out of those misty mountains." Tabak pats Xiaoba's head all proud and stuff. "No way, buddy. You actually know how to navigate." Suddenly, Glasses turns pale. He's got a bad feeling something is seriously off. He stares at the river winding through the canyon and stammers, This is definitely not Clear Lake." "Xiaoba, where the heck did you take us?" Wang Yang pulls out the map, looking dead serious. The map says we are at the edge of Clear Lake. They all look up, totally lost. Huh. Suddenly, the water explodes. A massive dragon-like sea monster rises up, roaring like crazy. The squad screams, "What is that thing?" They do not wait around, they just bolt. Wang Yang screams, "Run for it!" Tabak grabs his pet off his shoulder, yelling, "Xiaoba, you absolute idiot, where did you lead us?" Glasses is freaking out. Did we run off the map into some dead zone? Suddenly, a girl's scream rips through the air. "Hey, save me, you 3 peasants, wait for the Saintus!" Tabak snaps. "Ignore the noise, just keep running." After running like their lives depended on it, Tabak stops to breathe. Wait, did that thing vanish? He is still shaking, totally rattled. What the hell was that thing that was terrifying? He leans on his knees, gasping for air. Will somebody please tell me where we actually are? The map says the lake outskirts should be a cakewalk. They stare at each other until Glasses says, "Look, this is definitely not where we are supposed to be. Nothing on the map is even half this dangerous." Wang Yang nods. "I knew this map was trash. Either that or Xiaoba totally lost the trail." Suddenly, a loud stomp comes from behind them. "You 3 peasants!" A red-haired girl with pointy ears stands there, hands on her hips. Her face is bright red as she yells, "How dare you leave me behind? You were supposed to protect me. You just ran off to save yourselves." They turn around totally confused. Tabak blinks. "Wait, where did this kid come from?" Wang Yang scratches his head. "No idea. I was too busy not dying to notice her." Suddenly, the system pings in Tubok's head. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered a fire phoenix with the vermilion bird bloodline. This clan is arrogant and hard to tame. Find a way to win her over." Tabak freezes. "Wait, what, a bird bloodline?" A stat screen pops up. Ancient demon phoenix, a saintess with fire and life attributes, status not yet awakened, high silver rank. She has the bloodline, but you do not meet the requirements to tame her yet. Stats power 1538 defense, 862, agility 1420, and spirit 2650. Talent 1. Phoenix Fire adds 300% damage. Talent 2. Spirit Form adds up to 200% fire damage and defense. Plus 2 talents are still locked: Soul Bond and Nirvana Recovery. That last one uses fire elements to give her an insane healing boost. These only unlock after she is tamed, or if her bloodline becomes even more pure through training. Tabak stares down at the little shorty and scratches his head. Wait, the legendary bird I worked so hard to find is just some snotty-nosed little brat. She immediately blows a fuse pointing right in his face. Who are you calling a child jerk? Watch it or the Saintess will roast you alive. Tabak starts sweating, complaining to himself. Man, taming my other pets was way easier than this. How am I supposed to handle this little brat? Suddenly, a wicked grin spreads across his face. He rubs his hands together, looking like a total villain. Maybe a good old-fashioned beating will teach her some manners? Seeing his creepy expression, she backs away, stuttering, What do you think you're doing? How dare you stay back, cornered, she snaps. Flames erupt from her body, looking like she's about to torch the whole place. She roars, You dare disrespect a Saintess, I'm going to make you regret ever being born. Wang Yang watches the fire show from the back, breaking into a cold sweat. He takes a step back. Yikes. This kid is definitely not someone you want to mess with. Tabak just smirks, and his feet start glowing with a bright golden light. Humph. Looks like her temper is just as fiery as her magic. Activating his golden ghost step. Tabak turns into a golden blur. In a heartbeat, he's right behind her, snatching her up. Brats will be brats. If you do not listen, you get a timeout. She freezes, eyes wide and totally shocked. She puffs out her cheeks, fuming. How does this lowly peasant actually dare to lay a hand on me? She starts struggling like crazy, and the fire around her body explodes with even more heat. She spun around screaming, You low-life piece of trash! You're so dead today, this holy maiden is never going to forgive you. But before she could even make a move, Subai didn't hesitate. He just gave her a quick smack on the neck. He forced her head straight into the dirt. Stay down, you brat! Face first in the mud, she let out a pained yelp. What? She kept struggling anyway. Subai flipped her over and started landing a series of spanks on her butt, just like he was teaching a naughty kid. He lectured her with every hit. Got a big temper, huh? I told you not to scream in my face. Still want to breathe fire at me. That holy maiden crap doesn't work on me. And shooting fire all over the woods is dangerous, you know? Don't you have any common sense? Didn't your family teach you better? I'm only going to ask once. You ready to give up yet or what? She kept yelping with every hit. Subai did not stop threatening her. Just say you give up and I will let you off the hook today. Watching this scene of child discipline from a distance, Wang Yang and his four-eyed friend were sweating bullets, awkwardly asking, Is he actually teaching her a lesson as old? Su really okay treating a little girl like that? His friend adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Remember, that is actually a beast from the myriad tribes. With her butt stinging, the girl burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably while screaming out in pure frustration. Why, you lowly creature. Just you wait. When I grow up, I'm going to find you and get even. I will spank you 10 times harder. She kept wailing. Seeing she was still talking trash, Subai raised his hand again, looking half annoyed and half surprised by her stubbornness. Still got a mouth on you, huh? You're one stubborn brat. Why won't you just ask for mercy already? Just beg and I will let you go right now? But the little girl just kept screaming through her hiccups. No way, what? Darkness slowly started to settle over the entire forest. But the sound of Subai's punishment kept echoing through the trees. Late that night by the flickering campfire, Wang Yang walked over with 2 skewers of delicious grilled chicken. He asked hesitantly, Hey, old Su, you want some chicken? You got to recharge your energy if you are going to keep this fight going. Subai sighed, grabbing the girl while she was trying to crawl away, and declared a temporary ceasefire. All right, truce for today. Let us eat first. Despite the tears, the girl was still kicking and making threats. Well, I'm so not done with you yet. Just wait until my clan elder gets here. She is going to totally wreck you. Subai did not care. He just hoisted her up like a little chicken toward the fire, casually saying that he would fight her elder too. Eat first, kid. Still hanging in midair, she flailed her limbs and screamed for the jerk to let her go. Sitting by the fire, Wang Yang handed him a juicy roasted chicken leg. Old Su here is your share. That killer aroma made the girl freeze her eyes suddenly wide with hunger. Why does this smell so good? Subai explained it was bronze tier fire chicken. The girl tried acting tough. She turned her head away to resist the temptation, muttering that it only smelled so good because it was a special bird. But I'm a holy maiden who has eaten countless delicacies. Why would I care about some cheap bronze tier junk? However, her stomach could not lie to her. Her big eyes were glued to that chicken leg with a look of pure longing. But it really does smell incredible. Hunger finally won, and she lunged forward to point at the meat. What did you sprinkle on this, Subai? Just looked at her confused. Wait a second, no way. Does this kid really think food just naturally smells this good when you hold it over a fire? Seeing her drool, Subai broke a sweat and asked her a nervous question. Do not tell me a holy maiden like you has never actually eaten cooked food? Staring hungrily, the little girl gave a shy nod. Subai gave a sneaky smile and moved the chicken leg closer. You want to try a bite? She gulped hard, staring at the meat. Not missing the chance, Subai immediately started showing off his skills. He sprinkled sparkling seasoning onto the golden roasted leg, teasing that this special spice would make it taste even more legendary. He generously handed the massive roasted chicken leg over to her tiny little hands. Here, take it and try some. It is seriously delicious. Holding that steaming hot meat in her hands, the girl was completely defeated. The smell was so irresistible she just couldn't keep her cool anymore. The arrogant saint opened wide, taking a massive bite into the crispy golden chicken skin, closing her eyes tight to savor every bit of that heavenly flavor. A flavor explosion hit her so hard she felt like she was floating on a massive glowing chicken leg, yelling out in pure happiness. Oh my god, this chicken leg is seriously way too good. Forgetting her reputation, she tore into the meat like a starving beast, cheeks stuffed full, as she loudly declared, "Starting right now, I am eating this every single day. This tastes 100,000 times better than those dry spiritual ingredients the elders are always shoving at us." The bait worked. Tabak flashed a devious, highly satisfied smirk. Time for the closer. Look, just follow me and do as I say, and I will keep those grilled chicken legs coming every single day. Totally blinded by the food, the girl nodded like crazy without even thinking. Fine. Fine. I am in. As long as I get chicken, I will do whatever you want. You. Tabak grinned and replied, "You better keep your word then." His eyes flashed with a devious red light, like a predator who just tricked an innocent kid. The girl huffed, "Chill out, I always keep my promises no matter what." Right then, a system alert chimed in his head and a bright green notification window popped into view. "Congrats, host, you have successfully tamed the ancient phoenix demon. Your rank has now climbed to high-tier silver level." Kicking back by the fire, Tabak let out a smug little laugh to himself. "Heh, I cannot believe I just snagged a high-tier vermilion bird with nothing but a single grilled chicken leg." He clapped his hands and called out, Little Bai, come meet our newest member." 2 flashes of light later, a tiny turtle and a white tiger popped out. White tiger. Tabak beamed, introducing them. Little Bai from today on Little Hong is officially one of the family." The second she saw the 2 pets, Little Hong's eyes lit up like stars. She grabbed her cheeks and started cheering with pure excitement. Whoa, a tiny turtle and a little kitten? They are both way too cute. But Little Ba was not having it. He just kept munching on his potato and gave her a grumpy look. "Listen, kid, I am the big brother around here." Little Bai stood tall next to him, nose in the air, letting out a low, tough growl. "I am Big Brother Bai. You better watch your mouth, you bratty little girl." Ignoring their threats, Little Hong lunged forward and started rubbing Little Ba's shell as hard as she could while laughing. "Haha, you guys are just a tiny turtle and a kitty. You two are just so precious." Seeing the turtle getting smothered, Tabak jumped in to stop her. "Little Hong, show some respect. They are your seniors." Across the fire, Wang Yang watched the chaos with his arms crossed before turning to his nerdy friend with a suspicious look. "Hey Han, do you really think Tubak is actually treating that little girl like a pet?" Han Zhen chewed his food and nodded. "Looks that way." Wang Yang kept his eyes narrowed, staring at Tobak. "Why do I feel like this guy has some sketchy motives?" Han Zhan pushed up his glasses and let out a long, exhausted sigh. "I cannot believe Tobak is a total creep who likes little girls." Wang Yang leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Plus, that guy just leveled up right under our noses without us even noticing. He's definitely hiding some kind of crazy secret." Curiosity got the best of him, so Wang Yang cleared his throat and walked over. "Hey, Tu, did you just hit high silver?" Tabak just sat there by the fire and acted like it was no big deal at all. "Yeah, why? It was pretty easy, wasn't it?" Wang Yang's jaw dropped at that cocky answer as he screamed internally, Easy, my foot. This guy is totally unbelievable." Swallowing his pride, he forced a fake smile. "Seriously, though, do you have some kind of secret training method or something? How did you level up that fast?" Tabak stood up, acting all mysterious with his hand over his face. He thought, "No way I'm telling you about my system hacks." "Keep dreaming, pal." But out loud, he dropped his voice to sound dead serious. "Look, I actually do have a secret method. Since we have been through so much together, I guess I could share it with you." Wang Yang leaned in, totally hooked, but Tobak held up a hand and smirked. "But you know the saying, real secrets are not for everyone." He gave a sly wink. "Especially when we were talking about the secret to reaching that monarch level rank. You feel me?" Wang Yang stared at him, whispering under his breath. Monarch level. It finally clicked for Wang Yang. He smacked his palms, sweating a bit, as he gave a brown-nosing smile. "Oh, I totally get it." Wang Yang pulled a glowing red gem out of his pocket and handed it over to Tobak. "Take this gold-tier beast core as my tuition fee." Han Zhan adjusted his glasses and whispered a warning, telling him to be careful not to get played. Tabak grabbed the gem while acting totally clueless. Taking his chance, Tabak tossed the gold core in the air with a huge grin. "Nice move, brother. I always knew you were real." He stopped joking and it got serious. "Look, what I'm about to tell you came straight from Lord Nai King himself. So you better open your ears and remember this." Wang Yang nodded like crazy, and so the legendary scam began. Tabak held an imaginary cigarette between his fingers, looking like some kind of deep, mysterious philosopher. "In martial arts, do you really think you are just grinding for levels? No way. What you are actually training is your inner spirit." Tabak puts a hand on Wang Yang's shoulder, dropping wisdom like some legendary master. "As long as your heart is set on the path, and you have the unshakable will to get stronger, you will soar faster and farther than anyone else. Wang Yang scratches his head, looking totally lost. I am still not really following you. Without letting his friend think, Tabak points at a massive mountain piercing the moonlight. Look at that giant peak over there. When you only look at the mountain itself, it seems like an impossible and dangerous obstacle in your way. But when you lock your eyes on the summit, the rocky paths and steep climbs do not matter anymore. You just keep pushing forward with unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the top without ever looking back or stopping. Under the dark sky, the three stand silent, staring at the peak. Wang Yang mumbles, looking pretty confused. It sounds like I kind of get it, but also like I do not get it at all. Like you said something super deep. But when I think about it, you basically said absolutely nothing. Han Zhen elbows his friend and sighs. Sounds like he just scammed you out of all your gold monster cores. Tabak jumps back in shock, totally denying everything and claiming he just shared the ultimate secret to reaching the legendary monarch level. Suddenly, a blindingly bright light flashes right behind Wang Yang. He gets hyped, grabbing Tabak by the shoulders and shaking him like crazy. I get it, thanks. Old 2. I'm finally enlightened. Tabak blinks. Wait, what did you actually get? Every morning when I wake up, I'm going to tell myself that no matter the cost, I am definitely hitting monarch level. No stupid bottleneck is ever going to hold me back again. Wang Yang throws his head back and lets out a massive, satisfied laugh. He leaps over giant boulders like some enlightened madman, leaving his two friends standing there completely stunned. Standing tall on a cliff under the full moon, Wang Yang screams with pure passion. Turns out the simplest path is the right one. Cannot believe it took me this long to realize. I will use every second to level myself up. Below him, Han Zhen breaks into a cold sweat and groans. Great. He's officially a lost cause now. Meanwhile, Tabak crosses his arms and smiles. Who knew his ability to grasp things would be this impressive? Ignoring the idiot flexing on the rocks, Tabak gets back to the real business. He walks over to little Hong, who is just chilling out while leaning against the turtle and cat with a bone in her mouth. Little Hong quit playing around and helped the others awaken their second elemental powers immediately. The girl spits out her bone, confused. Huh. Awaken what? I do not know how to do that. Tabak smirks, his eyes turning sharp as he gives her the play-by-play. Use your mental energy to feel the changes happening inside you. You could not do it before, but you are definitely capable of it now. There is a special skill buried in there that unlocks a second elemental power. Even though she is skeptical, she stands up and clenches her tiny little fists. Suddenly, a wild pink energy explodes, wrapping around her whole body. All right, I will give it a shot. The energy gathers into two pink flames right on her hands. Her big eyes go wide with total shock, and she breaks into a massive happy grin. I can actually feel the power now. Hyped up little Hong points her glowing hands at the little turtle. All right, little Ba, you are up first. A blinding pink beam hits the shell, making little Ba eyes bug out from the total shock. A massive surge of energy floods the turtle. It is too much. He stretches his neck and screams in pure agony. It hurts so bad I cannot take it anymore. His body starts swelling up fast, and his dark shell begins glowing with a fierce and fiery aura. The massive body slams into the ground, making Tabak look up in total awe. Big Bro Ba, your true form is insane. Hang in there. The evolution is hitting its peak. Suddenly, a blue light erupts from the back of the massive shell, shining like a bright laser sword that cuts right through the dark night. Someone yells out, your tail is freaking glowing. As the light fades away, Little Ba's new look is totally breathtaking. Not only is his body mountain-sized, but that glowing tail has actually evolved into a massive, powerful, and terrifyingly dowdy living serpent. The legendary black tortoise form has officially arrived. Both the turtle and snake heads roar together with a massive force that shakes the earth. Right then, a familiar blue system notification pops up right in front of Tabak's eyes. Congratulations. The mysterious spirit turtle has successfully awakened its second elemental talent. Seeing those bright words, Tabak punches the air and laughs. Ha ha! We actually did it. This earth spirit turtle rocks earth and water vibes, but that water power only hits peak at gold rank. He is mid-rank silver with a buffed fourth talent. Stats are 1538, Constitution 22, 62 defense, 400 agility, 400 spirit, and an earth barrier. Earth spirit possession. Gravity pull plus earth water. Core lets him soak up natural elements for insane defense and heavy healing. Looking at those insane defense stats and the hybrid earth water talent, he rubs his chin with a smirk. Ha, not bad. Not bad at all. He laughs with hands on his hips, glancing at Little Hong and Little Ba. Since Water Awakened Little Ba is going to be a total beast with that dual element defense system. The little turtle, now a legit divine beast, stretches his neck out, looking all proud of himself. Eyeing his next target, Subai flashes a dangerous grin and walks toward the white tiger. Little Bai, you are next up, buddy. Seeing his master like that, Little Bai starts sweating bullets, tucks his tail, and backs away super cautiously. Without a word, Little Hong charges up and fires a blinding pink energy beam straight at the tiger while he is trying to dodge. The girl shouts, Little Bai, if you want to awaken, you just gotta hang in there. Swallowed by massive energy, Little Bai opens his fanged jaws and lets out a roar of pain that rips through the night sky. His body starts changing fast as razor-sharp claws slam into the ground, shattering it with the sheer force of sharp metal power. Right then, a burst of dark bluish-black energy explodes, wrapping itself around the white tiger's entire body. His striped fur glows with a cold, dark light, radiating a lethal aura that transforms him into a literal killing machine in the dead of night. The system screen flashes, "Congrats, host." The metal white tiger has successfully awakened its second elemental talent, a shadow element. Su Bai jumps for joy like a kid getting a new toy. Ha ha, Little Bai actually pulled off the shadow awakening. He throws his arms around the massive white tiger as it roars at the sky, his voice overflowing with pride. With white tiger blood plus shadow power, this is a straight-up dance of death, all stealth and total slaughter. Riding that victory high, Su Bai looks at the night sky and lets out a long, wild laugh. Now I finally have 3 divine beasts on my team. Just wait, I'm gonna rip those myriad tribes to pieces. Ha ha ha. The next morning, after a solid night of rest, the whole squad is feeling fresh. Han Zhen stretches out while Wang Yang gets all hyped up and asks, "Hey, old Su, do you even have a clue where we are right now?" Su Bai scratches his cheek, confused, then looks at Little Hong for help. Little Hong, you know where we are?" The kid points a tiny finger at the distant mountains, her voice sounding young but totally sure. "We are 80 kilometers away from the core area of the Clear Lake Forbidden Zone." Hearing that, everyone immediately gets their heads back in the game. Han Zhen adjusts his glasses. "I cannot believe we actually made it to the outskirts of Clear Lake." Wang Yang starts hyping everyone up. "No time to waste, guys. Let's move out toward that direction." While they walk, Su Bai curiously checks in with their tiny little tour guide. "Hey, Little Hong, what exactly was that faint dragon shadow we caught a glimpse of yesterday?" The kid answers seriously, "That is the Azure Dragon guarding the Forbidden Zone of Clear Lake." Hearing those sacred words, Su Bai flinches and stops dead in his tracks with his eyes wide open. Azure Dragon Little Hong's face becomes incredibly tense. Yeah, it is totally terrifying. A few Lord-class creatures wandered in there before, and not a single one of them ever made it back out. Wang Yang and Han Zhen feel a chill run down their spines. Did it really swallow them all? Is it actually that powerful? Han Zhen wonders if the Azure Dragon is here. Why has the Nine Nether King not come to tame it personally? Turns out the Nine Nether King once gathered elders from the 3 royal tribes, including the Phoenix tribe, to launch a massive coordinated attack. But the earth-shattering power of the Azure Dragon still sent them packing in an absolute total failure. They just could not break him. Back in the present, Wang Yang starts sweating and asks nervously what? Even the Nine Nether King failed. Then is it not super dangerous for us to just go charging in there? But Su Bai's brain is already working overtime. Getting greedy, he screams internally at the system scan for any Azure Dragon bloodlines in the immediate area right now. I am absolutely taming this dragon today. If I can track it down, will I not finally have the full set of all 4 divine beasts? But life is not a fairy tale, and a bucket of ice-cold water just splashed right in Su Bai's face. Scan results. Azure Dragon bloodline detected nearby. Purity is super high, power is at semi-monarch level, and it is currently in a berserk state and extremely dangerous. The host's current power is way too weak to tame it. Please level up your strength before you even think about trying again. He cries out in total despair what I cannot tame it. After reading that bright red warning, Su Bai narrows his eyes in pure stress. He tells himself that if even the system is giving a warning, this Azure Dragon must be insanely dangerous. Looks like we should probably back off for now. Pulling a total 180, Su Bai turns to his buddies and says, "Han Wang, let's just get out of here." He leaned down and asked the little girl, "Little Hong, do you know the way out of these misty mountains?" Little Hong shook her head. "The paths here change with the weather, so I'm honestly clueless." Han Zhen pushed up his glasses, breaking a sweat. "Man, this is really bad. Since the mountains are west of Clear Lake, if we just keep heading east, we'll definitely find the way home, right?" Wang Yang spread his hands. "That sounds fine in theory, but the problem is we have no idea which way is actually east." Han Zhen suggested following the sun, but Wang Yang shot that down immediately. The sun on this battlefield is the most unreliable thing in existence. Besides, with this thick fog, you can't see a damn thing anyway. Just as they hit a dead end, Little Hong's eyes lit up. "Master, I know a small village nearby. Maybe we can go there and ask for directions." Su Bai rubbed her head, grinning from ear to ear. "God, Little Hong, why didn't you say that sooner? Looks like our little Phoenix is the only one we can count on. Let's move it," getting a head pat. Little Hong beamed, soaking up the praise. "It's the Spirit Snake Tribe. They're the closest village within 1,000 kilometers of the lake." Su Bai gave the order enthusiastically. "All right, Little Hong, lead the way. We're heading for the Spirit Snake Tribe. Let's move out, guys." On the way, Han Zhen started showing off his massive brain. The Spirit Snake Tribe used to have a platinum-level powerhouse, but he took his elite squad to the front lines. Now the village only has the old and the weak. Their strongest guy is probably just some dusty gold-level elder. Creeping along the trail, the group carefully hid behind some thick bushes. Little Hong pointed ahead. "There's the spirit snake village." Subai's eyes widened. "Whoa, it looks exactly like I imagined." Before them stood a castle carved into a massive stone mountain, riddled with countless caves and holes, looking exactly like a giant, terrifying snake's nest. Hanjan squinted, sizing it up. Even for a small tribe, judging by those caves and the energy, there must be over 10,000 beasts inside. No telling how many guards are on duty. Hearing the word fight, Wang Yang cracked his knuckles, itching for some action. "How about we each attack from a different side to draw them out? Once they split up, we'll pick them off one by one." Hanjan stopped him immediately. "Too risky. We should just snatch a gold-level guard and force him to show us the way." Su Bei face-palmed, watching his muscle-headed friends bicker. "Is violence all you two think about? Seriously? Did you forget little Hong is a literal royal saintess?" He flashed his signature mischievous scammy Su grin eyes, locking onto the snake nest. "Naturally, I've already come up with a perfect plan." Moments later at the main gate, two snake-headed guards panicked and started hissing messages to each other. "The ancient demon royalty's envoy is here. Get ready to receive them." From the hill's base, a grand scene unfolded as little Hong marched up confidently. Following right behind the little girl was Su Bai, Hanjan, and Wang Yang. All three wore hooded black cloaks, looking stone-faced and incredibly cool with their killer auras. Feeling the overwhelming royal bloodline, the guards trembled, bowing low and whispering in awe. This is the ancient demon phoenix bloodline aura. It's a true honor to be visited by such noble lords." Look behind her are three masters from the mysterious snake-hidden temple. Even the spirit snake's second elder, a giant emerald python covered in spikes, slithered out and bowed his head in total submission. The second elder respectfully welcomes the saintess and the three lords of the mysterious snake temple. 4 noble lords have arrived. Please forgive our lowly welcome. Their acting was on point and they strolled right into the enemy nest without sweating, standing before the trembling second elder. Subai tilted his chin up, sounding cold and arrogant. "You're the spirit snake's second elder, right? I'm heading to the front lines. Bring me all your spiritual resources and herbs so I can restore my power. Now." Hearing Su pivot the script 180 degrees, Hanjan and Wang Yang broke a sweat, whispering behind their hands. "Huh, weren't we just here for directions?" "Yeah, why the hell is he demanding loot all of a sudden?"